on your screen. Behind Gary Knott's big old head. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Pursuit of Power, presented by Darnell here at Relentless Pursuits. We got non-stop action for you today. We're going to see some records fall, some big weights being moved.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to an electrifying day of strength, grit, and determination. My name is Justin Pelham, and I am joined here with Zachary Uhas. We are coming to you live from Relentless Pursuit Gym here in Troy, Michigan, where athletes from across the region have gathered for one purpose: to test their limits at the U.S. Powerlifting Pursuit of Power Meet. Today's event is proudly presented by Power Belly Barbell, a name synonymous with building strength, community, and opportunity within the sport of powerlifting.
We started off with a good lift.
All right, we have Abigail up for her first attempt. And that is a good lift. Perfect. All right, next up we have Nicole West.
Same weight.
All right, this is her first attempt. All right, that's another good attempt. So up first we have our squat event. So as you see, they'll be racking the weights. And all these weights are in kilograms. Next up we have Chelsea Lai. She's in the women's raw team division, 16 to 17. So if you are new to powerlifting, welcome to this event. This is my second powerlifting match that I've been to, and I am super excited to be here and to share this event with you.
Powerlifting competition. It's a good lift for Chelsea. Opener. Up next we have Emma Kane. It is her first meet. She is in the Doberman Weightlifting Club as well. Coached by Sawyer, a legend of powerlifting in Michigan. This is her favorite exercise is squats, and she says, shout out to my coach, Sawyer, my DWC team. Here she comes.
And that's a good lift for Emma Kane. She got 3. So as you can see, we got the circles down at the bottom of the screen. If we get 2 reds, that means it is a not good lift. We want to make sure that we're seeing those 3 white dots. That means that all 3 judges agree that it is a good lift.
Denise up next.
We have a packed house here today here at Relentless Pursuit. We're all cheering on this competition. Good, healthy fun. Love seeing all these weights. Can't wait to see everybody push their limits, push as heavy weights as they can, and hit these goals that they want to get. It's going to be exciting. Denise is up here. This is the Women's Raw Junior Division, 20 to 23. She's going for 77.5 kg.
Nice walk out here. And that is a textbook lift.
All right, that's a good lift. Up next, we have Zoe Bergen. Again, this is in the Women's Raw Junior Division, 20 to 23. Going for 95 kg.
Very easy opener. Notice she has no knee sleeves on. That is not needed for her.
That is right. That was a great lift. Perfect textbook. Now, Zach, you're this is your first time doing some play-by-play, so give us a little background. What, how did you lead here? What's your background?
I come from Davenport University. I'm a power lifter on their roster, and currently I am training for national events, and I just have good relations with Chloe, and she had asked me to volunteer for a live stream event, and I happily accepted it.
Perfect. Yeah, this is my second time doing a powerlifting match, so competition. I'm super excited. My background is in other sports, football, basketball, doing PA announcing, so moving over to the color commentary is a nice move. I'm having a wonderful time here. And now we have Mackenzie up. This is the Women's Raw Teen Division.
It's going to look a little bit high. Yeah, so she needs to come out and retake this. It was 3 red lights, folks. Just as Justin mentioned earlier about the red lights, 2 or 3 red lights equals no lift. We need at least 2 white lights from either judges to get a good lift.
All right. Next we have Helena Wernet. This is the Women's Junior Division, 20 to 23. Yeah.
Put it closer. I forgot we're in the power meet. It gets loud at the power meet. Wendy Clow up next, 97.5 kg, same weight.
This is Wendy in the Women's Raw Masters 55 to 59 division. She's going for 97.5 kg.
Good fight, good lift.
And that's a good lift for her. The one thing I love about these powerlifting matches is everybody's here as an individual, but they're all pushing each other. You know, they want to get the top spot. The camaraderie, the teamwork, this is amazing. The atmosphere here is on fire, especially for 9 o'clock in the morning. And I think this is going to even get more electrifying as the day goes on. Next, we have Catherine up. She's going for the 100 kg squat in the women's Raw Open division.
Good depth. And this is her first ever competition as well. So all of these lifts will be PRs for her.
All right.
Rachel Patty, a local from the Rochester Hills area. This is also her first competition as well.
She's competing in the women's Raw Open division. Going to squat 105 kg.
Gets the squat command. Let's see it. It's too easy. Should load some more weight on that bar. Honestly speaking, the opener is the one where you want to open with the weight you are most confident with. Some of these lifts may look ridiculously easy, but you never know how the competitor feels about them in their head.
All right. Please bear with us if you're on the live stream. We are working with our new equipment, trying to get it to sound as good as possible. So if we're tweaking a few things, just know that we are working to make things sound better for everybody.
Good lift for Audrey. Up next is Sophia Clayton.
All right, here's Sophia Clayton going for the women's Raw Open, looking for 115 kg.
Here we go. 250 on the bar for Sophia. Up next we have Lauren, and then we are at the top of the order for second sets.
Good setup and walkout. Let's see it. Has to re-rack it and walk it out again.
Now, what causes a lifter to have to re-rack it after they've walked out?
So if you watch, her knees need to be locked and the bar needs to be still on her back for that bar for her to get a command. And she gets it. Very easy squat for Sophia.
Nice.
There can be a lot of things going wrong in just your general setup of walking that bar out. They want your knees to be locked out and they want you not bent over in your back. So you have to be upright and your knees have to be locked. Same with your hips, or they will not give you a start command.
All right, so yeah, as he was saying, we have 3 judges here. That walkout, you have to be as still as possible, and then you have to wait for the command before you can actually squat. So there is a lot of technical aspects to the squat here, and these judges are right on it. We have Lauren Staley here for the women's Raw Open. She's going for 130 kg.
Yes, Lauren, that is our biggest opener for the first flight A, and we are moving on to squat 2. Here, you can go like this and then board.
All right, now we're back to Deborah going for a 70 kg lift. Her last was a good one at 60.
Good walkout. Just like her opener, very smooth. She can jump the same way.
That's a good lift. All right, now we'll be seeing these lifters move up in the weight as they move up in these squats. They get 3 squats in the flight, so we will be seeing them increase. Next, we have Nicole West. Her last was at 62.5, and it was good. This time she's attempting 70 in the Women's Raw Masters.
Gets the start command. Let's see it, Nicole. Good fight. Racks it. It's a good lift.
And that's a great lift. Next, we have Emma Kane. Her first lift was a good one at 70. Now she's jumping to 75. Now, when you're looking to up your weights, what do you typically look for in increases in the squats? So from your first to your second, what's a good increase? From your second to your third, what are you looking at normally, typical weightlifters?
For majority weightlifters, we're going to want to try and increase our weight around 5 to 10 kilogram, which is roughly from 10 to 22 pounds. And anything further than that is going to be a stretch or a reach. Typically, good fight for Emma. That's a good lift. Typically, if a lifter were to jump higher than that 5 to 10 kg range, they are more of an advanced lifter or more experienced at that. Because you got to remember, at the end of the day, this is weightlifting. This is very hard stuff. Just moving it 1 rep is good enough, even though you have 3 attempts.
Yeah, now on that third attempt, do you see people bumping it up a lot to see if they can go heavier from that first or second one?
And it is. We'll see today if we have some risk takers or people in the sport of powerlifting like to play it safe. There are people who come out here for the 3 out of 3 attempt and to go 9 for 9 on the day to keep building that total meet after meet. And so they gain motivation.
Perfect. We're here with Chelsea Lai. She's going for 75.5.
Judges say good lift.
It's a good one. Perfect. All right, now we have Abigail. She's coming up. Her last one was 62.5, and she's jumping to 82 kg. That's quite the jump. Looking forward to it. Abigail is in the Women's Raw Team Division, 14 to 15. Her last one was a good lift. They're getting all the weights on the bar.
Nice wide stance. Gets it up either way. Very good lift.
Judges say it's good. Now, can you go over some of the equipment? What do you see with the knee braces, the singlets? What does that do for the lifters in terms of the strength, and does that increase, or is it just a preference?
So for this squat lift, we will see 3 pieces of equipment used, being number 1, the belt. Majority of these lifters are going to go out on that platform and put a belt on. Number 2 is their knee sleeves. This is supportive for their knee joint in regards to when they descend in the squat and hit the bottom. And then the 3rd piece of equipment is going to be to hold that bar with the wrist wraps. Let's see it for Denise. Second attempt. Grinds it up. Good lift at 181.
Perfect. And as you'll see, Denise has all 3 of those elements. She has the knee sleeves, the belt, and the wrist wraps. Now, with that belt, what is the purpose of that? And does it have to be put on before you get on the platform, or do you have to put it on the platform?
For the belt, it does not matter. For the wrist wraps and knee sleeves, it matters. You have to have your wrist wraps and knee sleeves on correctly before stepping onto the platform. When you're on the platform, you can take a second or 5 and adjust your belt and put it on correctly.
Okay. Now Mackenzie's up here for her second attempt at 97.5 kg. She missed her first one. Will she be successful on her second?
Sinks it a little lower. We'll get that up, Mackenzie. We'll get her up. Thank you for the spotters. We'll see if she can come back and get her 3rd attempt. is going to take a lot of focus out of her.
Yeah, as you can see, we have a lot of support here. We have our spotters, we have our weight rackers. This is a team effort to put on these events. Everybody comes together to help out these lifters. We want to make them as successful as possible. Next, we have Zoe Bergen. She's in the women's junior raw division, 20 to 23. She went her first round at 95, jumped up to 100. Let's see what she can do on this one. She was wasting no time on that lift. And that is a no good. She got 2 reds, as you can see.
And they were from the side referees, so my assumption would that be as her depth was a little bit high, meaning you have to squat with your knees below your hip.
Okay. Yeah, and those side judges, they got a better angle at it than we see front on. So we'll be watching those lights to see which judges are making those decisions. Next we have Helena. She went 97.5 on her first.
Good depth and locks it out. Very good lift.
Judges say
Helena.
It's a good lift. Next we have Wendy coming up. This is in the women's Raw Masters division, 55 to 59. Her first attempt was good at 97.5 kg. She's attempting 105. They got the bar loaded. As you can see, if you're watching on YouTube, feel free to drop us a chat. We will be answering questions, and we are here watching live to make sure that you are all set.
Very good, slow and controlled pick for Wendy Cloud. Let's see her sink this. She hits that depth and gets it up. We'll see what she loads for this third attempt, but I think she's going to be able to smoke whatever she loads.
That was
a good lift.
Solid lift. There was one red light. Side judge must have saw something. Now we're moving on to Catherine Garish. She's jumping up 7.5 kg. Her first attempt was good at 100, and this is in the Women's Raw Open division.
And this is Catherine's first meet, so whatever she puts up is a personal best for her. Let's see it. Gets it up very easily. Whatever
Nice.
she's going to load for that third attempt, she's going to smoke.
All right, next we have Rachel Patty in the Women's Raw Open. Her first attempt was good at 105, coming on to 120.
As you were talking about jumps, she just took a 15-kilogram jump. This is around a 33-pound jump for Rachel.
Oh, wow.
So we are going to see how she handles this. If I remember correctly, though, she smoked her opener. So this should not be that much of a hassle for her. As long as she gets the good pick and steps it out.
That is a nice, solid walkout. Now we're just waiting for the judge's command. She gets it.
Like I said,
solid.
very easy. Whatever she loads for her third attempt, she is going to smoke.
I am interested to see what she's going to be loading. I think she'll have a very solid third attempt.
Yes, we might see her cross the 300-pound range on that squat.
Next, we have Audrey. She's in the Women's Raw division. Her first attempt was good at 110 kg. Attempting 120 this time.
Gets it up. Good fight for Audrey. Let's see what the referees say. Good lift.
All right, we got 3 goods. All right, now when it comes to lifting, the stances, I'm seeing some wide stances, some narrow stances. Is that all preference, or is there one that is better than the other? What's your thoughts on that?
Every one of these lifters are built differently. None of these lifters are the same. So it matters of limb length, it matters of confidence, and it matters of general background. If someone is an athlete at heart and they are running, doing normal athletic stuff their whole life, maybe they are stronger in that closer stance if they've come from football, basketball. But if someone's like, let's say, a hockey player or a wrestler, they're going to go in that wider stance and they're going to feel more comfortable. So it's going to be see Sophia.
Yeah, we have Sophia
Very
here.
good, very clean.
Very
So
nice.
it is going to be whichever the lifter's stance is most comfortable and strongest at. I always tell people to do whatever stance that they are stronger at. That is going to give them more motivation to continue lifting, and it's going to give them the boost because they're stronger at it. And they're going to feel better.
That's good to know. You'll see that Sophie there, she had kind of a more of a narrow stance, so I'll be interested to watch these stances throughout the day because, each athlete is definitely different. Next, we have Lauren Staley. Her first lift was good at 130. She jumped up 7.5 kg for her second attempt in the women's raw open division. It's a good lift, a good walkout.
Gets the down command. Let's see it, Lauren. Fights it up. And that's a good lift.
We have 3 good white lights.
That ends squat 2.
All right, now
for
we're
flight A, back up to the top. These are third attempts.
These are their third and final attempts of the flight. First up, we have Deborah Postiff. She went from 70 to 75 kg. So a 5 kg jump for her last lift.
Let's see it, Deborah. This is what you come here for. These lifters come with a goal for the day and is achieved on either the second or third attempt lift. That is a good lift. Well executed. Very good call on her
One of the
coach.
sides judges must have saw something. There was 1 red light, but all we need is 2 white lights to be a good one. So she's ending her squat with 75 kg.
And luckily, sometimes you do get a good lift. Even if it's not, sometimes the referee just likes you, especially when it comes down to these third attempts. 77.5 for Nicole West. Let's see it. Gets that depth. Easily clears it up. She could have gone another 5 kg.
That is good. Next, we have Emma Kane in the women's raw division. She has jumped up steady from 70 to 75. Now she's attempting 80. I'm excited to see what these are. As the day goes on, just these incredible lifts.
And you have to imagine as a third attempt, these are very nerve-wracking. It takes a lot out of the lifter just to walk out there and get that weight up and to step it out and attempt it.
It's a good walkout for Emma.
Gets that depth, fights it up.
Pushing it up. And let's see what the judges say. It's a good lift. Again, she got that 1 red light, but all you need is 2 to make it
two
good.
Lifts, or two white lights for a good lift.
Next, we have Chelsea Lai, excuse me. Her first attempt was at 70, jumped up to 77.5, going for 85 here in the women's raw teen division.
Chelsea. 16 years old, Chelsea gets depth. Can she get it up? Let's see what the referees say. She is about to have a good day. 3 for 3 on squat so far.
All right, now we have Denise coming up. Her first lift was 77.5. That was a good attempt. 82.5 for her second, which was good. Jumped up to 87.5 for her last attempt. This is, again, in the women's raw junior division.
Gets that depth. Let's go, Denise. That's a good lift.
That was power. Look at the smile on her face. What did the judges say?
Going into bench, 3 for 3 on squat is always a good thing.
Next up, we have Abigail. Her first 2 lifts were good, and she has been steadily increasing. There was a nice jump from the first to the second, and the second to the third. She's jumping from 82.5 to 92.5. I'm excited to see what comes out of this big jump here. Very solid walkout.
And like you could say earlier, the stance, wide stance, grinds it up. One would say, I don't know if the stance matters.
And
She
that
sure
is a
makes
good
it
lift.
look like it does not matter what stance she used.
No, that was great. Next we have Mackenzie. She has been unsuccessful in her first 2 attempts.
Unsuccessful in achieving depth. She did, I believe, achieve the squat. It just was not low enough.
Yeah, so we want to make sure that the butt is below the hips.
So it is the hip crease just below where her belt is. It is the hip crease below the knee joint.
The hip crease below
And we should see her do it here. Let's get some confidence, Mackenzie. Let's see it.
The judges are watching, making sure she gets that depth.
Keeps going. We'll see. Left judge. What do they say? No lift.
No good. I think, again, it was that depth that she didn't get.
And this is where we reflect back to our statement on the stance of the lifter. Is these lifters all have different limb lengths and leverages. Some people might need to lean forward more in the squat. Some people might need to use a heel to elevate their foot to achieve that depth. And it is up to the lifter and their coach to decide what is best for them to move forward and achieve these competition standards.
Okay, next we have Helena here. She is in the women's raw junior division.
Now, Helena only took a 2.5 kg jump. We'll see if this moves like a grind or not, because it did not seem that hard for her. It looked like she had a lot more in the tank.
She got 1 red light there.
From the center judge, she had 1 red.
All right, next up we have Zoe coming up next. Zoe had her first lift good at 95, missed out on the second at 100, and jumping up to 105.
Good pick, good walkout. Let's see it now. Achieves depth. Grinds it up. Gets the rack command. We'll see. That is a good lift.
Good lift.
Very good lift for Zoe Bergden. Next, we have Wendy Cloud. 107.5 kg. This is also another 2.5 kg jump. Being mindful of the weight you pick to go from that second attempt to third attempt. Every kilo matters when you're putting that weight on the bar and adding to your total. Even a 2.5 kg jump can be crucial if you have someone you're competing against that is pushing you to your limit. We have a good pick for Wendy. Let's see her walk it out and get that start command. And that is a textbook call. That is what you want to see from not only the lifter, but
that was no good. We got 3 red lights on that.
She made the smart choice and only jumping 2.5 kg, which she cleared the lift. It just was not low enough. But if she would have gone any heavier, who knows how that lift would have gone.
Next up, we have Catherine. She had her first 2 good lifts with 100 and then 107.5 kg. This time she's attempting 110. This is in the women's raw open division.
Gets that depth, gets it up. Good lift from the refs.
There we go. Next we have Audrey. So this is in the women's raw open division.
Women's raw open, isn't that a tongue twister to say?
It is.
And 125 kg for Audrey to finish the last 4 lifters of Flight A. These are big lifts, people. This is very impressive stuff. Over double body weight squat for Audrey.
So at 125 kg, we're looking at about 56 pounds there. Excuse me. Oh, my goodness. I went the wrong way.
Fights it up. Keep going. Stand up, Audrey. Let's see it. Rack. And that is a good lift. Almost, I want to call that a great lift because of how much of a grind that was.
That
is
125 kg is 275 pounds.
almost 300 pounds we are squatting with these last few attempts. Actually, we
That
go
is
above
amazing.
300 pounds here in
I have my
almost this
little
next lift.
pounds to kilograms conversion sheet because I can't do it in my head, and I read it the wrong way.
Yeah,
So-
I've read those sheets so many times, I go to bed thinking about that stuff.
So I'll try to give you the conversions from kg to weights.
I don't even know. I don't even need to know the conversion. This is 286 pounds for Sophia
my
Clayton.
goodness.
Let's go, Sophia.
Right off the top of his
you
head.
need this 7.5 kg to the added to the second attempt. Let's go. Walks it out. Gets in her position.
She hits the squat command.
And
goes
gets it
down,
up. Let's go,
grinds
Sophia
up.
Clayton. That was an amazing call.
Let's see what the judges say, and it is a good lift.
3 white lights.
Very nice.
Next is Rachel Petty. We have 132 kg coming up for her.
292 pounds.
Just under 300 pounds on a back squat. This is how you start your morning out right.
She was successful on her first 2.
This next squat for Rachel, the bar is looking for 132 kilograms.
Oh, you can hear the crowd. They're getting ready. They know this is going to be an amazing lift.
Let's see it. It's just about the weakness, baby.
All right, she's going to unrack it.
So let's get it.
Gets the walkout. She's going to wait for that command. Once she's solid, she gets the command.
And just like her opener
That
in
was
second attempt.
amazing.
That was easy.
That was incredible.
That could have been her opener, ladies and gentlemen. That is super impressive. Over
agree.
double body weight squat.
That is amazing. Next, we have Lauren Staley. She's going for 142 kg. This is over 300 pounds, 314.
Lauren Stolly, almost a 315-pound squat. Let's see it. Gets a sticking point, but stands up either way. Let's see what the judges
say. Oh, she missed it. 2 red lights from the side judges.
And if you reflect back on her depth, the way she got out of that hole, she had a little sticking point, which pulled her back down. Maybe that was downward motion that she got called for.
So if there's downward motion, it's a no good lift.
If there's downward motion, it's a no lift. There is a lot of rules that go into squat, but the main one you will see is the depth call. The lifter does not go low enough, or that downward motion occurs.
Okay, all right, we have moved on to flight B. Next we have Janice Smith. She's starting out her lift with 80 kgs. This is the Women's Raw Masters division.
Sinks that depth, gets it up. That's a great opener.
Let's see what the judges say. They say it's a great lift. That's a great starting lift for Janice. I think she's going to have an amazing day.
Yes, well done to start flight B.
Next we have Karen Wilson. She's starting out with 85.
Karen Wilson from Lansing, Michigan. Her best ever competition squat, thank you, Ray, is 90 kg. This is just 5 under her competition best for an opener. So she should PR today. Let's see it, Karen. Good pick. Let's see the walkout. Gets that depth and easy up.
That was great.
We are going to go for a new personal
Great
best
job,
soon.
Karen. That was amazing. Next up, we have Cody Amer.
From Midland, Michigan.
92.5 opening squat.
And this is her first ever competition. Gets that depth. Waits for the command.
Made that look too easy.
We are going to have a good day for her
That
as
is
well.
going to be an amazing day. I can see her definitely increasing. That was an amazing open lift.
And yeah, these are just openers, ladies and gentlemen. So we do have 2 more lifts for both of these lifters coming up.
Next up, we have Melissa Cockrell in the Women's Raw Open.
And one thing you really have to consider when setting these openers is what attempts you are picking after this, because this, even though it is an opener, you have 2 more attempts. For Melissa, let's see, 97.5 kg. Gets the start command. Easy up.
That was incredible.
And when it moves that fast, you kind of question yourself, what do I put on that bar to slow me down? For some of these lifters, it might not matter what you put on that bar. They are going to go 3 for 3 no matter what.
Absolutely. You're in the competition. Today's the day. You've trained up to this event.
Much preparation and weeks of time goes into this sort of stuff. And when it comes down to the day, all it is about showing up and giving it your all, like any other sport.
Next up, we have Kristen. This is in the Women's Raw Masters division at 97.5 kg.
The good walkout, good stance. Let's see it, Kristen. And very well executed.
Great. That was an amazing first attempt. Good job.
It was low, but that is what is needed for USA powerlifting.
Now you see them adjusting the rack height. Is this all, again, personal preference? As a lifter, do you want it taller? Do you want it shorter? How did you gauge yours when you're doing powerlifting?
So back to what we were talking about with stance, there also is where you put that bar on your back. As we see Ashley pick this bar up, she's putting it on top of her shoulders. So this would be considered a high bar. Let's see it, Ashley. Stands up with it very, very quick. And this is where it comes down to with your rack height. Let's say you put that bar lower on your back, put it on your rear delt. You're gonna want that rack height lower than as you would if you were high bar with your bar on top of your shoulders.
Now, in the competition, is there a rule on where that bar has to sit? Can it be too low? Can it be too high?
So
or is there a sweet spot?
There is a too low bar you can go, and you will not get a start command because you will be bent over and not upright.
Okay. That's one thing I'm very fascinated about is everybody's unique stances, how they hold the weights, their foot position, where they're getting that power from. Let's see where Rachel comes from here. She's got a starting weight of 105 for her first attempt. She gets the re-rack command.
Still has 25 seconds. She can get this. Let's see it, Rachel.
Gets it back off the rack, takes the step, waiting for the command. She gets the squat command.
Sinks it with ease, gets it up. Well done, Rachel. Way to rebuttal.
Judges say.
Good lift.
That is a good lift. As you can see, we got the 1 red, but all we need is 2 whites to be a good lift. Next up, we have Autumn with an opening attempt of 112.5 kgs. That timer has started. So there's the timer there. How long do they have? Is that from the start to the lift end or to when they have to lift it?
So we will hear bar is loaded, and that is when the initial timer starts for 1 minute on that clock. On this platform, you have 1 minute out there to get that bar up, step it out, and to do the lift. Let's see it, Autumn. Looking very confident, gets it, racks. That's a good lift. And yes, you do have 1 minute, so if you, let's say they do not give you that start command because whether your knees aren't locked, your back is not straight, or that bar is not moving or is in movement, you have to rack it and redo it in that 1 minute duration.
Okay.
And that is why practice makes perfect. When you're in training and in routine, you want to practice how you play. You want to train to competition standard and walk that bar out like you were doing it on the platform.
Next up, we have Brenda Bowen. This is in the Women's Raw Masters 2A division. Starting squat with 115 kg. 115, that's 253.5 pounds. She made that look easy.
Very, very easy. And we could see her use her high bar stance, or high bar technique.
All right, next up we have Reagan. Reagan starting off at 120 kg. This is in the Women's Raw Open division.
Her goals for this meet is to have fun with her friends and maybe hit a bench press PR. Sinks that depth, gets it up easily. Her competition best is 145 kg. We will see if she gets near that today. It looks like it is on her top end.
That was strong. So today here at this powerlifting meet, there are 3 events. There's the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift. And in each event, they get 3 attempts. So overall, there will be 9 attempts. You want to make sure that you're getting all of them, but we'll see what these athletes do today.
And you are correct on that. You want to make sure you achieve all 9 of those attempts in order. That adds confidence to you on the day and pushes you to go further in the future.
Absolutely.
Let's see it, Spencer. Gets that depth. Let's see it. Racks. Good lift for Spencer.
The judges say it is good.
That was so low, it almost looked like Olympic lifter.
Nice. All right, next up we have Audrey Thompson in the Women's Raw Open division. Starting squat, 135 kg. We're looking at 297.5 pounds.
Almost 300 pounds for an opener. This is very impressive weightlifting. Let's see it. Audrey.
Nice walkout, waiting for the command. Gets the command. What's the judges say?
Put some more weight on that bar, Audrey.
Judges say it's good. That's incredible. Seeing these heavier weights as we go on in the morning at, 9:40 o'clock here, we are going to see some impressive weights as the day goes on.
And yeah, this is a crazy way to start your morning. Imagine starting your morning out with some double body weight squats in a crowd full of people. This is powerlifting, ladies and gentlemen.
This is incredible.
Laura going over that 300-pound mark. Let's see it. Choosing to use looks to be a low bar technique. Very good setup. Let's see her walk this out. Gets the start command. And easy, smooth and sailing.
Incredible. Let's see what the judges say. We had one judge say that it wasn't good. 2 white is all we need, so that was a good lift.
This is a lifter I am very familiar with, Angela Spence. This is a Raw national champion. She has taken time out of the sport, but I do not think it has affected her much with a 180 kg opener. We will see what her top end today.
And this is the bottom of our flight.
This is very impressive. This is awesome to watch. Let's see it, Angela Spence. Also a 75 kg lifter. Gets a good pick and walks it out.
Waits for the command. That was incredible.
And it barely looked like there was weight on that bar.
That was a good lift.
Whatever Angela loads, she is going to smoke. That is a very impressive lifter.
That is incredible. And those were just opening lifts. They still have 2 more attempts. We are going to see some more weight added to that bar.
Only opening lifts, but still above that 300 and almost crossing that 400-pound threshold.
That is
very
amazing.
impressive.
Next up, we have Janice Smith in the Women's Raw Masters division. Her first attempt was at 80 and a very successful attempt, going up to 87.5, so a 7.5 kg increase.
Janice utilizing her time in that setup. Gets set.
Waits for the command.
Gets that depth and fights it out. You would think some of these lifters would have very successful, a lot of experience. That was a very good lift either way.
Now, what do you think those judges saw? Do you think that was the depth, or was maybe, is there a bar movement? Can there be bar movement?
I believe the judges saw depth, but from where I am sitting, I could be wrong. It could have been the downward motion.
The downward motion. So as you're coming up, there can be no longer more downward motion?
As you're grinding that lift up, they want that bar not motionless to continue going up.
Gotcha.
Yes.
We have Karen Wilson here.
Matches her personal best PR, gets it up with ease.
That was incredible. Let's see what the judges say, and it's good. We got the 3 white lights.
Good lift. Whatever she loads is going to challenge her personal best. And this is when the nerves really come down on the line. When you know that your old competition best you just hit, whatever number you're loading next is going to be a new number for you, a new PR. And that is what people come out to powerlift for.
Next up, we have Cody Amer, going from 92.5 kg with a successful attempt to 102.5. This is 225.75 pounds.
Gets it up with ease as well. Nice lift, Cody. And I like the purple.
Yes.
That's one of the best parts of powerlifting is the customization of your outfits and your apparel. There's just so much you can pick and so much customization for you to choose from.
Love it. That's one thing I love doing is expressing myself, especially, you know, that color purple.
And that's in all sports majority, is if you're really a fan of the game, I mean, you will go all out with your hair, whether it's your socks or not even washing them after you win that championship.
Absolutely. Superstition is definitely in this game.
A superstition, whatever it takes. Kristen with 102.5. Let's see it.
That was a nice lift. Let's see what the judges say. And it's a good one.
Very easy lift for Kristen.
Next we have Ashley Hiles. Jumped up 10 kg from 100 with her opening. This is in the Women's Raw Open division. The atmosphere in here is electric. It just keeps getting bigger as the day goes on. Everybody's here to cheer on their favorite athlete. I think that's a great one. Let's see what the judges say. Ooh, she missed 2. She got 2 red lights on that, one from the front judge and one from the side.
Looked good for me. It could just be the weight and the confidence in the lifter's head and achieving that depth and sailing it back up.
Yeah, we just have a front-on view here. Those judges, they are looking for the details.
As some people say, they got the best seat in the house. They can see it all, and it really does come down to being there.
We have Melissa Cockrell. That was a quick lift. And what did the judges say? That was good at 110.
Yeah, Melissa, that was phenomenal. That looked effortless for her.
It did. I'm looking to see what she does for her last lift there.
Yes, whatever she loads, she is going to destroy.
Next, we have Rachel Hallstrom. She started her opening lift with 105, jumped up to 115 kg.
Here we go, Rachel.
Now, Rachel was the lifter last in squat number 1 to get re-racked, so this should go a lot smoother for her with not having to re-rack it. And like I said, yes, she clears it with ease. Gets red lighted for depth. We will see her in the 3rd attempt to come back out and squat that again.
Now, if you get red lighted, can you come back at a higher weight, or do you have to redo the weight that you did not have a successful attempt with?
You can go higher, and it is up to the lifter whether they're confident in their mind to go out and achieve that depth, because it is, you only have 3 attempts. If you only get your first opener, that is the number you have to work with and build your total from there the rest of the day.
Absolutely.
So this is where it comes down to strategy for these lifters and not using emotion and not folding and overshooting something they can't do.
We have Autumn. She just unracked it, took her walkout, waiting for the command.
Gets that depth. Let's see it, Autumn. Way to clear it up.
Very controlled. What did the judges say? That is an unsuccessful attempt. She had 2 red lights there.
Good luck to you.
Hey, I need you to hype me up.
I got you.
All right, next we have Brenda Bowen in the Women's Raw Masters Division. Her first attempt at 115 kg was great.
Brenda Bowen, a high bar squatter. This is textbook squatting. You can very well clearly see
very
depth.
nice. Judges agree. They agree. It was a good lift at 130.
And you gotta admire someone who puts that bar as high as they
That
possibly
was
go and still
very
achieves
high.
that depth. That is very impressive stuff.
And again, it's all that personal preference. Next we have Reagan in the Women's Raw Open. First attempt was good at 120, jumped up to 130.
Good walkout. Let's see it, Regan. You know you got more in you. Grinds it up. Okay, we might be challenging close to the personal best today. I remember her
And
personal
that
best
is
is 145. Let's see if she loads that 140. Keeps the same routine pattern of jumping 10 kg.
Next we have Spencer Houston. He's in the Men's Raw Open. He had a successful attempt at 135 on his first, going to 137.5.
Spence Houston only jumping at 2.5 kg. He buried this first one. Gets it up with ease.
That was very low.
We will see if he challenges a little bit more. I think he can go more than 2.5 kg. We'll see if he jumps to 142 or higher.
Okay, now in that squat, he went very low. Do you
And
see
it's
that a lot?
preference.
It's preference.
With some of these lifters who are very, very competitive are going to try and barely get depth and go up so they can do more weight. Other people may just want to get out here and get on the board and have fun for the day. It totally is on the lifter to decide what they are here for and their own motives.
Okay.
Laura jumping the 5 kg for her second attempt at 142.5 kg. Textbook setup. Let's see this walkout and squat. I'm sure this is going to be just as easy as their opener. Gets that depth and clears it with ease.
Let's see what the judges say on that. It's a good lift. She got 1 red from the judge, probably on the depth. Maybe one of them saw something, but it was a successful lift. Next, we have Audrey Thompson coming up. Her first lift was successful at 135 kg, coming out at 142.5 for her second. Gets the walkout, waiting for the command.
And like an opener,
Made that
Audrey
look
Thompson,
easy. That
3
was
white
a
lights.
good lift.
Our last lift of
in the
squat
flight.
2. We still have one more set of squats for third attempt squats, but this is going to be our last one for squat number 2. Angela Spence coming out here at 190 kg.
That's a 10 kg bump from her first successful lift.
Here we go.
That 190 kg, we are looking at 418 pounds.
And yeah, it's going to look just like her opener. Easy lift.
Was incredible.
Well done, Angela.
Judges agree. Now we're jumping back to the top of flight B.
And if I am reading at it correctly, Angela has not competed since Raw Nationals 2024.
Wow.
So it seems like she has returned to the platform as strong as ever, and even in a lower weight class. We will see if she can PR today. As we enter into these third attempts, this is the most crucial lift, most important lift. I always like to say last lift, best lift.
We have Janice Smith. She was successful with her first, missed her second. Will she hit her third? She did go up in weight.
As you mentioned to me, these lifters can go up in weight even though they missed. With Janice, for example, I believe she will get this.
I agree. Her second was very solid.
Work hard, Janice. Let's see it.
She gets the command.
Gets lower than the second. We'll see what them judges say.
What the judges say.
And that's 2 to 1 good lift, and that is all you need, ladies and gentlemen. That is why the strategy involved in powerlifting is awesome, because you can go up weight even though you miss a lift, and you can get a good lift still.
That is great. Now we have Karen Wilson. She's been going up steady 5 kg. Started at 85, got 90, and now she's doing her last attempt at 95 in the Women's Raw Masters 2A division.
This is a personal best for Karen, a 5 kg. Let's see her walk it out and squat this. I know she can get this.
Let's see
Scrapes
what the
by.
judges say.
Let's see. Just a little bit high. And this is where nerves come on the playing field. Because she knew this 90 kilogram was her personal best and she achieved that on her second, she was probably a little nervous going into her third attempt, because she knows that's a new weight for her. She does not know if she goes too low, if she's going to hit that or not. Either way, she hit it. She can come back into a future meet and go for it.
Yeah, that was an amazing attempt. None of these athletes should be discouraged by these last attempts. That was incredible. Kristen here attempting 107.5 kg in the Women's Raw Masters 1A division. Nice walkout, waiting for the command. Gets the command. Nice.
Fights it up. And that is a good lift. Well done,
Very
Kristen.
good. Judges agree. That 107.5 kg.
Now Cody Amer coming out from Midland, Michigan. Am I reading this correctly? Yes, this is her first ever competition, and 250 is her personal best in gym. So she should be able to match this real quick. Let's go, Cody. Keep the brace, keep the focus. Gets it up.
Made
she
that
had
look
a lot.
easy.
Did she miss the rack command?
Unsuccessful.
Unfortunately, sometimes you get too much hype where you do not listen for them to say rack and to call you in, and that will give her no lift. Either way, that was very good call on her part. Very well executed.
So there's 3 commands.
For squat, you have the initial start command, and then rack. So 2 commands on squat. On bench, you will have a start command, a press command, and then a rack command. 3 on bench.
3 on bench, 2 on squat.
1 on deadlift. Ashley, let's see it. Missing her second, Comes back and gets the third attempt. Let's see what the referees say. Good
They
lift.
say it's good. Amazing. Next we have Melissa Cockrell. She started at 97.5, successful at 110 as well, coming out for her last attempt at 117.5 kg. Timer has started. That's one thing that these athletes do need to be aware of, is that time.
Here we go. Pay attention.
He's got the command.
And just like her
That
second,
was
very easy.
Nice. And the judges agree. Autumn's coming up with her last attempt at 122.5. She missed the 120 at her second attempt, went up 2.5 kg. Again, it's all about that strategy. I bet this was her timeline that she had laid out for this competition. So I am looking forward to seeing her push this up. The time is going, as
Autumn
you can see.
may not come out for this attempt. She may have scratched the attempt. And now this is a part of it as well, is behind the curtain, behind the scenes, there is a chance in, oh, she's coming out, okay, I'm staying correctly. 20 seconds on that clock though. We'll see it, Autumn, let's go.
She's got 9 seconds to hit this.
Well, 9 seconds to get the start command.
To get the start
she can get
command.
it after. She'll lock it out
Gotcha.
with 0 seconds on the clock. Stands up. Go, Autumn. Racks. And the judges still call her. And that is something that can be retrained. That is something that the lifter can work on over time, is confidence and getting out there and just smoking that lift.
Yeah, you'll see some of those athletes, they come out, they get under the bar, they walk out and squat within 20 seconds. Some take their time. We have Rachel up here. She missed her second at 115, jumped all the way to 122.5 kg. Waiting for the command. Gets the command.
Grinds it up. Let's see it, Rachel. That should be a good lift.
Judges agree it is a good lift.
Well executed lift, Rachel. Up next is Brenda Bowen for 127.5 kg.
That is 281 pounds, 127.5. Brenda's in the Women's Raw Masters 2A division, 50 to 54.
Achieves depth easily and locks it out.
That was
very good high bar
Judges
squat,
agree
Brenda.
that was great.
As we cross into that 300-pound range, Regan, for our final 5 lifters of Flight B, ending out squat number 3.
If you are in Flight C, you can hear my voice, you can see my face. You are not in the right place. Here we go, Reagan.
All right, she's getting ready. She's been a solid increase from her attempts, 120, 130, now attempting 140 on her third in the Women's Raw Open.
Reading her description, her personal best is 145 kg, so as long as she is confident in achieving depth, she should achieve this good lift. Let's see it, Regan. Like I stated, she had a little bit more in her.
That was good.
Well picked attempt for her and her coaching. Here Spencer comes with another 2.5 kg, 140 kilogram on that bar. Let's see it, Spencer.
No time.
Goes ATG. Good lift,
That was
Spencer.
great.
What
Good
a
lift.
fun lifter to watch. Some
That
of these
was-
guys are very fun to watch.
That was fun. What I like about Spencer is that he goes very low, gets the power, and pushes it right back
And
up.
still gets it back up. That's
Yes.
what makes it impressive, is
I
to
know
go
if I was to go that low, I would
that
be
low
stuck there.
and to get that back up, especially
Absolutely.
with 300, almost
That is
400
incredible.
pounds on his back.
We have Laura. She is here on her third attempt. Had 2 successful attempts at 137.5, 142.5, and then a 2.5 increase for her third attempt.
This is a very textbook lifter. She takes her time in her setup and gets that bar walked out properly so she can achieve good lift. And like I stated, taking her time on that platform, almost utilizing half the time out there just to get set.
Yeah.
And keeps fighting it through.
Great fight through.
Gets the rack command.
Oh, look at the smile on her face.
Wow.
Oh, unsuccessful. 2 red lights on there. Now, did you see anything on that one that could have caused that?
And it could be from the bar moving side to side. There could have been a downward motion in there from the judge's view, or it could have been depth when she rose back up.
Yeah, from our view, it looked like a great attempt, but those judges are there. They are watching the specifics. They see things that we are unable to see.
Audrey Thompson for 150 kg. Let's see it, Audrey. And yes, these are judges in the state of Michigan. They do not play no games. These could be the judges you would see at national level meets, and they will hold you to the standard. That is why Michigan is one of the best states to compete in. Let's see it, Audrey Thompson, 150 kg. With
Pushing it
ease, a little sticking point, but very, very smooth.
And it's a good lift.
Well done for Audrey. Let's see this third and final squat for Angela Spence. Her debut as a 75 kg in the Women's Raw Open.
200 kg, which is 440.75 pounds.
This is almost triple body weight at 10:13 in the morning.
That is
Way
incredible.
to start your morning, Angela. We are hearing it
Absolutely.
in the crowd. They are hyped for
They
her.
are excited. I
Bar
cannot
is
wait.
loaded, Angela. Let's get fired up for this. Oh, yes. Walks it out and gets set. Let's see it, Angela. Commit yourself. Achieves the depth and grinds it up.
pushing it up.
Keep going in rack. 3 white
That
lights.
was solid and
Like
a
she
great
never
attempt.
left before.
Good job.
Ending flight B in session 1 in squat 3
That was
with a
incredible.
441-pound squat in a 160-pound lifter.
That is amazing. Now we're at the top of flight C for our first attempts. We have Nicholas Altoff at 135.
We have Ray here. Welcome. Finally, you come and join us. I know you've been a stranger this whole time.
Well, I just, I got a lot of things I got to take care of, make sure everything's running good. Everything's going pretty good. Maybe we can scooch a little over so they can see.
Good lift for Nicholas.
Yeah, we're scooch over a little bit. Get Ray in here.
All right, there we go.
Ray with Power Belly Barbell. Shout out Power Belly Barbell. As I was just talking about Michigan State, the referees, Power Belly is one of the best hosts for USAPL Michigan. And if it weren't for Ray and Chloe, we would not have such successful meets ran in Michigan. So shout out Power Belly Barbell.
Absolutely.
We try our best, and as always, especially because like today, especially with live stream, we're doing some different things, right? We have the pitcher in the corner. We have you guys in the little corner. If you guys have any positives or even negatives, right, reach out to me personally, or even on the Power Belly Instagram or whatever, or leave a comment of things that you like and things that you don't like, because we are consistently trying to do better with everything we do, the live stream especially. I have some other plans for the live stream that I'd rather not say on here just in case, but I mean, my live stream guy knows what I'm working for. But we're gonna start with this next lifter here. I don't want to step on his time here, but
this is Luke with 165 kilograms. This is almost 365-pound opening squat attempt. Gets a good walkout. Let's see it, Luke. Nice and easy for Luke.
And the judges agreed.
I wish I could open at 2 times body weight. I mean, that would be an amazing squat for me to, just open with over 600 pounds.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
that would be great.
And as I was telling Justin earlier, some of these squats, even as these openers, are super, super impressive.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, like I was saying before, because I didn't want to step on his time, if there's any positive or negatives, especially on the live stream, either leave a comment on here. I guarantee you we will read it. We can actually see the comments right now on the side of the screen. So you can leave those, or even after, if you're watching it later, you can send us a message and let us know.
Yeah, we always want to make things better. An experience overall for the athletes, the watchers, the entire show.
Sean Brown with a nice walkout, 165, sinks it and cleans it up.
Let's see what the judges say.
Does he skip the rack command, though? So he did skip the rack command. He can come out for the second and third attempt and get the good lift. It was just a little bit of nerves.
Okay, there we go. The only bad thing I think right now is I think that this mic is picking up a lot of the excess noise because I don't have one of the fancy headsets that you guys have on.
Right.
But hopefully, because I got a message that maybe you couldn't hear me so well, so I'll just move a little closer to the mic, and hopefully the background noise isn't too bad necessarily. Okay, so we have the next lifter coming up here.
Jaden Van Acker starting at 167.5 in the men's raw junior division.
Replaced.
And as you'll see here, we have this third mic where Ray's sitting. We're hoping to get some athletes, some coaches, to get their experience and their take on what is happening throughout the event today. So we're excited to do that. If you guys have questions for these athletes, drop it in the chat. We'll make sure to get those answered in real time for you here.
Jaden with 5 seconds left on that clock. He gets the start command.
You just got to get the command.
369 pounds for an opener. That is a good
lift. Let's see what the judges say, and it is a good lift. He had one red there.
Yeah, and it was a blue light, so that I think that's more of a a command type technical issue.
Jumping
where the
command,
red.
yes.
I was going to get you a cheat sheet for what the different colors meant, but I forgot to do that.
As Justin was mentioning before, there are fractions you can get called on for squat, 1 being the depth and 2 being downward motion, and then the last would be on not following commands.
Yeah, there's 3 different colors. So if you see when you see the red light, so there's a I'll wait here and I'll tell you in just a second here.
170 kilogram for Dylan. Let's see it, Dylan. The nice narrow stance. Smooth like butter. That's a good lift.
And yes, very nice.
Yeah, that is an amazingly good looking lift for him. So if you notice in the very bottom by the lights, when they turn red, there's 3 different color options that it can be. It can either be red, yellow, or blue.
Okay.
I don't want to give you or anyone else incorrect information, but the different flag or color of that indicates what the infraction was for. I do know for a fact that red, one of the reasons for a red, colored flag is for depth.
Right.
And then there's yellow and blue. I'll get you the actual breakdown for that, especially before tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that way you can have that, and it's good information just for everybody to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I knew the red was typically for the depth.
Correct.
Blue is an infraction, so we'll definitely keep you updated on that throughout the day and going into tomorrow.
He's getting the replace command. So, on the replace command, I don't know if you guys went over that earlier. 2 out of the 3 judges need to approve the lift to start before it can go. So the head ref and then one of the other refs needs to give an approval for the lift before they get the squat command.
And they set their hand down.
Absolutely. It looked like you rushed that to me. I don't really see.
Yes, it's a little bit of nerves for Balaj, I believe his name is.
It almost looked like he started walking that in before he even stood up all the way.
I read it as his first competition, so this is just nerves for him.
Sure,
he will come back out and get it again.
One thing that, like, I didn't do it today when we did the rules meeting, but I often like to say that Simon Says is the most important part of powerlifting, and that, you know, a good practice for powerlifting meet is just to play some Simon Says. You know, you don't squat till Simon says to squat.
Follow instruction. That is how you get the medals. That is how you get paid.
We have Philip Schaefer up here in the men's Raw Junior division, starting his squat at 185.
Scrapes by, gets that.
Yeah, I didn't want to like prematurely say, but that was definitely like a depth from what I could see.
And with what me and Justin has been dealing with earlier, with the front view, you can barely tell. A lot of these lifts are good on our end, but if we do not know how they look on that side,
why we are
or
not
in
judges.
person.
Well, and here's the thing, is like a multiply guy myself. I mean, no one likes to argue the angles game more than a multiply lifter, but from the front, depth is very difficult to call. And that's why I like, for a lot of reasons. Oh wait, you're just here real quickly.
We have Jacob O'Hara starting at 187.5. I love the bandana.
Very stylish, as I mentioned earlier. I love the customization, and that was an amazing lift.
We're on openers, and that's almost 100 kilos over his body weight.
In these openers, I don't want to spoil
100
anything,
kilos,
but
and it's
we are going to see a 500-pound opener.
So there's 2.2 whatever pounds, per kilo, and he's 100 kilos over his body weight for his first attempt.
That is amazing.
And I like to think that you should be able to do your first attempt like maybe 3 times. You know what I mean? You should be able to do it for 3 on maybe a bad day.
Wow. Now we have William here, starting out at 187.5.
Gets that depth and stands up with it, William. That is
he looked very confident in that. I'll be curious to see. It looked like there was a red light, or maybe that was just, I don't know. I don't really see that.
That was one red light on the side.
Okay, that's what it looked like to me. I'd be curious to know what that was for, but
as you mentioned, you really don't know unless you're in that best seat in the house.
Oh, for sure. And they position themselves in a way to see what they need to see. And I do know for a fact that the 3 judges that we have on the platform today are excellent judges.
Absolutely.
And here's the thing, is that we try to make sure that we hold everyone to the standard always, because we don't want someone to get a lift and then go to like maybe a bigger meet or go to our state meet that we run, where we have some like national referees that are definitely on their game. We don't want someone to get surprised.
Right, absolutely. You got to hold them to the standard for each competition. That way they know what to expect in those bigger ones.
Absolutely. You want to set people up for success, not for failure.
Ethan's coming out at 205 kg. This is 451 pounds.
Buries in, stands up real quick.
He made that look easy for an opener.
Yeah, that definitely looked like a great lift to me.
That was great.
Yeah, but I mean, even like, so the head referee that we have today, Bryn, actually competed in primetime, as well as Zach also competed and won primetime.
Amazing.
And this was a competition back in November of 2025, where Bryn is in the state, or the top judge referee, so she is the one giving these commands. And her being a competitor herself, she knows how the bar feels on her back, how it's going to feel in their hands for bench and for deadlift. So it is great.
We have Swoosh up here at 205 kg.
It is not only great to have high-level referees that know what they're doing, but it is even better to have people who are competitors in the sport and know how it feels to be out on that platform with that much weight.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, all 3 referees that we have on the platform right now are actively competing.
Yes, they are.
So, and not only that, like the one on the one side, Nate, he's actually like a coach. You know what I mean? And he has, sometimes he can't ref for us because he has coaches, or he has, clients that, are competing at our meets. Right. So he's unable to ref because, you can't do both, right?
And those are the ones that make the best judges, the ones that are in it, living it, and doing it every day.
And the thing is like, he's willing to be honest with his clients, you know what I mean, kind of thing.
Right.
To be like, hey, listen, I would give you a red light for that.
Mattis coming up, an 82.5 kg lifter out of Relentless Pursuit, opening with over 500 pounds. Let's see it. with a good walkout, great hair, and even a better stance. Let's sink this depth, Mattis.
Gets the command.
A nice wide stance, clears it up, rags it, and that is a good lift, only with a blue card.
He's got that nice, like, wide, stable stance, which is more of like, you know, as a bigger man, like, that's more the stance that I prefer, is more of the wide, like, almost like, how wide can you possibly squat? You know what I mean? Just to try to, you know, cheat the rules as much as you possibly can, kind of thing. But hey, I'm gonna let you guys go. We're gonna be, when we get to the bottom of this flight, we're gonna have the break.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna see if maybe during that break, if we can get you guys somebody to chat with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe Angela.
Okay, yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Perfect.
All right.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thanks for
Ray.
joining us, Ray.
Yeah, for sure. You want to go ahead and mute me?
Yep.
Yeah, come back for bench as well.
All right, now we're
Back to the
up top.
top of the flight for Nicholas. Yeah, we need him to come back. Ray is amazing at explaining these rules for you guys.
He's the one that brought me into this sport, and I couldn't be more thankful. Let's see what the judges say. Good attempt at 140 kg.
And yeah, as we are entering in this flight C, squat number 2, these lifts are going to get extraordinary heavy. A lot of these lifts are going to be over that 400-pound range.
All right, next we have Luke coming up at 147.5. Gets the command.
Grinds it up. Well done, Luke. Let's see the call is good lift.
Judges. Oh, looked like he got 2 lights on that one.
And yeah, we do not know what that call was for Luke, but he does have a third attempt. He can come back out and re-attempt that weight, which he put in the same weight for.
Yep, he'll be attempting the same weight on his third attempt. Next we have Luke Sherlitz. He jumped up from 165 to 175.
This is nice 3 clean red plates on each side of that bar. This is an awesome squat. Let's see it, Luke. Get set. And the start command, we will see it. Achieves depth, easily clears it. We're going to see him go over 400 pounds today.
And the judges do not agree. They saw something that we didn't. From our vantage point, it looked like a great lift, but he must have got called there on the depth.
And sometimes it is, you just get that nerves that it is a heavy weight and you do not want to go too low. Sean Brown missing his first attempt, choosing to go up another 10 kg or 22 pounds. He is amped to go and squat this. Without even saying bars loaded, he's getting ready to go on that platform. Let's see it, Sean. And he cleared his first one. He is just need to listen to that rack command. He is very excited, I can tell.
Absolutely.
Gets a replace command with 33 seconds left. Let's see it, Sean. You got this.
All right. Sean's in the men's raw open division. Again, missed his first at 165, attempting 175 kg on his second.
Going again at 175, walking it out, getting that command, and sinking it. Rise up, Sean. Listen to the command.
Gets the rack command.
And like Ray was saying earlier about playing Simon Says, listening to the commands is going to be the thing that gets you that medal at the end of the day. Is these dudes do not get paid unless they listen to that referee and play their cards correctly. With even him going up that 22 pounds, if he did not miss that weight, you cannot go back down in weight. It does not matter if you did not get that weight. So that's the strategy involved in building this total. There's a lot more involved in it than just good or bad lift.
All right, we have Dylan up here. This is his second attempt, going at 177.5. He's in the men's raw junior division.
Jumping to 7.5 kg. This should be a good lift for Dylan. Clears the depth like I remember. Very narrow stance, but it's textbook. And
Let's
gets
see what
the
the
rack.
judges say.
And that is well executed.
Good.
You love to see a narrow stance squatter bury that depth. It is just awesome to watch him grind it out.
Next up, we have Jaden Van Acker. He is going for 182.5 kg.
Which crosses that 400-pound threshold. All these lifts in the squat 2 for the rest of squat 2 is above 400 pounds. These are super impressive lifts, ladies and gentlemen.
This is incredible. And again, we have to give a shout out to this team, the spotters, the rackers, everyone that's here to help out. We couldn't put this together without them. Jaden's in that men's raw junior division, 20 to 23, coming out for 182.5. He's taking the time, clock's running.
Might have been psyching himself up because this is a 15 kilogram jump, 33-pound jump. Let's see it, Jaden. Get this depth and grind it up. Let's go. Well done.
He's pushing through.
Racks it. He
Let's see what
should.
the judges say. It
Clear
is
3
good.
white lights. Very good attempt for Jaden.
That was
way
incredible.
to amp yourself up and get that 400-pound squat.
Philip Schaefer coming up next, going at 185. Missed it on his first attempt. I can't recall what it was on this one, if it was the wobbling. We'll definitely make sure we watch it. He's taking the time to get ready. Walks out. Gets the squat command.
Buries it.
Made
Let's
it
see
look
what the referees
easy.
say.
It's good. He got one red light, but that is a good lift.
And all you need is 2 white lights for good lift, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you get away with it, even if it shouldn't be a good lift. I have been there before.
Yeah?
Yes.
Next, we have William Kowalczyk coming up. Started at 187.5, took a jump to 195.
Yes, William, let's see if he can clear this and enter in that 200 kg squat range for his third attempt. Let's see it, William.
Looking strong for that command.
Clears it with
That
ease.
looks amazing.
And
What
we
did the
are going to
judges
see
say?
if he goes above that 200 kg range.
Judges
for his third
agree that
attempt.
was a good lift. We're going to see some heavy lifts coming at the bottom of this in the third flight, or the third attempt. We have Jacob O'Hara coming up. Went from 187.5 to 197.5.
And back to bringing William into the discussion, he
Yeah.
entered in 202.5 kg, so he is going above 200 kg. This is going to be
That
epic to watch.
202.5 would be 446 pounds.
Jacob O'Hara with 197.5. Let's see it, Jacob. Sinks the depth and fights it up. We're going to see him fight that third attempt, but I
incredible.
believe he's got more in him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bolaj, we need to see this second attempt with a 15 kg increase or 33-pound increase. With no good lift on that first attempt, we want him to see this. We need him to get on this board.
So 200 kg, that's where we're at, 440.75 pounds.
Walking out on the platform with confidence. Let's see it.
Let's go, Balaj. He's getting comfortable. Walks out. Gets the squat command.
Taking his time, making sure he achieves depth, and this should be a good lift. Well done,
Judges agree
Blige.
that is a
Way
great
to get on that board.
lift.
Up next is Ethan with 215 kilogram. That's an 82.5 kg.
Ethan was successful with his first attempt at 205. Took a 10 kg jump in the men's raw open division. He comes out, he's got the knee sleeves on, he's got the belt, the wraps. That was a nice lift off. He's got it right where he wants it, right on his back, waiting for the command.
Let's see it, Ethan. Fights it up.
Let's see what the judges say. That's a good lift.
Second to last lifter for squat 2, flight C.
Swuchunda Stresta, let's go.
217.5 kg.
He was good at 205 on his first.
This is just below 480 pounds. This is a massive squat.
This is incredible.
Very quick at it too. Good walkout. Embraced already. Let's see it. Gets the depth and blows it through the roof. He's going to squat maybe over 500 pounds today.
Judges say it was great. We are getting up into some heavy weights here.
Mattis Elston, almost 550 pounds here. We have 540 loaded on that bar for him as a second attempt. You can only imagine what he's going to load for this third attempt. We might see over 570 pounds.
That would be incredible.
Mattis Elston, with what I remember, he had a wide stance. Majority of the effort just takes it getting out of this rack and getting in that stance so he's in proper position to sink this and clear it through the roof. Just like the opener. Let's see it, Mattis. Gets the start command, and we want to see this depth with the wide stance. Clears it up with ease. Let's see what he loads for this third attempt. I don't think whatever he loads, he's going to fail. I think he's on today. Well done, Mattis Elston. Very good name, even better hair.
Now we're back up to the top of flight C for their third attempts at the squat. Now we're going to see the athletes push in the limits. Nicholas Althoff coming at 142.5 kg. If I look at my cheat sheet here, that is 314 pounds. All right, here he comes. This is in the men's raw open division at 142.5 kg.
Well done on our spotters and loaders getting him back up. It was only a 2.5 kg jump from his second attempt, so not much missed across the table for that lifter, Nicholas. He's going to come out on bench and go 3 for 3.
Next up, we have Luke. He's reattempting that 147.5 that he was unsuccessful on his first attempt at that weight.
And Luke, being in men's raw Team 3, He is a new lifter. This is just getting experience, and him coming out and reattempting a weight that they did not give him a good lift is well disciplined on his part. A lot of these lifters want to use their emotions and go up on weight, even though they didn't clear the weight. This takes a lot out of a lifter to do, staying disciplined and choosing that same weight. Let's see it, Luke. Gets the command and achieves depth. Let's wait for the command. And good discipline for Luke.
Nice.
He got on that board.
And that's got to feel
kg.
good for an athlete, too. Missing it, coming out, hitting the same weight, and being successful on it.
And it is necessary almost inevitably if you want to have a great meet, because you have a bench press to do and a deadlift. This whole missing a lift can screw your mindset for the rest of the day and make you perform poorly. But it can also do the opposite and make you excel at your bench and your deadlift. You want to do very, very well on your squat.
We have Sean Brown coming up. He is attempting 180 kg. Missed the first attempt at 165. Successful at 175. I think they'll get it.
Sean Brown, a very amped lifter, came out on the platform early without even seeing bars loaded for squat 2. Let's see him squat this 180 kg. He did get the re-rack command for his second, so I want to see him just get the start command for this one. And he should clear it. Sean Brown getting that start command. And fights it, but the spotters and loaders get him up. Thank goodness for them. And that is only a 5 kg miss, so it is not much for him. He is still on the board, and that is what matters.
Absolutely.
Luke Scherlitz coming up next at 180 kg, and this is just as what I had mentioned earlier of someone missing their second attempt and choosing to go up. So we will see him if he gets this or not.
Luke's competing in the men's Raw junior division, 20 to 23. Again, started at that 165, missed the 175, took the 10 kg jump to 185.
With a good walkout and a good brace, let's see it, Luke. Let's get a little bit lower than that second and stand up with it. Gets depth, stands up with it. We'll see what the judges say and the center referee. Center referee said it was bad, just like the second, but all you need is 2 good white lights in the sport, and that is what you need. That is the risk involved in going up, but it obviously paid dividends for him.
Definitely paid off. Next we have Dylan. He has been successful all morning on both of his attempts. Went up 170, 177. Now he's went up 185 for his third in the men's Raw junior division.
Right, and as you say, with his first and second attempt being good, the third attempt matters the most for that total. If he really wants to build this total, he needs this lift. The 7.5 kg will boost him into going into bench and deadlift. Very, very motivated. Dylan with the narrow stance. We're going to see him grind this up. This is a 400-pound squat. Gets that depth and fights it up. Keep going. Gets bent over. And yes, this is where we see that narrow squat kind of fold you over like a good morning. As these lifters go on throughout the day, you don't realize how much fatigue your body goes through walking that weight out and then hitting that depth and having to fight it up. Because sometimes you just lose that stretch reflex and reactiveness out of the hole, especially with it being so early in the morning.
All right, and then we just got word on what the lights mean. In the squat, when there is a red light, that is most typically on the depth. Blue light could be for soft knees, downward movement, or a double bounce. What would be a double bounce? Is that when you get there and you kind of rock up twice?
Yes.
Okay, when you're at the bottom. And then a yellow light would be for anything else, such as missing a command.
And I don't want to cut you over these rules, but Jaden Van Acker with a 187.5 third attempt squat. He was very confident in his second attempt when he walked it out. We're going to need a good pick and a good walkout for this squat. Let's go, Jaden Van Acker. All eyes on him. Let's go 3 for 3. And just loses that brace at the bottom. And sometimes you just get a little too nervous, especially when it comes to these third attempt squats. You know it is a lot of weight, and you know that it is not, or it is relentless on you.
All right, Williams coming out in the men's Raw Team 3 division. Started at 187.5, going 195, and going to finish here with 202.5. We are looking at 451.75 pounds, so we're over that 450 mark.
And yet to see a lifter go 3 for 3 on squat in Flight C, so we really want to see Williams stand up with this and allow the rest of the flight to go successful. William with the good walkout. Let's see the start command and that depth being achieved. Fights it up. Wait for the command, William. Let's get that bar in. And
the
going
say
3 for 3 on squat. Our first in Flight C to go 3 for 3. That is awesome.
He was solid on all those.
And with that being said, how the lifter in front of you goes out on that platform, you almost replicate it with the following lifters. You will see this with these last following 6 lifters. I would imagine all of these dudes come out here and smoke these lifts, as William just did.
Next, we have Jacob O'Hara with a 205 attempt.
You know Jacob means business, especially with his bandana. This
Absolutely.
is a clean lifter. You love to see it. Let's go 205 for Jacob, third attempt. Commits to it and gets that depth. Fights, keeps going, and like I spoke about with William, goes 3 for 3.
That was incredible.
Squat. That is the way, and that is how you build a total, ladies and gentlemen. 207 kg for Philip Schaefer coming up. He is forecasted first in that 82.5 kg Raw Junior.
That 207, we are hitting 457. They are coming out meaning business. Philip missed his first, got his second.
A huge jump. It is going to take a lot out of him to unrack this and walk it out, but I believe he gets set in position. He will be able to clear this.
Absolutely.
With a strong pick and an even better walkout. Let's commit ourselves, Philip. Let's go. To stay in first, gets that depth, fights it up, and stands up.
Is textbook.
We are going to see the last 4 lifters come out here and probably smoke these lifts.
That
we have
amazing.
Very good momentum with these last couple of lifters.
We have Balaj coming out, 217.5 kg, 479 pounds.
Now, Balaj is one of these lifters who missed their opener and chose to go up either way for his second attempt. That takes a lot of confidence out of you. And for him to even jump another 2.5 kg more than what he jumped from his first to his second attempt is even more impressive. Let's see a Balaj, third attempt. And it is about getting set into position and just being committed to it. This takes so much discipline out of you. And let's see him achieve this depth and fight it up. Misses out of the hole about 2 to 4 inches, but
we're thankful those spotters are there.
Yeah, thank goodness for those spotters. But whether he wants to accept it or not, he's got on the board, and that is all that matters. That's all you need for a powerlifting meet is one good lift out of in the 3 disciplines.
Next up, we have Ethan Winarski.
Ethan Winarski at 220 kg or 445 pounds. This is a massive squat. One can imagine how he feels stepping onto this platform for his third attempt lift. Plus 5 kg from the second attempt. All he has to do is remain disciplined and replicate what he had done on his second and fight through the sticking point. gets a good pick and walks it out. Let's see the judges give him that start command and him sink this depth. Fights it up.
And he just not get it.
Grabs him, gets him in. That is okay. It is almost 500 pounds at 11 o'clock in the morning.
And he had that good attempt at 215. Next, we have Swoosh coming up with 227.5.
227.5. This is going to cross over 500 pounds.
227?
227 is just below 500.
Nope, it's 501.
500 pounds. I stand corrected. I should have stuck to my gut.
Yeah,
this is a huge
500 pounds.
squat.
And Swoosh has been solid all morning in both of his attempts.
Swoosh just has to come out here and be confident in his ability. You have got this. You loaded it on the bar. It is up to you to lift this weight. Ain't nobody can take it away from you once you've done that.
He went right into it. This is incredible.
A very quick lifter. Gets the start command. Fights it up.
Solid.
Wait for the rack command. Let's go.
What did the judges say?
That is
yes.
a 500-pound squat.
That
very
was
impressive.
Very impressive. Wow.
And like you said, he is having an excellent day. He is going to carry it into bench, and only time will tell what he puts on for that deadlift.
He is one to watch throughout the rest of the day. He is coming off this first event. I cannot wait to watch him the rest of them.
A very exciting lifter coming up next is Mattis Elston at 252.5 kg, or roughly 555 pounds. This is closer to 600 pounds than 500 pounds. Our last lift for squat today. We need some hype behind this. Let's go, Mattis.
Let's go, Mattis.
And get set, get in position. The walkout is going to be his hardest part. Getting that wide stance squat, and you can stand up with this, Mattis.
There we
Let's go.
Gets the command.
And all it is about is being committed and disciplined. With him getting the rack command, this is going to be interesting to see if he can walk this out a second time.
That's going to take a lot out of you.
A lot of energy, but it almost can bluff your mind in thinking you're not going to get it. But it's all about confidence in the discipline in here. These lifters has known how much effort and preparation they put into this. And he needs to stick to what he knows and stand up with this. And sometimes that is that you get in your head and you just know how much weight that is. That's closer to 600 pounds than it is 500. And that is extremely impressive just to even attempt and stand up twice with it.
And we've had a successful morning here on these squats. Now we're going to switch over to the bench. We're going to take a few minutes, maybe take a timeout, get something to eat, and take a break here. Maybe we'll get some people to interview. Thank you for sticking with here in the live stream.
Yeah, okay.
All right,
yeah, thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We are moving on to bench press back in flight A in roughly 10 minutes or 11:05. Thank you for watching.
All right, we will be back. All right, I'm here with Ray Vandermeij.
Yep.
So, Ray, you and I were talking just a minute ago, and we were talking about, I've been lifting quite heavily for a little bit, and then the next week I feel super weak. What's something that could be causing that?
I mean, it can just be general fatigue, just overall. I mean, especially if you're lifting heavier or different than like what you're used to on like a normal basis, it can cause that sort of thing, And it's just the more that you do it, I mean, it just helps out just overall to where that you just don't necessarily get that. Or you could have just overstrained yourself and your CNS could just be fried. I mean, I know that has definitely happened to me in the past. And there's different, there's different like theories and stuff on like how to train.
Right.
Like I'm more of the max effort, like kind of like a West Side barbell, like kind of area of doing it, to where you do like a max effort like every week, twice a week, and then you do like dynamic. I know a lot of athletes don't do it that way. You know what I mean? And
well, I've only been training for about maybe a year and a half to 2 years. So I started getting up to that weight where I was comfortable.
Right.
And then I would do the weight I was good at for about 10 to 12 reps.
For sure.
Then I just switched to heavier weights, but lower reps.
Yeah, like 3 to 5.
Yeah, so about 3 to 5.
Yeah.
And I've only been doing that for about 2 or 3 weeks. And I think that's what's causing this.
Oh, for sure. It's just CNS strain is would be my general guess.
Okay.
I'm not a doctor or anything. But,
Right. Yeah, we're just talking generally.
You will know that. So, yeah, but yeah, and I'm actually really happy to have you here. You know what I mean? Because this is your second meet that you've done with us, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think everything's been going great. I mean, I haven't heard anyone complain. Yeah, comfort is a killer in powerlifting.
It is.
Yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. But I think it's your goals too. Like my goal is not to lift the most.
Sure.
I want to look good and be able to, lift the weights.
Absolutely.
But then you get to the point where, okay, I'm doing the same way over and over and over.
Yep.
So I need to adjust because going to the gym kind of gets boring after a while.
Yeah, you have to, and kind of going off of what they had said about, comfort is a killer. You have to be, comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yes.
So like I had mentioned before, to where, I haven't honestly been training super seriously lately. I've been, a little busy.
With these events.
Little busy. Not an excuse. I don't like excuses. I think excuses are BS.
Right.
But, I could do better. I just haven't. But, with more like the West Side, like max effort movement is that, would you rather weird things? You know what I mean? With bars, with different bars, different bands, chains, just weird things.
Right.
I don't believe in the whole confusing the muscle necessarily, kind of stuff.
Shocking them and scaring them.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, ooh, they're scared. Not necessarily that so much, but just something different. And like I said, I know a lot of people don't train that way, and that's fine.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was just something that I like because, like you said, it doesn't get boring. You know what I mean? Do I think that everyone, should do, max rep the 3 of, banded seated good mornings? No. Right? Have I done, a 3 rep max of banded seated good mornings with an SSB? Yes. Did I think I was going to die? Also, yes. Right? Do I think that everyone should do that? No. Right? But, it's something different, and it's not like,
And sometimes you got to push your own limits.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
Even that 5-pound increase.
Right.
I feel so incredible. I'm like, yes, I jumped 5. So that's,
Yeah, conjugate does train the weakness, like you said there. It's not, it's about being strong, not just in the 3 lift, just being just strong just in general. And kind of, going back to you, I know that you've had a rather interesting journey in the last few years in like your personal, like we'll just say like fitness lifestyle. If you want to maybe, while we have time, just talk about like the different kind of training and the events that you've been to recently.
Yeah, so, I started my health journey about two and a half years ago. Had some, surgeries to help with losing the weight, which I am very open about.
Sure.
Because it really helped kick the lifestyle off that I was not doing.
Yeah.
And then I got into fitness, started doing some boxing and kickboxing, and I was very active in that, doing very cardio heavy stuff for about a year and a half, 2 years. Got into some jiu-jitsu, which has been a whole lifestyle change. And then my girlfriend now has been lifting weights. Yeah. And then her and I are doing that. We lift 4 times a week.
Absolutely.
So it's our time in the gym. We have a set schedule. Yeah. And she pushes me.
For sure.
We lift heavy together. She lifts almost as much as I do.
Well, you need to work on that.
I know. But she really pushes me. And we do it together because it's our time. And it is incredible. We both are getting stronger. But then at the same time, we are both feeling the same weakness at the same time because we did make that switch from lifting comfortably
Sure.
to going heavier with lower reps. So we're enjoying the journey, because that's what it is. It's a health journey. You know, we might be. Oh, we got some things going.
Can what go up? The TV over there? Yeah.
Oh, we're just trying to make sure that we have some things here. I think the crowd wants to see the screens over there. But yeah, you know, it's always a journey, because, you know, if it's fitness, you got to be watching your food intake.
Yep.
And then if your food isn't right, then you feel, you know.
Hey, look, I mean, if anything, right? I mean, you can't outwork, you know, a horrible diet. And I am a shining example, you know, of that. You know, as someone that, you know, and like I said, I don't like excuses. You know what I mean?
Yep.
But, you know, I am a truck driver at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So it does make more challenges, you know, and I've made it work in the past. I just haven't been very great at,
you
know,
have to be
recently.
very conscious of it. Like meal prepping.
Sure.
I'm sure a ton of athletes meal prep.
Yeah, and like when I'm really good at meal prepping, I like to utilize like a Blackstone.
Okay.
And so I'll cook. I kind of like more of like the Stan Efferding's like vertical diet, you know, to where it's basically ground beef, you know, peppers, rice, and there's other few things. But man, I can eat ground beef and rice, you know.
I think they call that man kibble now.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
well,
it's a man kibble.
I am a man kibble fan. If that is the case,
and that's what I'm going to. You know, I want you know the yogurt in the morning with protein powder.
Sure.
I like my protein shakes.
Yeah.
And then just give me the ground beef, the rice, and the mixed veggies.
Yeah,
and then a sensible dinner.
I went a few years of not necessarily exclusively, but very heavily, you know, eating ground beef, rice, you know, at least a couple times a day.
Yeah.
And I never got sick of it like one time.
No, I'm the same way. I could eat the same thing over and over.
Now, there's something about chicken. I do get sick of chicken. I have to change the chicken up. You know, I can't do, you know, chicken breast. I can do chicken thighs a decent amount.
Okay.
You know, I gotta I gotta have like some Thai ones or some barbecue ones, or I gotta switch that up quite a bit. But you know, I mean, some people are able to do the chicken, broccoli, and rice
every day.
Yeah. I don't want it that bad.
No, but
you know,
I just want to say, Ray, thank you for having me out here. You are putting on an incredible event.
Hey, listen, like I said, I try to make sure that we stay humble, but you know, we definitely try our best to do what we can.
Absolutely, and we want to make sure that we're giving, you know, the audience here, the fans, that's just giving them the whole experience.
Yeah, for sure. You know, and you know, on this mic, it looks like you can hear quite a bit of the background noise a little bit, and I do have a crowd mic set up, but it doesn't seem like we've really had to have that one on at all for them to be able to hear. I had it set up just in case, but
yeah, we had it on for the national anthem, I believe, but you know, these mics are picking up a little. We'll try to do some adjusting, but
yeah, I think it's more this mic than like the broadcast headsets that you guys have.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, we might have some interviews coming up later today. So
yeah,
we'll
I think we got one set up for later. It looks like our 10-minute timer is up, because I don't see that timer running anymore. So we should be starting here with the first bench here real shortly.
Perfect. All right, well, we will just kind of take a quick break until that bench gets ready, and then once...
I think, like I said, the timer's up, and so they just started the timer for it.
Here we go.
So I think we got to get Ian to switch us over so we can actually see what's going on here.
Absolutely. We're going to start up with our
there we go.
First flight of benches.
There we go.
Emma Kane coming up, Women's Raw Open with a 40 kg opener.
Awesome. So, and I don't know if you can hear it necessarily, or if they can hear it. I actually have my head judge mic'd, so I have their commands going over the loud system.
Perfect.
Because I've had issues in the past to where, especially let's say on bench, to where the lifters could say, because it gets loud, you know what I mean, between the music and the crowd and everything, you know, they can't hear the commands. So I actually, you know, put like an NFL like referee mic on them with like a little hit pack or whatever.
Yeah, and like you were saying, it's almost Simon Says.
Correct.
The refs are going to give them 3 commands for the bench.
Correct.
What are those commands?
So it is start, press, and rack. And, you know, they have to follow all 3 of those. They can't rush any of them, you know. Oop. There we go. And I can hear it in my headset. Hopefully they can hear it
I'm
as
able
well.
to hear it too, so I'm hoping the crowd can hear it. If you can let us know if you can hear it in the chat.
If not, I can turn it up a little bit on the crowd mic so you guys can hear those a little better.
Because those commands are so important.
They really are. is that, and then actually, it looks like Zach wants to get back in here. I'm gonna go check on a couple things. Well, you want to go ahead and mute this one?
Yep, and then we'll get Zach back in here once he's ready. I appreciate it. All right, now we're back with Zach.
Back for bench press. Gets it off her chest.
All right, yeah, we're hearing in the chat that they can hear those commands, which we were just talking about are so important. Now, Zach, when that bench, can you come down and put the bar on your chest? Is that or do you have to hold it off your chest?
So for bench press, there is going to be two techniques majority lifters use. Is they will soft touch it or almost pause it gently on their chest, or they will take that bar and sink and wait for that start command.
Okay.
There is two different responses from that center referee, though. The bar has to be motionless for the press command to be given. And you will see in this lift from Nicole West, 45 kilogram. She's going to pull that bar down to her chest, motionless, get the press command, and it looked like she did a soft touch.
And that was super clean. That is what we want to see from all the competitors today. That was amazing.
And it is up to the lifter to determine the style or technique that they choose, whichever is most comfortable for the lifter. Like I was mentioning on squat, all these lifters are built differently. They do not have the same limb lengths or mentality with going into these lifts. So it takes a lot of technique and just overall discipline, especially for this bench press.
Now we have Sophia Clayton in the Women's Raw Open, opening at 50 kg. Now, Sophia had an arch. What is the legalities or the rules about arching on the bench press? What has to happen?
A lot of people do call it an arch. What I would refer to it as is overall body language, and more importantly, the posture of the athlete. Is when you approach that bar, you are putting your body into the most optimal position for you to lift the heaviest amount of weight. And for some of people, they cannot what would be referred to as an arch or raising of the chest. A lot of people have to keep their spine neutral position or a flat back, referring to no arch, and they still get to bench it, but it's up to the lifter to determine this.
Yeah, I would say I'm a flat backer.
A flat back is the way to go. That is pure power, and that is what's going to get you PRs in building your competition bench press. And when it does come down to competing and getting these new numbers, yeah, maybe you require an arch and a little less range of motion. But at the end of the day, it is weightlifting. And when you touch that chest and get that bar up, ain't nobody can take it away from you that you did that. And that is what makes powerlifting powerlifting. It is a brutally honest sport. Rachel Petty with 57.5 kilogram. Another thing you will notice in these bench presses is if these lifters use the wrist wrap added equipment or not to keep their wrist straight or neutral position.
Okay. Next up, we have Zoe Bergen starting at 57.5. That 57.5 is 126.75 pounds in the Women's Raw Junior division. No good.
Must
that is
have jumped a command.
3 reds.
And bench press is the lift with the most commands. As referring to earlier, there are 3 commands for bench press: a overall start command, a press command, and a rack command,
and then
which you have to follow.
In the bench, we're also going to see those light and the different colors too. So for the red, it's not lowering the bar to the chest. A blue could be soft elbows or downward movement. and the yellow could be everything else. So if you see those different colored lights, those are what it could be.
Same weight for Denise. Maxine Garza. Presses it with ease with a soft touch bench press.
And that is good by the judges.
A lot more goes into bench press than one thinks. It is most definitely the most technical lift out of the three, meaning you can get called for the most flags. So they can be looking at your feet, they can be looking at your butt, they can be looking at if the bar has downward motion or slowing, and all of it. Locking of an elbow or unlocking of the elbow mid-lift.
Now, what are the rules with your feet? Do they just
with your feet? They want your feet flat on the floor, no movement at all.
On the floor.
If your feet pick up, that is a domination or a red card. Wendy Clow, good lift, same weight as before. Going up to 60 kg, Helena Wernet.
Hips, back, tries, shoulders, chest. Yes. Thank you for being in that chat today because it is definitely helping. I'm glad you guys can hear the commands as well. Got a replace command. Now, typically, what would be a replace command for the bench? What's something that they could see? Maybe they put it out and it was wobbly.
A replace command for the bench would be not locking of the elbows.
Okay.
Or lowering, keeping the butt down, or like I said, with her feet. And as you can see, those elbows are locked. She gets the commands, pays attention, and grinds up.
And those judges are watching everything. That is a good lift. Next, we have Audrey Brancho coming out for 60 kg.
Or same weight, 132 pounds on that bar.
This is in the Women's Raw Open division.
Fights through the sticking point, locks it out, but gets called. Side referees call probably for that downward motion.
Okay, now when you're pressing up and you get a little wobble, would that be a good lift or a bad lift? Do they give you a little leeway in that?
You can fight the lift and have a little bit of leeway. If that bar comes down on one side, and then they'll call for that.
So that's what we're going to be watching.
So yeah, that's what I mean with what I said before with bench being the most technical lift is you will come down to that third attempt lift and you will see majority of lifters miss their lift. It is the most missed lift in all of powerlifting statistically through every lifter.
Now we have Lauren Staley, 72.5.
A textbook lift for Lauren, utilizing her wrist wraps.
Perfect.
And gets that weight up. Emma Kane with 72.5. This is over her body weight.
Yeah, we couldn't put on these competitions without this incredible crew, our meet directors. I cannot continue to thank everybody that's here to make this run as smoothly as it's been.
Yes, shout out Ray, shout out Chloe, shout out the spotters and loaders. Even the one lifting off for these lifters.
All right, this is Emma's second attempt. She jumped up 2.5 kg.
Fights it up, and we are good. Lift. Back to the top of the flight for flight A. 50 kilogram for Chelsea, second attempt lift. And these benches are all about adding small kilogram jumps, just adding to that total.
I was going to say, you're probably not going to see the same big jumps that we saw in the squat on the bench.
As we were talking about before with the squat, the bench is a completely different lift. It is majority upper body for your lifting, so you are not going to be able to add that much more weight onto that bar unless you carry a lot of upper body mass.
Chelsea Lai here in the Women's Raw Team 2 division.
Gets the start. Press command, fights it up, good lift. And you love to see the lifters, if they choose to use a wrist wrap or not. Some of that stuff can take away from energy, just expenditure of overall putting that wrist wrap on before you go out there.
Right. Now we have Deborah Postiff in the Women's Raw Masters 1A. Now this is a big jump. That's a 10 kg jump from 42 to 52.5.
And it is. It makes you question, okay, let's see this now. From Deborah, you have to have a lot of confidence from doing a 22 kilogram jump on bench press. And this is where we see it, is these calls, they are going to show on that platform whether you want your ego involved in it or not. How you feel about these weights does not matter. It is up to you to lift them, but it's on you if you miss them too. Well, she will have a third attempt bench to come out here and re-attempt that and see if she can grind through that sticking point.
Nicole West attempting the same weight, that 52.5. Again, she went up from 45 kg to 52.5. Gets the commands.
As you can see, gets the lift up, racks it with no lift from the side referees. You can see when she took that bar down, it was not motionless for 1 second. That is what cost her on that rise and made her get no lift.
Yeah,
sometimes
these judges, they're watching everything.
And you have to sell it when you're out on that platform. You do only have 1 minute, and they are looking at you every second of that minute. You really have to be confident, especially when it comes to second and third attempts.
Now we have Sophia Clayton jumped up 5 kg with her first successful at 50. She's getting ready.
Fights it up easy for Sophia. We should see her challenge
Judges
60
agree.
kilogram.
All right.
Well, we have celebrity guest Marlon Outley. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great. Good morning.
Good morning.
Almost good afternoon.
Yes, I don't think it's 12 o'clock yet. So
Not yet.
It's still morning time.
But we are on to bench presses. Let's see it from Catherine, 57.5 kg.
Smooth, real
Gets
smooth.
The rack command, good lift. And these spotters and loaders are pushing us through this bench. They are smooth sailing. This is a fast bench session.
Now we have Abigail. She's on her second attempt with 57.5. Waiting for those commands.
Fights through that sticking point. That's a good lift for Abigail.
Next up we have Zoe Bergen. She missed her first bench at 57.5, attempting 62.5 for this one.
Back to the talk of building that total. We need her to listen to these commands because she needs to get on the board with this bench press. And either way, she didn't get her first lift. She chose to go up for this second attempt. We need her to get this. Bites it up. Let's go. Listen to commands.
Much stronger. Looked great.
And you know why she went up on that lift. She was confident. That's a good lift.
That is very good.
Elena Werner up next. Only a 2.5 kg jump. What we were talking about earlier in these jumps and picking for bench press is different than jumping in squat. You cannot jump as much weight into a bench press as you can a squat. And a lot of it comes down to just picking the accurate choices for when these lifters are loading.
Yeah, I agree with you, Zach. I feel like on bench, this is where competitions get made, right? A lot of people kind of go over and overshoot on bench press.
And you could see her. She picked that. Norm came following, running after. She picked a good load. She should be able to come out and get a third attempt. Back to what you were saying.
Yeah, it's you know, it's all about the subtotal, all right?
And it is. It's a strategy involved in building and getting to that deadlift so we could build the total.
125%.
We're going to see second attempt from Denise Maxine Garza, 62.5 kg. A textbook lift, wide stance, or wide grip.
So now as a competitor, would you set your limit and say, okay, I can hit this and I'm going to work my way up to it in competition? Or should you put that weight you can hit in the middle and maybe push yourself in the competition?
Well, I feel like for the most part, especially when it comes to bench, whatever you hit last, I would suggest you hit the same thing, if not something similar or something close to it. Because bench is mostly, it's really confidence. Right? A lot of people, you know, when it comes to the start command, the press command, that's where the bench is failed at.
Right.
So if you're practicing that throughout the prep, the same number you hit, just go ahead and hit it again.
Absolutely. So
Wendy
it's all about
Glow
that
with the fight off her
preparation.
chest, misses it barely. And yes, you have to remember, all of these lifters have taken 3 maximal effort squats before this bench attempt.
Right.
That is not something people replicate in training either, is when they go for their benches in training, you can imagine they are not going for a squat before. So that is something you got to take into consideration on meet day as well.
Yeah, 125%.
On top of listening to these commands. For Audrey, 162.5, we need her to get this. Bites
Listen to
it
those
up,
commands.
and that left arm locks it out.
And the judges say it's good.
Gets her on the board. Well done for Audrey.
But that goes back to what I was just saying, right? You have to be really, really smart when it comes to bench, right? Because everyone's going to make that opener. But now that second, and make sure it's a number that you have hit before.
Right.
That's my personal opinion.
Yeah, and those commands are so important during this bench too. Because in the squat, you only got the 2 commands. Bench, you have the 3. It's really that Simon says, and consistency is going to be key. Let's see what Rachel Patty is going for. That 67.5.
A 10 kg jump for Rachel. Let's see her grind this.
Smooth.
Very,
Really smooth.
very
Very
strong
good.
on that.
We can't wait to
I
see
could
what
have-
these lifters load for their third attempt.
She could have almost had that for her starting lift.
100%.
It looked so strong.
But it is back to what Marlon mentioned, all about confidence and getting on that board. Is it takes a lot out of you just on the day to get on that board, let alone go for that number you went in training and then execute it to competition standard,
Absolutely.
which we are about to see ending bench number 2 with 77.5 kg for Lauren. We are about to go into third attempt bench. This is going to get interesting.
All right, she's getting it.
Utilizing that wide grip and arch, we're going to see it. A soft touch and an easy
Smooth.
fight.
Very nice.
So now for her, it's going to be real interesting. I'm not sure.
And what it's going to come down to is staying in her technique
100%.
and staying braced, commitment in that press.
I'm not sure if she's going for a PR, but definitely, if she is, it's definitely there for sure.
All right, now we're jumping to the top of the flight again with Emma Kane. She's going to that 45 kg.
These are third attempt benches for flight A. A 2.5 kg jump. These are very well thought out decisions. And pushes through the sticking point.
Good way to grind through the lift. Good way.
It
Very
all
good.
is up to the lifter and their coach, what they load on that platform. What
She
they
has
put
not-
on that bar, they have to lift. It is up to them. And once that is done, they can't take nothing away from them lifters.
Emma
That
has
is a
had
good lift.
Emma has had a great morning. She has not missed a lift at all.
And Emma's first ever competition, I believe, Emma Kane.
That is a great way to start out competition.
You want to talk? She's definitely building confidence for sure going into deadlift.
Deborah, she missed her second lift at 52.5 and attempting it again in the Women's Raw Masters 1A division.
With the longer press command, barely misses it off her chest. Sometimes
Unsuccessful.
it is just because you can't sell that bar is motionless. It takes a lot out of you just to get it off your chest, and you can't fight it through. It's still a good attempt for Deborah.
Next up, we have Nicole West. Again, she's attempting this 52.5, missed it on her second. Let's see what she can do here in the Women's Raw Master 1B division.
Attempting the same weight as her second attempt as well. Let's see if she gets this. Fights through the sticking point. Let's see if she locks this out. Keep pressing, keep pressing.
I think she has it. She has it. She has
She
it.
got it up. Let's see what the judges say.
What do the judges say?
Are they going to call for the downward?
It was downward motion.
Is that on the way down where it rocked a little bit?
You can see she got the blue lights on the bottom left of the screen, but that is still impressive. I like to say that even with a downward motion, if you lock that weight out, you are strong.
Oh, absolutely.
Because it takes a different animal out of you to know, one, it went down, and then two, to keep fighting and stand up or
That was
lock it
a
out.
grind to push it up, and that was incredible. It was inspiring. I mean, I would love to push through like that.
Right, and sometimes in future competitions, you remember you could press that weight. It was just not the competition standard yet.
Absolutely.
But that goes back to what I was stating earlier. It's all about confidence in the bench press.
55-kilogram miss for Chelsea.
As you mentioned earlier, I think we're going to see quite a few people that are attempting a little bit heavier weights that might not be successful in this third bench.
And the strategy involved in the powerlifting, it really comes down to picking these smart attempts that you know you can get on the day.
And because there's one more event, too, we got the deadlift. So you want to conserve your energy.
To save some energy for that deadlift, especially when it comes down to these third attempt benches. Whatever you put on that bar, you have to lift.
Absolutely. We got Sophia Clayton. She's had some good increases.
Clayton with that textbook setup and a wide grip. We just need to see her technique stay consistent through this whole lift, and she will get this. 132 pounds on that bar. And just misses it off her chest.
See, gentlemen, it's all about getting tight in the bench. Okay, so whenever she got up there, she wasn't tight, a little loose.
Okay.
Feet still moving.
Now, what do you mean when you say tight? Just rigid, or are we just locked in?
Locked in.
He
You're not
means
moving.
flexed every muscle from your traps to your low back. You want to be in a position where you're about to throw some weight off your chest. And if any of that is loose, then you're going to see what is happening with these third attempts.
And unfortunately, it's been a long morning. I'm sure everyone's pretty tired. They're ready to deadlift, but you got to nail that technique in.
And it's what it takes from Catherine of grinding no matter what for that good lift, and going 3 for 3 on bench leads you into being confident going into that deadlift.
In our comments there, gotta love the fight. That is an incredible, true statement.
Yes, and that is what powerlifting is about, is the fight. These lifts are impressive. It is raw iron at the end of the day, people. For Abigail, 62.5 kg for her third attempt bench. Long bench command, but she grinds it. This is impressive
that
stuff.
Was impressive.
What's the judges say? It is a good lift.
Back to what
62.5.
was mentioned in that comments, the fight. Gotta love it. This is what people sign up for powerlifting for, and this is why people do the sport. Is there's not much in life that could replicate the feeling of that bar being in your hands or on your back and you moving it.
The torque.
62.5 kilogram for Wendy Clow, a reattempt from her second. These lifters just got to get that bar off their chest.
And this is in the Women's Raw Master 2B division, 55 to 59.
Impressive.
Very impressive stuff. Let's see her get this. Let's go, Wendy. Fights it off her chest. Let's
go, Wendy.
Up.
Super
And wait for the
strong.
command.
Nice.
And I believe she's also a referee, correct?
Yes.
Right? I'm not mistaken.
Yes. But even though she missed that second attempt, she chose to stay at the same weight, letting no ego get involved in her competition day. And now she's going to go crush deadlifts. Alina for 65 kg.
Small jump.
65. We're looking at 143.25 pounds.
Small jump, yet still a jump for her third attempt bench. If she gets this, this leads her into good confidence going into the deadlift. Sometimes it's just not there on the day.
So that was her first miss of the day. Hopefully that doesn't, defeat her confidence going into the deadlift. She's had such a good morning.
And first miss, but not much. Only a 2.5 kg miss is not a lot.
And, I'm watching her walk off the platform, all smiles. I don't think she's going to be upset or anything coming to deadlifts.
65 kg for Denise, only a 2.5 kg jump. This should be textbook. Keep going, keep fighting.
Go.
And good call on her coach. Let's see the lights. That's a good lift. And yes, good decision for her. Very smart and well executed
right off
lift.
the screen. Good stuff.
That is what you want to see, and that's what we come here for powerlifting.
Next up, we have Audrey. She missed her first at 60, got it at 62.5, jumped up another 2.5 for her third. I think she's going to get this one. She's got the commands.
Just got to sell it. Fights it, left arm, locks it out.
What's the judges say? It is
a good
lift.
Very good lift.
Very good lift.
Amazing.
Rachel Petty for 70 kilograms. Next lift.
Next up is Rachel Patty in the women's raw open.
For a 2.5 increase on her bench press. Let's see this third attempt bench press. Utilizing the wide grip. We just got to get this off her chest and fight that lockout. Gets it up.
Strong.
Nice. She had more in her.
Very
for
strong.
sure.
I believe she had a couple more keys left in the tank there.
Yep.
I think
Looks like she has on a University of Michigan singlet on.
Ian, it comes down to strategy with that. You never know what she has in mind for her deadlifts, and you don't know if she's conserving her energy so she could pull something that she's never pulled before. Zoe Bergen with same weight, 70 kilogram. Gets it off her chest and fights it. Left arm. Okay. Are we going to get flag?
I believe she has it. Yep.
Good lift.
It's a great
That
lift.
is a 7.5 kg added to her bench press. That is super impressive, ladies and gentlemen.
Incredible.
Lauren Stolley with 82.5 kg or 181 pounds. Shout out Chloe. Chloe's loading weights right now. I don't know why, but what's up with that, Chloe? Come on. Just like the state meet.
So Lauren started with a 72.5, hit that, went up to 77.5, and now it's going to go up to 82.5. I'm excited to watch this lift here.
Our last lift of Flight A. Let's go, Lauren Stolley. Just missed it off her chest. And sometimes you just don't get it. Returning to Flight B, bench number 1, Ashley is going to begin us with 42.5 kg. I'm glad you made it, though. I got you. I got you, yeah.
That was a good attempt for Ashley at 42.5 kg. Next, we have Cody Amer in the Women's Raw Masters 1A division. That's 42-44 with 45 kg, starting out at 99 pounds. That's one thing that I definitely got to work on is the conversion rate.
The conversion, because if you notice, a lot of these lifters are lifting extraordinary weight. This is powerlifting, people. This is weightlifting. Very impressive stuff. People have worked 8 to 12 weeks consecutively to come here and compete.
That is incredible.
Easy lift for
Very
Cody.
easy.
And
that was
when
awesome.
we talk about what we were just talking about, it don't make it seem as hard as it look or as it really is when it looks like that.
Oh my
but
goodness.
Just know, people, this weight is hard and it is impressive stuff when these people make it look that way.
They make it look incredibly easy. When I'm in the gym and I'm putting the weights on and doing it, I don't make it look this easy. I'm struggling through the weights.
And to have to go through the adversity of lifting in a big crowd and under the pressure of judges makes it that much better. That is what makes powerlifting powerlifting.
And we have Rachel up here in the Women's Raw Open, starting at 47.5. Yeah, the crowd here is incredible. We are packed in this gym, and it is electrifying.
Easy press for Rachel.
Incredible.
Yes, you can only imagine the nerves in some of these lifters with how big the crowd is. It is an epic experience here at Relentless Pursuit. And thank you for Power Belly for hosting such an amazing event.
Push it. Next up, we have Janice Smith in the Women's Raw Masters 2B division, starting out at 50 kg. Incredible lift.
Very good lift for Janice.
Flight B is starting out strong. So now I see a lot of different hand grips and widths. What's your opinion on that? I know it's personal preference, but what do you think gives you the most power when benching?
In all honesty, Justin, if you go into a push-up position and wherever you put your hands on the floor and you feel strongest, that is where you should replicate your bench press. And one would say if you test all these lifters out with their bench grip on the ground in the push-up, whatever they bench in, they will be the strongest in their push-up. And I always
great to know.
Tell my lifters that push-ups is how you build a bench press and that you should be rotating your grip. I tell my friends and my close training partners never to stay in the same grip, always be rotating from close to medium to wide grip. That way, in a year of training, you are not just building one of your presses, but you're building all three.
Oh, that is excellent advice. I am definitely going to take that into the gym with me next time.
And taking it into consideration for competition is all of these lifters are going to use a different grip, but it is up to the lifter to determine which grip is the best for them. These wide grip benchers normally just have to get it off their chest and they can lock it out whatever they load on that bar.
And Autumn just hit that 57.5.
With that being said, though, with a narrow grip bench, if you grip it close grip or shoulder width, it is not going to be getting off the chest that's the hardest part. It is going to be the lockout that is the hardest part. So it's almost a count or a reflection or opposite reflection from wide grip to narrow grip.
Okay. Next up, we have Melissa Cockrell starting at 57.5 kg. So we are looking at 126 pounds.
And just like her squats, Melissa blows those weights up. That was easy lift for Melissa.
In the comments, they're saying the wide grip hits the shoulders harder, the closest hitting your tris and back.
Wide hits your shoulders harder. That is meaning when you get that off your chest, that is a lot of shoulder activity. And then once you clear it past that 4 inches, it is going to come down to them triceps to lock it out. And that close is majority of your lat muscles and your triceps just to get it all the way up.
This is an incredible way to start this morning. They are amazing.
Brenda Bowen, 62.5 kilogram. As same as her squats, textbook bench press. That is a little bit of a closer grip bench.
That was a closer one, yeah.
As you remember, her squat was a very high bar, well executed lifter.
Absolutely. Next we have Kristen going up for 62.5 kg on her first attempt in the Women's Raw Masters 1A division. Now I see that she has wraps on her wrist. Now, keeping that wrist straight, that kind of is a lot of power. What's the straps there for?
The strap is to keep the grip neutral or into a rigid flexed position. With the bench press, where all that weight is being supported is via wrist, elbow, shoulder. So if one of the 3 connections of wrist, elbow, or shoulder is disrupted, you are going to have diminishing returns on your bench press. You will not bench as much as you can. But if you take the time like these lifters are doing, let's take Laura, for example. She's going to take her minute on that platform, get her leg drive set, get that upper back driven hard in that bench, same with her head, and then stack from as she grips the bar. You will see that wrist joint being stacked into that elbow, going into the shoulder.
Oh,
as she pulls that out, everything is stacked almost like a V or W. And clearly, as she locks it out, you can see what I mean.
That was a textbook.
With Laura, remembering her squat, I believe she is going to go 3 for 3 on bench and go into them deadlifts and crush something huge.
That was great. Next we have Audrey Thompson coming up, attempting 75 kg for her opening attempt.
Audrey Thompson, this matches her personal best bench press in competition from what I am reading. She hopes for meet PRs across all of today and would love to go 9 for 9.
That would be incredible. She's well on her way right now.
And it is. It's going to come down to these benches. And it looks like she took way too long. She's going to have to come out there and really pay attention to her setup.
Now,
maybe in a...
training is definitely one thing that these athletes do, and I couldn't even imagine what each person's training schedule is.
Yeah, back to what we were mentioning. Let's see Regan for 87.5 as her opener. Gets it up. Yeah, that's a good lift for Regan.
Great.
Way to get on the board. Back to what we were mentioning about earlier and these stances and grip changes. A lot of lifters have various schedules. You never know the variables and conditions these lifters are going through with their career, occupation, and overall stress with their relatives, family, and friends.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of that stuff, them small variables, can affect you greatly and either hinder you or boost you to the next level. And that's when we really are going to have some discussion with some of these lifters if we get to interview them to see what they have gone through for this competition. Angela Spence here, 90 kilogram. And
Smooth.
one would say that looked like an empty bar.
Yes.
Angela Spence, very impressive bench press. Spence Houston, our final bencher for bench number 1 in Flight B with 107.5 kilograms.
So that is 236 pounds. It does take a passion to be a power lifter.
Spence Houston, this dude took his squats ATG. I want to see this bench press from Spence. Sells it. Clean and easy
That was
up.
amazing.
We are going to see
Loved
what
it.
is his top end today.
All right, we are jumping to the top of Flight B for round 2.
Back to the top for bench number 2. We really need Audrey Thompson to come back and bench something. Get her on the board so we can get her a total for the day.
Again, with these benches, we're not going to see some huge increases. Maybe 5 to 10 kgs, maybe 2.5.
Ashley Hiles with 47.5 kilogram bench for her second attempt. Gets it up with ease. She needs to put some weight on that bar for her third attempt. That looked easy for
That
Ashley.
was amazing.
Karen Wilson with a 2.5 kg jump on her second attempt bench. But I'll fill Marlon in on what we were just talking about. We were talking about the bench grips and utilizing different ones not only in training but for competition, because a lot of these women's in the Raw Open, they're using a really, really wide grip. And he was asking me about using other grips in training, and not only that, but in competition. Do you have anything to say about changing your grips?
Well, I feel like whatever you do in training, you do on the platform. Don't make any last-minute changes unless you're fully confident that that last-minute change is going to add more weight to the bar.
That is correct. Whatever you do in training, you should replicate on the platform.
Next up, we have Cody Amer. Started the lift with 45, jumping up to 52.5 in the women's Raw Masters.
If I remember, this should be an easy bench. This should flow off her chest, and she should be able to replicate the same jump she is taking right now and load up 60 kilogram. With ease, as I just spoke about.
This could have been her opening lift.
And
yes,
this
100%.
will be a fun lifter to follow in the future. I believe this is Cody's first ever.
Next up, we have Rachel Hallstrom. Her first attempt was at 47.5, which was successful, jumping up to 55 kg in the women's Raw Open. One thing I see is a lot of powder. What's the powder do for these lifting athletes?
Yes.
Yes, so the chalk is actually on their back to make them stick to the pad more.
On their back, and not only that, where they are gripping that bar with their hands. You do not want to have.
And that's a really close grip.
Well, we were just speaking about them grips, and she grinded that up. That's a good lift from Rachel. But yeah, she has grip not only supported on her back, but added to her hands, so when she grips that bar, there is no slipping.
It is not
nothing. Yep.
And I'm sure we'll see that in the deadlift as well.
100%. So on the deadlift, it's going to be baby powder.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
What's the difference in the two? Why does someone use chalk, one use baby powder?
Well, for baby powder on deadlifts, is to help the bar slide kind of on your quads.
Ah, very good to know.
Lack of friction, for better terms.
For those who have big
Janice
legs,
Smith
big
grinds
quads,
it
it's
up.
pretty tough.
55 kilogram.
Really good lift.
Bar is loaded for Autumn Coles. 62.5 kilogram.
Waiting for the commands.
Taking a really wide grip, but gets it off her chest.
Strong, real strong.
And like I say with most wide grip benchers, you get that 2 to 4 inches off your chest, you are locking that weight out no matter what. These lifters choose that wide grip for that reason. They lower their range of motion, and they know what they're doing with how they grip that bar and the way they manipulate their body.
Next up, we have Melissa Cockrell. She's going for 62.5 in the women's Raw Open. That's a jump from 57.5, where she was successful on that attempt.
Or 65 kilogram, pardon, but this weight is going to fly. Melissa has been destroying these weights all day. I wonder what her top end is going to be for her bench.
I'm excited to see it.
Very clean, very easy.
That was incredible. Now, Kristen chose a 2.5 kg increase. That's probably a smart move, you know, saving a little bit of that energy for that third attempt.
And at the moment, she's also in first place. So at this point, you really want to protect your total.
Right. Absolutely. All right, she's getting set. Two.
Gets it up.
Easy.
Locks it.
Looks great. That's 65 kg. We are looking at 143.25 pounds.
Brenda Bowen, 70 kg. This is a 7.5 kilogram jump.
Wow. That's
With
a pretty big jump.
a narrow grip as well. Let's see her fight this way up. Gets it up
Strong.
off her chest.
That
Easy lockout too.
That was strong.
That's an impressive and fun lifter to
That
watch.
is.
Well done for Brenda. Laura coming up next with 75 kilogram.
Another 5K increase.
With this lifter being brought out again, such a textbook lifter Laura is. As I was mentioning to you before about her stacking her wrist, elbow, and shoulder, this is a lifter to watch for her. Not only her setup, but her overall technique in the way she uses her body language to manipulate that bar and to smash these benches up. Reaching for that bar using that wide grip, allowing her triceps to do majority of the work, and that back to get it off her chest. And like I spoke on before, locking that weight out.
That was great.
And if I am guessing anything, she will go up a 2.5 kg jump and
think that would be smart.
that weight
Yes.
as well.
I think that would be a smart move.
With Audrey Thompson coming up next, same weight
She needs this
as
lift, ladies and
Laura,
gentlemen.
75 kilograms. She really needs to sell this press command and get that weight off her chest. This is where nerves come down, and you have to be confident in your ability here. Gets the press command, fights it up. Let's
yes.
go.
Easy.
Way to rebuttal Audrey. That is what
That is a good
you
lift,
need,
ladies
and that
and
is what
gentlemen.
powerlifting is about. No one can take that away from her. Regan coming up with 92.5 kilogram. Over a 200-pound bench press for Regan. This is impressive stuff. Making sure she takes her full minute on that platform. Reaching for that bar comfortably. You can almost tell she's going to smash this lift by her setup.
She is getting pumped up and ready.
Gets the commands and fights it up with ease.
Wow, that is a very stacked position too.
You wonder if she could
Very
load
stacked.
that 100-kilogram range and smoke that.
Again, that could have probably been an opening lift for her.
100%,
That was
25%.
so strong.
A junior national champion, Angela Spence, coming up here with 95 kilogram loaded on that bar. And I want to remind us of she was an 82.5 kilogram lifter. In 2024, she is now in the 75 kilogram weight class. This is impressive stuff. 95 kilograms loaded on that bar. This is a textbook lifter. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen. With ease, and
With ease.
like I spoke about with Regan, she should be able to load that 100 kilogram bench and go for it.
Absolutely.
Spencer jumping another 2.5 kilogram. This is a repeating jump for him, as he jumped that in all of his squat attempts. You would assume he's going to do that for his third bench as well.
So at this 110 kg, we're looking at 242 pounds in the men's raw open division.
Sells it and gets it up.
Easy lift.
Well done for Spencer
Now,
Houston.
is this his first competition?
I believe so.
The jumps are really conservative.
All right, now we're going to the third attempt in the flight B. Now, Zach, this is where you said a lot of these third attempts will probably see failures.
Third attempt. This is not his first ever competition. We are seeing PRs across the board for him, I believe.
Okay, thank you, Zach.
We have Karen Wilson up. She's attempting her second at 52.5. She missed it, going for the same weight.
Gets that press command and rocks it out with ease.
That was amazing.
Back to what you mentioned to me before. Yes, third attempt to bench is the most missed lift. It is where majority of lifters either get too fatigued or they pick the wrong number because of their own ego. With bench only being one upper body lift out of the three, the two other lifts are majority lower body lifts. You really do come down to either you get it or you don't for this third attempt bench. And it does come down to what you pick on that bar and how confident you are in attempting it.
We have Ashley coming up to attempt 55.
This is her first competition, and she is blowing it up.
55 kg.
That is a personal best bench PR by 3 kilogram, and all she wanted to do today was have fun and support her friends. Her favorite lift is coming up, though, the deadlift.
So she actually did miss that one. Do you think that was a command call?
It could have been a command call.
Could have been. We saw the lights there. Janice Smith coming up with 57.5 kg in the Women's Raw Master 2B division.
Gets those commands, presses it unevenly. Let's see if she can lock it out. She does not. And yeah, back to what I was mentioning. The lifts for bench is the most technical. You can get called on anything from your feet to your butt being off the bench to that bar having downward motion.
Cody Amer Cody has been fun to watch all day.
Cody Amer chooses not to load the 60 kilogram bench and only goes up 5 kg. He should smoke this. Easy down. Just misses the command. And like I mentioned,
nerves on that one.
Just before all of it adds up for these third attempt benches, you know that bar is heaviest as it has been all day for you, and you know how much of a fight it's going to be.
Yeah, I'm excited to watch her in the upcoming meets.
Yeah, 125%.
This is going to be incredible. Next, we have Rachel Holstrom. Started with 47.5, nailed that, hit 55, jumped the 5 kg to 60. Gravity is definitely a killer in the bench press.
Gets it up.
Grinding. Unsuccessful. Great
Good
attempt.
fight. Great attempt.
Let's see if one of these lifters can get their third attempt bench and go 3 for 3.
Autumn's taking the 2.5 increase in the women's raw open. Taking the time.
A 2.5 kg jump, she should. Just misses it off her chest.
These misses are all about conditioning.
It is, and we're so thankful for this crew too, the spotters.
Yes.
We don't want anybody to get hurt, so when they are not making it, they're jumping in to make sure that they lift that weight off them. We can't be more thankful for them. Melissa Cockrell coming up for the 70 kg attempt.
Melissa Loza, 70 kg. She's about to blow this through the water. As long as she gets it off her chest. Let's be the one to break the third attempt bench curse. Go 3 for 3 on bench, Melissa. Let's see it. You are the one to do it. You did it.
Easy. Nice.
Well done, Melissa. Well, this way to set the tone for the rest of these lifters that come out. And hopefully we can see more third attempt benches be achieved.
Kristen's attempting the same weight. Nice increases. Got the 62.5, hit the 65, jumping 5 to 70.
Very interesting jump. Only jumping 2.5 kg off the second and then choosing to jump even higher under the third.
I thought it would have been smart to go 2.5, but...
Right, a beast of a woman. Let's see it, Kristen. To get this is very impressive. Sets herself. Let's see the commands. Fight it up. And just fell back into her face. And
that's where that 5K increase could have hurt her. That the 2 to 5
and
could have got it.
The questions of powerlifting is, okay, did we overshoot? Did we not respect our ego and take a weight that's too heavy?
Now, after their first attempt, their second attempt, how long do they have to make that decision to say, okay, I'm going to jump 5 pounds or 5 kg. I'm going to take that 2.5.
The time you get off that platform, you have a minute on that clock to write down your attempt.
1 minute.
1 minute, yes, sir.
That is incredible.
And then sign your name at the bottom, confirming it into lifting cast. And that is what I mean with you pick the bar, you pick the weight on this bar. 77.5 kilogram for Brenda. And she close grip benches it, grinds it. Let's see if she knocks this out with her right side.
And this is
right
lights.
What I mean when you are confident and you know what you can bench on the day, you have epic moments like that.
That is 170.75 pounds. That is amazing.
With what I am watching, her coach, Angela, is in the same flight as her and is still handling her like a true champion. Well done from both of them.
Incredible. Laura's attempting that 2.5 increase. That's smart. It's all about making those smart decisions when it comes to the bench.
As we spoke about, textbook lifter Laura is. Let's see this third attempt. Gets it up and fights it. Let's go, Laura. Just halfway.
And also,
it might be mine. There's a little muffling. I think it was when you changed it from medium to strong. Audrey Thompson with 77.5 kg. It doesn't matter, she didn't get it, she's still on the board. That's all you need. .95 kilogram for Reagan. And she grinds it up to go 3 for 3 on bench, going 6 for 6 into deadlifts. Angela Spence jumping 2.5 kilogram for 97.5, choosing not to go to 220. Grinds it up, good lift. Spence Houston challenging the tie for the all-time PR, 112 kilogram. Presses that
is strong, ladies and gentlemen.
Stop pressing. Good lift to tie.
Great lift.
The all-time PR. Starting our flight see-off is Jaden Van Acker with 85 kilograms.
Easy first attempt by Jaden, ladies and gentlemen.
This man squatted 500 pounds earlier at 11 o'clock this morning. We are watching him bench just below 200 pounds now, 92.5 kilogram for swoosh.
Easy first attempt. Highly conservative, too.
Very good. He can very well build from there and go towards that 105 to 107 bench press.
Here we have Philip with 95 kg.
Do you hear it?
Yeah.
Static?
Yeah, I don't know what's causing it.
It's unfortunate.
Easy opener by Philip, ladies and gentlemen.
Bench for Philip. I can...
This one's fine. It's got to be a cable or something.
Easy opener, ladies and gentlemen. 3 white lights. Here we have Luke with 107.5 kg on the bar for an opener.
Okay, there we go.
All right, next we have Luke coming up, attempting 110. We're getting a little bit of static in our ears here, so we're just kind of playing with the audio. So we just taking a moment. We're just trying to make sure that everybody here on this side of my booth has everything. It's just a light static, but nothing that's actually going through.
Okay, yeah, I am hearing that a little bit now.
I can't hear the static on the stream.
You can't?
No.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, so we're hearing that we don't hear the static on the stream, and I guess
Perfect,
really
perfect.
That's the main thing.
That's the important part. So it might just be one of our microphones, which is weird because, or one of our headphones, because we weren't hearing that before earlier.
No.
So
Here we have Dylan with 110 kg for an opener, ladies and gentlemen.
Dylan's in the men's Raw Junior Division, 20 to 23.
Easy opener for Dylan, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not a good lift. The
yeah,
judge
so
saw something.
Yellow, did Chloe give you that cheat sheet for what the? Okay, so yeah, so Yellow on bench. It's everything else. So it could be a whole multitude of different things. So let's see. So soft elbows and downward movement. So it's probably the butt coming up would be my guess, because that's a real common one for bench.
That's where one side's coming up a little more than the other?
No, like if your butt comes
your
up,
butt comes
if
off
your
the
butt
bench.
comes up off the
Gotcha.
bench, that's a real common one for lifters.
Nicholas Althoff with the 110 attempt.
I was told to smile, ladies and gentlemen. William team 18-19 with 120 kg opener.
All right, we're still in that first round of our Flight C. So at 120 kg, we are looking at 264.5 pounds. That is a great opening bench.
Looks like he's taking a self-unrack as well. Good lift for William.
Let's see what the judges say. They say it's good too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's definitely going to take a smaller jump on the next attempt.
Oh, for sure, for sure. You know, and I don't think I know it's been said a bunch, right? But I don't think we can kind of overstate like how good of a job our spotters do. So we have Gary, who's like our head spotter, and he's our head spotter the majority of the time.
Yep.
And I mean, you know, even though that we're getting a very interesting camera shot of Gary
Right.
for the bench. I think tomorrow we might raise the camera up a little bit, so we're not trying to give Gary an exam, if you will. But it's too late at this point to change it. But I mean, Gary and his crew, they just do a phenomenal job.
They do, and they jump in right as soon as they see a problem.
Sure, and it doesn't really seem to matter like who Gary's with. He has the leadership skills, you know what I mean,
Yep.
and just commands the crew because he doesn't have the same crew the whole time, every time.
Right.
You know what I mean? But he's able to just kind of go in and just lead very well and just command the crew to do what they need to do to one, make sure everything goes smoothly, and we keep clipping along so we're not here all day, and most importantly to make sure that the lifters are safe.
Absolutely, that is number one.
That is
Safety.
number one
Safety,
is safety, for sure.
Yes. We have Jacob O'Hara coming on, 132.5 for an opening attempt.
Right, and that's kilos, not pounds.
Right.
So
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Smooth opener for
Very
Jacob there.
smooth. Yeah, I've got the fancy dancy pounds to kilograms because
yeah. Hey, anything that I can do to try to help you out.
Oh,
I mean, because
100%.
I don't know exactly what 135 is in pounds.
No, I always go through and I was like 135. I got my sheet. 297 pounds.
Yeah, so
for
it's
an
almost
opener.
it's almost 315.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like we're almost there. So even though there's only like the 2 red plates, because those red plates are 25 kilos, which is 55 pounds.
Right.
So and then you got to add the collars on there, which are, I believe they're like 2.5 kilos, around 5 pounds or so.
Wow.
Ethan here with 125 kg opener. And this is his home gym, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Now. You can go eat now. So down interview. Oh, you want to interview her now? Yeah, sure.
If you would like to right now.
That's fine.
All right.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to step out here so we can do a little interview with one of the athletes.
Perfect. All right, we're having a little bit of a moving some around here.
They're not hearing that. Yeah, that's fine. But I'm fine with listening. You're not hearing that the whole time? I'm curious what changed. No, I listened to it like maybe 10 minutes ago.
Hello, testing. We are back with hello.
And who are we here with?
Angela Spence. Hello.
Angela Spence. Hello, welcome. Thank you for
Thanks for
having-
joining us.
Thank you.
We
for having
have been watching your journey through this competition all morning. How have you been feeling? And we have seen some successful listings. What are you changing for your next one? Just tell us how your day's going.
Yeah, things are going really well. This is my first meet since Raw Nationals in 2024. I took a little bit of time off, and it's just been great to get back into it. None of the numbers I'm hitting are all-time bests or anything, but the goal for today is just to have a good meet, have fun, go 9 for 9. So we're 6 for 6 so far, which is great. And I'm really pleased with how prep went really well, and I'm hitting everything that I was expecting to hit and a little bit more as well. And another kind of unique thing about the day is that I'm also coaching 2 of my own clients today.
Awesome.
So I have Denise in flight A, and then I have Brenda in flight B with me.
Right.
And it's really fun, actually. I know some people are not super keen on handling while they're also lifting, and I get it. Like, it can be hard to focus on yourself and also pay attention to your clients and give them all the attention they need. But for one, I have my husband helping me, so it's been great. But aside from that, like, I think I got fortunate with the setup, and I just have to be a little bit more on my P's and Q's, making sure that, like, every time I have a moment to rest, I'm thinking, okay, what does Brenda need? What does Denny need? What do I need right now?
Right, and that's got to be good motivation for your athletes too, because they're seeing you doing it, competing right alongside them, which is incredible. So going into the deadlift, what is your expectations? Are you going to push the weights? Have you been training for a certain goal?
Not exactly. I tend to be best at squats, and then I struggle a little bit more with deadlifts.
Okay.
So I always feel like people will watch me squat and be like, "Oh my God, what's she gonna deadlift?" And I'm like, "Don't get that excited." But no, I mean, hopefully it's still like a PR for this prep would be nice. Also, it would be a PR at this body weight because I cut a weight class in that time.
Okay.
So I mean, the goal, I would like to leave it all out there today, and hopefully hit something better than I did in training. My best in training was 419 for deadlift. So
that is impressive.
Chipping that would be nice.
And you've had such a great morning. I mean, you're 6 for 6. All you got to do is hit those 3.
Yeah.
We wish you the best of luck. Is there anything else that you'd like to add or say?
I guess the last thing I will say is you mentioned, it's probably motivating for my own clients to watch me lift. Honestly, watching them lift motivates me too. Like, because I have gone last after the 2 of them. So, Denny goes 3 for 3 on squats, Brenda goes 3 for 3, and I'm like, okay, I gotta go 3 for 3. I can't let them down now.
Right.
And this with squats, I felt pretty confident I would go 3 for 3, but on bench I was a little nervous about that one, and I was like, you have to get this. So I felt inspired by them, especially because they both grinded out their thirds. They both, hit the numbers they were hoping to hit. So I was like, all right, time for me to be the example and do my best today. So yeah.
And we've seen your coaching. I mean, your 2 athletes that are here are doing incredible. It's inspiring to watch them. So keep up the amazing work, and we're going to be following your journey for the rest of the day.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Do you have anyone you want to shout out for the live stream? Anyone in particular?
I have a sneaking suspicion who the person mentioned on the live stream was that was very proud of me, one of my clients. Thank you. I will check back through the live stream to figure out who it was. I really appreciate it. I appreciate anyone watching me and cheering me on. And I guess not on the live stream, but I'm really appreciative of all my husband's help today, because he's been very involved with my clients as well, making sure that I'm taken care of and that everybody else is too.
That's the number one thing, is having that support team for everybody. We just love having everybody here.
Absolutely.
And yes, good luck to you. Carry that momentum of going 6 for 6, take it into the deadlifts, and go crush that PR. You got this, Angela.
Have a great one.
Stay focused and keep your clients focused as well. Well done on your performance today. Stay focused and keep going.
Absolutely. Thank you so much again.
Thank you.
Yes, well done. We are back for our second attempt benches. A little bit. For Flight C, we actually have some people who are missing their first benches. I'm sorry for the commentation break, but we are interviewing a superstar powerlifter there. Dylan gets this weight up.
That's good for Dylan.
So we just interviewed someone who probably will be in the runnings for primetime Michigan State meet come November, which is super exciting. At a local meet, we get to see someone who could possibly train this summer and win money come the fall if she really wants to and apply herself. That was an awesome interview, and that is great to see into the lens of not only what it takes to become a best lifter, but also an amazing coach and a supportive athlete.
And that's just it. Lifting, all sports, is a brotherhood, a sisterhood. You get to know all your athletes, trainers, coaches, staff. Everybody has to come together. We all support and want the best for each other. So it's so exciting to see that here in powerlifting. Motivates me for the day. I am so excited for the rest of the day and tomorrow. It is so incredible.
Luke Sherlitz coming out for 117.5 kilogram. This is a big bench press.
117 is 259 pounds.
Rides that lockout. Let's see it, Luke. Lock that weight out. And that is a good lift. Shout out to Gary, goated spotter. Shout out you,
100%.
Andrew. Shout out you, Krumslensky. Shout out Andrew. He back spotted me 2 years ago in 2024 down in Circle City Strength. That is an amazing gentleman right there. He's back in Michigan. I hope to see him this weekend while I'm in here.
Yes. We are going to be seeing some people grind through these weights as we get into the last 2 rounds here.
As you say, grind weights. William coming up for 127.5 kg. I spoke to him in the back room. I was talking to him about going 9 for 9 in the day. We're going to see if he can put it up today. He needs to smoke this to do that, though. Fights it, and we are going to see
pushing through. Great.
Good lift for William.
Got 1 red light. That was awesome. Balaj, this is a jump. 105 to 130 kg.
And thinking back to his squat, I'm not surprised that he made a 25 kilogram jump off of a bench press. He lost 17 kg with his squat miss, so he really needs this to make it up if he wants
and
to
he
win.
has been one of my favorites to watch in the squat. He is powerful.
But this is a 286-pound bench press. From jumping from 230 to 280, this is almost... And he gets it. Go, go, go. Don't stop going. Go, go, go. That was impressive, ladies and gentlemen. Did he jump the rack command? He jumped the rack command. Sadly, a 55-pound jump. He cleared it, though. He had just jumped the rack command. Let's see him take this again for a 30-10 bench.
I would like to see that as well.
Sean Brown coming out for same weight as Bajaj just took. Sean Brown, 130 kilogram, or 286.
Balaj is going to attempt that 130 again.
Yes, he will get that. I'm sure he just has to let them nerves go and listen to them commands.
To the commands.
Simon says rack, or for this one, start. Cleaning it up from the squat, he comes and smokes his bench. Let's see what the judges say. Good lift. That is well done. Sean Brown only going 1 out of 3 on squat, only getting his 2nd attempt. Coming out, going 2 for 2 so far on bench press. That is good momentum. Jacob O'Hara coming out for 140 kilogram on the bench press, loading it up for us. Almost a 300-pound lift. And just like before in the squat, he's wearing that USA flag on his head, representing.
And let's also give a shout out to all our veterans and first responders out there in the crowd and those who are competing.
Absolutely.
And he represents, clears it up. He's going to go challenge at 147 or 150 bench press come this 3rd attempt. He may be one of the last benchers out there.
Next up, we have Jacob O'Hara.
Ethan.
Oh, that was Jake.
May I repeat again, ladies and gentlemen? It's also Ethan's home gym.
Ethan with the home court advantage. Let's see him smoke this weight and go up again. Smooth sailing with the commands. He's going to go for that 3rd attempt bench, and he should go 3 for 3 with whatever he loads, as long as he doesn't jump too heavy.
He should be loading 150.
That is it. The number of the final pressers for Flight C of day 1 of the Pursuit of Power USAPL Powerlifting, hosted by Relentless Pursuit and Bellingham Rd. Mattis Elston, always the last one coming out, always gonna have an entertaining day to watch. Mattis Elston told me in the back room he wants to bench close to 350 pounds, so he needs to fly this off his chest so he can load.
Easy
I think he will load it.
Yeah, he's definitely loading 150 for sure.
Yeah.
That 150 kg is 330 pounds.
That is a massive bench press for these guys.
And he's also a hometown lifter too. This is his local gym.
Yep. Now we're moving back to the top of the flight for the final lift. We're with Jaden Van Acker at 100 kg.
Jaden A. Backer, let's see if he can bench this 100 kilogram bench press and go 3 for 3 on bench press, leading him into deadlift with a lot of confidence. Taking his time in the setup, utilizing that full minute on that platform, gets the commands, fights it,
Struggling
just
through,
loses
push
it in his
Does not
tricep.
get it.
That is okay though.
And unfortunately, that's the downside by using a very close grip. That close grip, it's really hit or miss.
And sometimes you just get a little gassed out at that lockout and you can't fight it up.
Phillip with 105 kg for his third attempt, ladies and gentlemen. That's 231 pounds.
We'll see, can Phillip be the one from Flight C to go 3 for 3 on bench press today? Walking out confident as usual.
Let's go, Phillip.
He's getting his feet up on that bench, setting his arch. He's about to smoke this and be our first one to go 3 for 3 in Flight C. With an insane grind, he just misses it at the top. Sometimes that bar is in your hands for too long. The major limiting thing for someone to grind a weight is the duration it is in your hands. For some of these people, if that weight is in your hands longer than 5 seconds, you will not get that weight. It does not matter who you are or how much
He definitely
weight.
didn't have a lot of quit in him though. He definitely was definitely going for it, which I really appreciate.
Which sometimes it is. It is just not there, but you just fight and give it your all.
I got it off.
Yeah, thank you. Swoosh, 105 kilogram. We'll see.
Yeah, up 5 kilos from the last attempt.
And smooth sailing locks it out.
Let's hit a real quick press.
Listen to
command on
commands.
that one.
He is the first of our lifters in Flight C to go 3 for 3. Well done, Swoosh. And let us continue that. And let's see Luke Patton Matt bench this 110 kg.
Yeah, Luke
He
definitely needs this one.
needs this one if he
sure.
really wants to stay in the meet, which he's forecasted for second if he gets this weight.
Yeah, okay, for sure. Yeah, he definitely needs this. And I think he's made the smart choice so far of not moving up.
Staying at the same weight.
I'm a big believer of if you miss your attempt to just try it again. Because, if you get to this position and you don't get your third, you're out.
And we are watching it live. You never know what can happen when you stay disciplined and give it your freaking all.
It doesn't
it's
look
okay.
like it's there today.
And it's okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think, he probably just, I'm not sure what happened with that.
It could have been in his squat. It could have been in the warm-up room of him warming up too early or too late.
I hate seeing anyone bomb out.
I always say to people that who bomb out, I bombed out. I bombed out my first ever competition. I've come back. That same year, I got second in the state competition, and then the following year, that's when I won it. So With these lifters, it doesn't matter if you bomb out. It doesn't matter if you have the worst day in the world.
I think everyone takes it differently. You know what I mean? Some people are able to spring back a little better than others.
And you continue moving forward in any pursuit or avenue of life that is. And this is what powerlifting teaches you. 2.5 kg jump added to Nicholas. Rides it off his chest. Pushes and fights, just misses that lockout. And that's what...
So the thing that I always think is interesting, as someone that tries to use as much equipment as possible, he had like the no wrist reps on at all, but I could see his wrist was kind of throttling back a little bit.
And if
that turns your arm into a spring, you know what I mean? And I think you lose some of your driving force by not having that. So I'm not sure why he chooses to not, you know?
Which is something I was discussing with Justin earlier of the utilization of equipment and stacking these joints to where failures like that don't occur.
You have to try to stack the joints as much as you can, you know?
Is one weak link will destroy the chain.
Oh, absolutely.
And your weakest link, if it diminishes, you will not hit that lift. It don't matter who you are. Your whole body has to be always strong. Luke Scherlitz, 122.5 kg, rides it almost barely.
That looked like a great bench. He just ran out of power about halfway up, you know, which tends to be a real common sticking point.
For the third attempt in all of overall powerlifting and all statistics, third attempt bench is the most missed bench.
I mean, bench is like normally, you know, where, you know, like you may call it like a slaughter fest. You know, if you look at like the lifting cast page, there's just a sea of red sometimes. You know, on bench, but especially when you get to like the third attempts for sure.
When you think of it, when you're doing an all-out max squat and then you got to bench some heavy weight, you can conclude that, yeah, misses do happen and stuff like this does occur. But it does not take away that these lifters are on the board and they can build into their deadlift.
That is a solid grind for him. Yep, for sure. I'll turn him on.
Carson,
this is a no lift.
F3 legend. Oh, Marlon's right there. Here to join us. Say what up.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Who are you handling today?
We are handling Jake Shelton.
Who is it?
Oh, Jake Sherlitz.
Okay.
Yep.
And with him going 4 for 6 on the day, what do you project him to deadlift?
We're not really like putting any numbers in the air. It's just more how he's feeling.
Let's get you like real close to that mic. That mic is, we just have to have you kind of close to it.
Yeah, just lean in.
Yeah, just lean like right into that thing.
Yeah.
That way the people can hear your nice, soft, silky voice.
Oh, no, I want to mention, pause the conversation. This is a 25 kilogram jump. He hit this for his second attempt. Let's see him do it again. He fights it. Does he lock it out? Come on, keep pressing. Keep pressing, keep pressing. Oh my goodness, what a fight.
What a fight. What do the judges say, though?
And that is a
He's
good
got
lift.
3 whites.
With what I mentioned, sometimes
he
you
is
can
super excited.
grind it out.
That's a big jump, and he was able to grind that out.
55-pound jump, mind you, from his first attempt. That is impressive.
It makes me wonder if that was just like his goal for the day, and he just wanted 2 attempts at it.
Right.
I know when I've competed in the past, I was like, I want, say, a 500 deadlift or whatever it was. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And I'm like, I'm taking that as my second because I want 2 attempts at that.
And you
know
do.
What I mean?
You want to go, when you prep an 8 to 12 week prep and you can go to a location where you know that bar is going to be loaded, an attempt you want, it's either up to you to decide, do you want 1 attempt at it or do you maybe want 2 attempts and be safe and go for that second attempt, in which his missed barely off the chest. William going 2 for 3 on bench.
That spotters right away gets you that, which I love
well
I love to see. Gary, you know, I can't say enough good things about Gary and his crew, but yeah, and sometimes, you know, when you try to make, like, say, you know, you want those 2 tries at, you know, that goal weight that you had, sometimes that can come and bite you a little bit from like what I've seen, because you run out of energy.
And yeah, pulls on your fatigue, and not only that, you miss that first one. I mean, you can only imagine how you feel going into that second.
And so maybe so Ian can hear, so he can get your name on there. Could you say into the mic again what your name was again?
I'm Carson Crawford.
Carson Crawford?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that way maybe he can get you doodled in there a little quick. That way we can get your name on there.
Oh yeah, so you're not Marlon
you train at F3, is that correct? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, I train at F3 Fitness in Taylor.
Okay.
Sean Brown.
So it's interesting that, see, he had a little issue there when he was on the chest. I'm not sure how that would have went regardless. I mean, he did miss the lift regardless, but he looked like he got a little loose, you know, when he was in the bottom.
Well, aren't you so lucky? Oh,
well, yeah.
My goodness.
I mean, I got people. I don't know if you know this or not, but I mean, I do have some people.
You got people. I got lifters.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I'm not sure which one I'd rather have. Well, I mean, maybe both.
Depends how much work you got to get done, you know?
You ain't lying. I got people for that too, though.
Yeah. Ethan with 147.5. We are going to see if he can go 3 for 3 on bench right here. This is an impressive bench press. Just under the 330 range, 325 pounds. Over 3 plates in the gym. Traditionally, this would have people.
So it looks like he's forecasted.
Guessing.
Right now he's forecasted for second place.
Forecasted for second, so he needs this if he really wants to pull to win. And he grinds it. Let's see him. Judges say,
as long as he kept his butt down, which it looks like he did. That is just a great looking bench, realistically overall. And I don't know if you guys have noticed or not, the amount of 82.5 kilo men that had signed up. Yes, I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 16 or 17 82.5 kilo men. I said 16 or 17, okay? Not the other number that you're thinking of.
What number am I thinking of?
Yeah,
okay, we have our final. Let's lock in for Jacob O'Hara.
I'm too old to know that reference.
2 benches at 150 kg and 155 kg next. Jacob, let's see it with representing America flag. Pushes it off his chest. Keep fighting, Jacob. Don't slow down.
A little worried about the hips popping up.
Just that left arm not strong enough. And then our final lifter for the day to close out the bench press, Mattis Elston. Mattis almost squatted 550 pounds earlier, and now he gets to challenge his bench press.
Yeah, and it looks like he is forecasted right now to be in first for the 82.5 kilos. And like I said, there's there's at least a full flight of them today, and I did have to move a couple of them to tomorrow. I think there was a bench only guy, but there were people that weren't directly competing with the people that I have lifting today.
And yeah, this is epic for competition. Not only that, for memories as well. These people, we remember a flight that big forever. And it's all 82s in this class, and this is a 90. Gets it off his chest, slow to lock out. Just bouncing at the top.
He can finish that.
Barely misses it at the lockout.
He just stalled out and just ran out of gas.
It is a good fight. Anything you would like to say about your lifter?
I think he's going to do he's been pretty good. This is his first meet.
And who was your lifter again?
Luke Charlotte.
Luke Charlotte?
Yep. Yes, we've been watching him all day. Okay. Anyone you would like to shout out?
I'd like to shout out everyone who put this meet together and everyone from F3.
Good deal.
And then good luck to Nationals for you, sir, and well done in coaching back there. Good luck to you.
Thank you guys for having me on here.
Oh, yeah. All right. We're taking a 10-minute?
Yeah, you guys can take a 10-minute. You're good. I'll keep yakking for a couple minutes. Yep, you're good. Yeah, so overall we're gonna take a 10-minute break. So we're gonna have our crew switch over to deadlift, and then Gary is gonna go ahead and just disconnect everything, get us all set up for deadlift. And then once we're set over, we'll have a 10-minute timer. I'll see if I can't get my live stream guy to put that 10-minute timer up on the screen. That way you'll have a general idea of when we're going. So I'm going to see if I can get if I can grab Justin over here, and maybe Justin and I can have a little chat. Give me just a second here. All right, there we go.
All right, I'm back.
All right. Did you enjoy your your lunch?
I had some quick food, and
there you go.
Ready to get back.
Awesome. So I was just saying that we're going to switch over to deadlift.
Yep.
Right, which is it's my favorite lift.
Is it?
I mean, it is. Even if I do have a habit of taking a nap at my second, maybe third deadlift, it is my favorite lift. I think it's a lot of people's favorite lift. You either love it or you hate it.
Right.
And let me turn you back up there, Marlon. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I feel like deadlift is very emotional. It's an emotional lift.
Oh,
you know which ones I find emotional right now are the RDLs. The back of my thighs are on fire.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Hey, Ian. Could you move the chat?
Yeah, deadlift's coming up, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
We're going to see a lot of big weight being moved around. Deadlift is really, to me, it's all about conditioning. It's the last lift of the day.
Right.
You put all your eggs in one basket, And this can really make or break a lifter.
It definitely makes or break. I mean, especially, you know, someone like yourself, Marlon. I don't know if you want to tell the people what your deadlift is.
Well,
because I know Justin doesn't know what your deadlift is.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Yeah.
So, yes, in competition, 804.
Oh. Yeah, and that's 804 pounds. Right?
I figured in pounds.
Yeah,
my goodness.
But I mean,
that is insane.
And I don't know if you know this or not, but he's pretty much the last deadlifter at like every meet ever.
Yeah,
you know?
I can imagine.
Which, you know, puts him in a very special place. You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, there are people that can deadlift more, but I mean, it's a rare occasion at a drug-tested, you know, meet for USAPL that you're going to find somebody who deadlifts more than Marlon does.
That is amazing.
And what is your dots, Marlon?
Right now, I believe it's a 498. So
498 dots, which is phenomenal.
What is the dots?
So dots is a formula that is used to try to make it to where people of different weight classes can compete against each other for like a best in lifter, like overall type of thing. And it's a great way to gauge just kind of how strong you are in comparison to everybody.
Right.
Because if you compare me to an 80 pound man, right? Obviously, I should be able to, outlift them numbers wise, right? But there's a formula that goes in there. You know, if you're a bigger guy, you know, you always say that the dots, you know, doesn't favor the bigger people. It's definitely skewed towards the smaller lifter.
Right.
I tend to personally agree with that, but I'm a bigger lifter. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But it's the system that we have and the system that we use, and so that's just, you know, the one that we go with is it's one of those that just kind of is what it is.
And it comes down to a lot of people, you know, who is the strongest. This is the person that lifts the most.
Yeah.
Or is the person that has the most dots?
Yeah, you know, and you know, as like a 308, you know, guy myself, you know, we like to say, well, you know, there's no dots in the jungle,
100%,
you know,
100%.
kind of thing. But you know, at the same time, like that's not how the competitions are run. You know what I mean? It's, you know, it's based on dots. You know what I mean? And you gotta play the game.
Right.
Yes, you do. And unfortunately for my bigger guys and women as well.
Oh yeah.
You know, we're moving the weight, but we are also compromising our dots as well.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, and it's just a matter of, you know, if you lose weight, well, you know, your leverages might change, you know what I mean? And everything like that changes a little bit, you know, and it's just like, well, you know, if you're going for the dot number, you know what I mean?
Well, it goes back to, I believe that's Angela Spence. You know, she cut down to 75.
Right.
Yeah. Well,
So-
I think they had her earlier. They did a little interview with her earlier.
Yeah, so, you know, to the eye's view, was she stronger at an 84 or is she stronger at a 75?
And that probably, the formula, you know, factors all that in, the dot
Exactly,
score.
100%.
Yeah,
Wow.
for sure.
And I would definitely say, you know, the deadlift favors most of the leaner lifters,
Okay.
right? You know, for us bigger guys, you know, to get in that positioning is tough to deadlift in that position.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's where we'll see a lot of the different stances, you know, with the deadlift.
Sure, yeah.
The
And-
mid-wide ones. the
Yeah,
closer
so,
ones.
you know, there's the conventional, right? And then there's the sumo,
Right.
And I've done and competed in both.
Okay.
You know, when I competed raw, I mainly did conventional, right? And then when I transferred over to like multiply, I switched to sumo because I could get more out of my deadlifting suit as, you know, pulling sumo.
Now, Ray, do you mind explaining to people what
Multiply is.
I mean, that is
Keep it brief.
Yeah, right, for sure. So the best way I can try to explain it is if you've ever put on a pair of jeans that were too tight, you know, and so because the original like suits and stuff were made out of like denim and that sort of stuff. So if you can imagine some painted on tight jeans, but they only went up to like your mid thigh. So if you can imagine my illustrious body, you know what I mean, with some painted on denim jeans, right? And then give me 2 or 3 or even 4 layers of that denim material, and then watch me try to sit in a chair with you know, some denim jeans that I literally had to hang from hooks to get into.
Wow.
Right? And it's funny because, you know, you look at like a multiply, you know, lifter, they'll have a massive squat, you know, like maybe even 1,000 pounds.
And to piggyback off that, I would say those who transition to raw, which is sleeves,
Yep.
from multiply, their squats and bench press usually transfers.
Well,
over.
and the thing is that, you know,
Right.
you're used to, because, you know, the suit and everything allows you to squat, especially so much more. You know, you get accustomed to that heavier weight on your back, so you're not scared of it as much, if that makes total sense.
yeah,
confidence.
But moving over to like where we're going to be heading in deadlift, the deadlift suit doesn't help as much as the squat suit or the bench shirt, you know, which, I mean, we don't think we really need to talk too much about that because we're going to be going to deadlift, right?
Yes, 100%.
But the deadlift suit, the thing is like, okay, so I have these painted on tight, you know, bottoms, right? And the straps that go up over the shoulder and whatnot. Well, I still need to get down to the bar, you know, and get into
Right.
position.
Now, I would definitely say from my experience, I've done 2 strongman comps. In both comps, I actually wore a deadlift shoe.
Yeah.
If you're going for volume, yes.
Yeah,
Right,
for sure,
right.
for sure.
If you're going for volume, yes.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Like, if you're trying to deadlift in a suit, the hardest part of the lift, it's a max effort grabbing the bar grabbing. You know.
Oh, yeah.
Like I have literally, you know, I don't want to say failed necessarily, but I've reached down to grab the bar and got one hand and then went to go get the other hand and then the hand slips and then I have to like reset and do it again because, you know, there can just be so much pressure built
Sure,
up.
yeah,
And
exactly.
then once you get a hold of the bar, you know, like if you think, you know, if you say like strongman, you're like Eddie Hall, you know, I like to call it the CPAP roll. Right, so you see people, you know, and for strongman they have to do conventional, right?
Yes,
Because they
they do,
think
yes,
anything
it's
that's not
conventional
conventional is cheating.
Right.
You know, which I mean, whatever. Hey, rules are rules. You know, it is what it is. I've done both, but I don't think you get as much out of a suit if you're conventional.
No, not at all.
No,
but also,
you know, so anyway, that like CPAP roll, the reason that they do that, especially if you're wearing a suit, is because you can be, you know, sprawled weight out, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And then you can force yourself to roll back in there, and you can try to, you can get your lats tight and everything tight like you need to, and get into that position that you wouldn't be able to just pull yourself down into that position as tight, and then
Right.
get that pop out of that
Yes.
suit. You'll even see some of the bigger lifters. Which is kind of why I call it the CPAP roll, and I'm not trying to be derogatory when I say that.
Oh,
you
no.
know, I have a CPAP.
I do
You know,
too.
you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's all fun and games, and I'm not like really trying to make fun of anybody. But you know, I like to call it a CPAP roll because I like to say, you know, if you're a smaller lifter and you don't have a CPAP, you don't need to be doing the CPAP roll.
Right.
He's like, what are you doing? You are small enough. You should be able to get into that position without your belly and your gut and everything getting in the
and
way.
to piggyback on the grip there for Justin and those who are listening who don't know, now you will see a lot of hook grip. So a hook grip is when you wrap your thumb around the bar and you deadlift the weight.
Yeah, you want to, you know, see how I got this marker in my hand. You want to try to demonstrate on this marker what hook grip is for, you know, the people at home
So
that
for
don't know.
those, For the hook, what I like
So
to do.
let's take a look. I don't think they can see it. You got to
Can they
get
see
it over
Can
this
they
way.
see
There
it?
you go.
Take the thumb and we just wrap. So that is
Right,
a hook
and
grip.
that's for people that don't like their thumbs. Is how I kind of like to look about it. You know, it's people that don't like their thumb because
Right.
I mean, so like you said, so you know your traditional grip, you know, you just think of just grabbing the bar to where if you're gonna do the hook grip, you think that thing in and you lock that in, and then that way when the bar pushes,
Oh my goodness.
you know,
Now-
you are wrapped around that thumb loop in
Now,
there.
I can say from personal experience there, Justin, and those listening, I've never failed a grip on deads with hook.
Wow.
Never
Yeah.
hook. Now, mixed grip, yes.
Okay,
Slipped out.
but let's talk about your hand and what your hand looks like, because I know I know from experience that I've seen your hand after some of your deadlifts,
Yes.
and I had to give you some things because you were missing skin.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. So it's, you know, did he drop the bar? No. Right? But was he missing some skin?
Oh, 100%, yes.
Yeah. So there was some fluid leakage. You can figure out what that was, you know, as far as and some skin, you know. And so, like, I know for you. So how does that work out for you? When you train for deadlift, how much do you train hook grip, knowing the risk that hook grip brings?
So usually, it really just depends, you know. We're getting older here.
I know that.
I'll be 37 this year, but
I feel it every day.
But normally, what I tend to do is, I'm usually like a false grip up until about.
So when you say false grip, we're talking over under.
So false grip,
Oh, yeah.
double over. So
Double over or over
False-
under?
double over false grip. So I'm not even gripping the
so
bar.
thumbless is what you're
Thumbless.
saying.
I am
Okay,
thumbless,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
So I usually work up to maybe 4 reds, which is 485 pounds.
Yeah. Some
Thumbless.
people's maxes, that's fine with no
Right.
thumb.
With
That's
no
fine.
thumb.
And then, my next jump, depending on what the weight is, if it's in the 6s, sometimes I would just jump straight to it,
Sure.
and then that would be hook.
Okay.
So for a lot of people, I like to chalk the back of my thumbs as well.
Sure.
Because most people don't
Because
chalk.
that's where when you're doing that, that's where your hand is going to be
Exactly.
reaching on there, and that's where a lot of that tension is going to come in.
Exactly. And I see a lot of lifters, they just chalk the thumb,
Sure.
the hand, and not the back.
Oh,
I gotcha.
And
That's
they're
a pro tip.
Yes, and they're running while, well, I couldn't hold onto the bar. It was slippery.
Right.
Whatever. Well, you didn't choke the back of your thumb there, buddy.
right.
Yeah, for sure.
So usually my approach, it's all about confidence, right? It's repetition.
Absolutely.
So I've done reps and reps and reps. I don't use straps, which is just a personal preference of mine.
Well, and that's kind of what I was getting at. I'll be honest, I was expecting you to say that you use straps when you get heavier just to try to save, your thumb and your thumb skin.
No, man.
Especially when you're getting say closer to a meet. You know what I mean? I was expecting you to tell me that, hey, I work up to like 75, 80% and then switch to straps because I'm confident in my hook grip ability. Is what I was expecting from you.
The way I see it is it's all about building character and also building.
Well, character or calluses on your thumb.
Exactly.
I guess is another way to look at it.
And like Ray said earlier, if my hand rips in training, I'm still going to pull the top weight because in my mind, once I'm on a platform, if it rips, I've already pulled 750 plus in training with thumbs and calluses ripped off. So it's all about confidence.
Sure.
But that goes back to what we were saying earlier with the bench press. It's all about confidence as well.
Yeah, for sure. And it makes a huge difference. I mean, I know, I've always done over-under, right, to where I'll have one hand under, one hand over, and I'll train double over, right, until, basically failure, you know what I mean, and then I'll switch, to try to, save myself from window shading, my bicep.
But
which is a big benefit of, pulling hook grip is you don't have to worry necessarily as much about, window shading your bicep.
Exactly. And what I don't post and what I don't tell people, I do a lot of forearm work as well.
Sure. Yeah.
So the gym I go to is F3 Fitness. We do have some forearm work equipment.
Sure.
So I actually do work on my forearm just to build that tension, build that strength in the forearms as well.
All right, I just got to note there's 1 minute left on the break, it looks like, before we're going to start deadlifts. So just to kind of give everybody a heads up on that. I forget where we were.
Deadlifting.
Deadlifting, that's right.
That's something that I have a struggle with.
Deadlifting. Why would you have a problem deadlifting?
I don't know.
I can't put my hands on it.
I can't either. I'm missing a little bit of my fingers.
Hey, listen, excuses,
So with that, I do a little bit of an underhand and I curl it a little bit.
Yes. Right.
I make the attempts to do what I can.
Sure.
I know my limits.
Yeah.
As someone who's 43, I have quite a few of them.
Right.
And I'm not out here to be a power lifter. I love the sport, but it's not what I'm going to do and compete in. But I want to be as strong as I can be.
100%.
Absolutely. And I would say, especially for someone like you, Justin, I'll get away with letting you use a strap on the right hand.
right.
The left hand, however, left hand, you don't need a strap on that one. I'll let you have a strap on the right hand.
I got the hooks. I got the hooks now, so I can cheat a little bit.
Well, I'm fine with that. I have no problem with you having that.
Yep. No, it works for me. And that's for those RDLs. I can do my RDLs and
there you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is loaded for Emma, 82.5 kilograms for her first deadlift attempt.
All right, and one thing that we should know is you cannot drop the bar. It has to be a controlled put down.
Yep.
And I have been a victim of that a few times.
I tell you, the sooner we can get it over with, the better sometimes.
Right.
I know, like I said, I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if Marlon was in here, I have a tendency, of taking a nap on like a second, third attempt deadlift kind of thing. And, sometimes it is all I can do, you know what I mean, to be like, okay, can we put this down?
Yes, 100%.
Whether I want it to go down or not, it might just be going down.
Yes, and I tell people, deadlift is like I said earlier, it's highly emotional. A lot of people are coming
100%.
here with their own personal goals.
Yeah.
But for a lot of these, for most,
that's a nice strong lockout on that deadlift too. I really like to see that like hip pop. You know what I mean? When you go up to the top, I like to see that snap.
Yeah, I feel like on the opener, yes, but once it gets to that third attempt,
well, you're not going to be able to do it. I'm just saying, I just think that's a good, like in the warm-up room, I like
indicator.
To see.
Okay.
I just like to see that you're activating like kind of what you need to do if you get that nice like hip pop at the top.
So, what are your thoughts on knee sleeves on the deadlift?
I'm not a fan personally, but that doesn't mean whatever works. That deadlift looked great though.
That was a great deadlift.
I just like for me, it just kind of gets in the way.
Okay.
For me, because I lose a little skin on my knees, personally, and I wouldn't want like my knee sleeves rubbing up against there and making my life any more difficult than it needs to be.
Strong lift by Deadlift.
Beautiful lift.
Now, if you guys are going to notice, the longer limb lifters, they're going to have more of a stronger deadlift.
Yeah, so they normally call that like the ape index, right?
Exactly.
So how much longer your wingspan is versus your height, it gives you a number that's like your ape index. And I think if you're over like a +4 or +5 ape index kind of thing, you are like literally like built to deadlift.
100%. And that goes back to what we were saying earlier, Justin, with bench. You know, a lot of those long arm pullers we're seeing now, let's look at their bench press.
Yeah. I mean,
transition's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah.
Ratio here with 102.5 kilograms. Easy.
Making it look nice.
That's beautiful. You know, and these are just great openers. And the nice thing about having nice openers like that is it just solidifies you, in the meet.
Yes, 100%.
Right.
You know, and it just locks your place in there because, you know, you'd hate to get this far into the day and then, you know, not get a deadlift in.
Trust me, I've been there.
Zoe starting at 102.5 kg.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good lift. I mean,
it looked like nerves.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that needs to get cleaned up a little bit.
Nerves, yes,
you know what I mean? I think
100%.
she's just kind of rushing it. Like, you know, I think sometimes they need to know, you know, that, you know, they do have the time, you know. So, all right, let's see. So we have, Nicole West with 102.5 kilos.
Masters one.
Struggling a little bit. Good job.
Should be a good lift. I didn't see any downward motion there.
That looks pretty good to me from what I'm seeing. Like,
I think the judges agree.
Okay, good.
Now,
yeah, I didn't see a reason for that. I mean,
now they can stall, or does it have to be continual motion?
There can be no downward movement.
No, okay.
Right? I mean, it can look, you know, not as, you know, perfect, you know what I mean, as we like. I mean, that definitely,
But
you know.
no bouncing or downward motion.
You can't have any downward motion or, you know, you're supporting on the thighs. You know, a lot of people will call that like hitching. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you think of like, you know, the typical, you know, we talked about strongman earlier.
Yes.
You think of the strongman deadlift where they're kind of herky-jerky the whole way up.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And they'll lean way back and then they'll stand back forward and that sort of stuff. You know, for them, it's all they can do to get it up. I'll finish in just a second. Let's take a look at her 115 kilo.
Yeah, this is definitely her first comp. So for ladies and gentlemen, there is no start command on deadlifts, ladies and gentlemen. There is only a down command.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure, yeah. Which is nice that there's only one command to pay attention to,
Right.
And a lot of times we'll crank the music up quite a bit because
100%.
it's just, you know, all you got is a down command, and then the head judge does give them, you know,
The hand signals.
yeah. Okay,
Here we have Denise. This is her home gym, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Hometown favorite.
So that's a very snappy deadlift.
That was a very snappy.
nice.
Oh, I'm going to say she was not, her hips were not through. That's what I'm going to guess.
Man, what? So do you have the thing for deadlift where it says, did she write them down for... There we go. So for the red flag, it says failure to lock shoulders back and failure to lock knees is what we have written down for that.
And if we see a blue light, that's some downward movement or supporting on the thighs.
Or you know, some people like to call it hitching. I think the rule book specifically says
That's
supporting
hitching.
on the thighs. But it's like commonly known as like hitching.
So you see they have baby powder on their thighs there. So Justin, I like to actually put baby powder on my forearms as well.
On your, that's interesting. Why would you put them on your forearm?
All right, so since I pull both, but in comp I usually pull sumo. So I go on the forearms because they help slide up in the middle.
Along the legs.
Along the legs.
Okay, makes sense.
So a little bit of a pro tip. Most people don't do it, but it does.
Right.
It actually does help
For
a
any
little bit.
contact on skin, you want it to be.
Plus, want to reduce
smooth.
as much friction. Like I said earlier, you know, when he'd ask me about the knee sleeves,
Right.
You know, I want to make my life as easy as I can.
Oh,
you know, I don't
absolutely.
want to make my life harder for anything.
100%.
Absolutely.
You know, anything you can do to try to make your life easier.
Right. We're seeing some great opening lifts here.
They have Wendy. She is also a ref too, by the way.
Yeah, Wendy, and I believe Wendy's going to be roughing for us tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
When we have the rest of the men competing tomorrow, Wendy's going to be roughing. Let's see what Wendy does with her 120 kilo.
And Wendy
deadlifter.
also served the Marine Corps too, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
That's awesome. You know, I didn't know that about Wendy.
Yes, she served the Marine
That
Corps.
is 3 white lights. I mean, I kind of expect that from Wendy. I'm not even gonna lie. You know, like it's one of those to where, you know, if you ref as many meets as like Wendy does, and it's like, and if you mess something up, it's like, yes, like come on,
Right.
Wendy, you know better, you know. But like I said, she did great, and I expect that.
Helena Wernette coming up with a 125 opening opening deadlift.
Easy opener.
She made that look easy.
She looked that good, and she's got some fan clubs in the chat.
Yeah, she
I don't know if
does,
you see
yeah.
that. She definitely has some fan in the chat.
And now that 125, that is 275 pounds.
Yeah, which is
yes.
amazing.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
If you see someone at the gym, at my normal gym, doing
Yeah.
they are the strongest one there, basically.
True. And
So
And
this
as
is
long as
incredible.
Marlon's not there.
What's that?
As long as Marlon's
Yeah,
not
as
there.
long as Marlon's
But
not
you
there.
know, I'm a big believer on, for those who powerlift, we are the 1% when it comes to the strength curve.
Oh, for sure.
Absolutely.
So regardless of what's on the bar, 140 kgs here by Lauren, she is still considered one of the 1%ers in the world who are moving this kind of weight.
Absolutely.
That looked like a solid attempt.
That was a
That
solid
was
attempt.
incredible. Judges
Three-way.
agree.
That's great.
And Lauren is also a seasoned lifter, by the
Right.
way, ladies and gentlemen.
We have Audrey coming up, attempting that 145.
319 pounds.
Awesome. So I don't know if you noticed or not, but one thing I noticed when I wasn't on over here, we have the live stream on a couple of the TVs.
Yes, we do.
And so I've noticed that some of the lifters, especially right after their lift, because there is like a 30-second or so delay. Let's wait for this one real quick here.
Easy. Now, the only thing I disagree with that kind of pulling, there's no slack pull. So slack pull is when you create tension to initiate the actual deadlift.
Okay.
So instead of, like some people call it like yanking the bar off
Right.
the ground, you know what I mean? You want to create that tension to hear that click.
Yes, exactly. So strong
and
pull,
then
but once you get to that third deadlift, I'm curious to see if that same technique is going to work.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, but anyway, going back to what I was saying is that I've noticed that a lot of the lifters, because we do have the live stream up and there's like a 30-second delay or so, they'll do their lift and then they'll run over to watch the live stream to get like an instant replay of their own lift to see what it looked like on the live stream.
I like that. That's awesome. Emma with a very strong deadlift.
Yeah, they look like another solid deadlift to me.
Very nice.
So I'm very shocked. We're seeing more conventional than we are sumo right now.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes in waves. You know what I mean? One thing, I think some people are just built better for sumo or built better for conventional. But I also think the popularity just kind of goes based on, who you're around and everything like that.
Yes, who's your coach and all of that
who's
stuff.
your coach?
What
and,
gym you attend.
You have a bunch of strongman buddies that bully you out of pulling sumo, like whatever ends up being, or, if you have a bunch of, it's like, oh, well, this guy, he pulls a ton and he pulls sumo. I need to do that,
Abigail attempted the 102.5.
So easy. And just for a disclaimer there, ladies and gentlemen, I do pull both. 800 conventional.
just rub it in. Just rub it in.
I do pull both. Celsi here with 102.5 kilograms. Very, I love the patience on that deadlift.
Oh, for sure.
Very controlled.
Yes.
And sometimes, that may look quick to us, you know what I mean? But I know, Marlon, from experience that, even though that looked, really, really fast to us, it probably did not feel nearly as fast
100%.
to the lifter.
Right.
But also, too, it may felt slow to us, but it may have felt easy to her.
Yeah, and sometimes it's that way. I just feel that, when you get to the heavier deadlift, I think patience, is really the key.
Now, let me ask you this. Are you a believer of full sending on your third deadlift if you know you already are in the running to win or place?
Well, I don't know if you know this or not, but as a 308, multiply lifter, who does not squat 1,000 pounds, I am never in the running to win. So I'm just going to throw that out there.
That wasn't a shot at you, but
hey, I'm just saying.
But if you are handling, there's like Nicole here who kind of struggled on her opener. Right?
Very nice.
Very nice.
Very good. That was a great recovery on that.
It was a great recovery.
The judges say it was good.
Yeah, that's a good lift.
Now, are you allowing her to full send on that third attempt?
If I was her coach, no. I mean, because I would say it's like, hey, listen, there's some things that we need to work on and clean up. You know what I mean? And I'm trying to be respectful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
But there's some things I think that, her setup could use a little work. You know what I mean? To try to get you in the best, strongest position.
I agree. Okay.
And that's just a lot of times when it comes to the stance, we definitely see some different stances here. Let's take a look at this one real quick. There we go.
Very nice.
So
There we
she
go.
did,
So kind of overextending a little bit there at the top.
and with the strongman roll to go with it as well.
Yeah, and so, I find it interesting, and I say trying to get yourself in the strongest position to where, she was pulling sumo, but I would normally see, like, your arms straight up and down, to the bar, to where hers were kind of angled out. Maybe she just feels stronger that way?
Well, I also feel like, too, when you're pulling sumo, I'm going to be a little bit biased, but I feel like to be in the best positioning, I feel like hook is highly recommended.
No, for sure.
Your arms are even, hands are even,
Yep.
and you have to be a little more patient off the ground when you're pulling hook.
And I just thought maybe she puts her arms out a little farther to make sure that she's on the knurling. And so she's not on the smooth. That could have been it. I'd have to take a look again.
Easy biracial here.
Very nice.
There we go. But I know that, when I pull conventional, my conventional is pretty wide. You know what I mean?
You're a little bit hippie, so that makes sense.
Well, for sure.
Makes sense.
And you gotta go with what you got.
Exactly.
And I know, like, when I pull sumo, I'm almost touching the plates with my feet.
Wow.
Nice
I guess
recovery by
she has
Denise.
that real snappy, sumo
Yes.
pull. And what I do like is that she kept the same attempt.
Yes.
I love to see that when you miss an attempt. Even though I thought she confidently got it and probably just didn't get that lockout like we were thinking before, I like that she kept the attempt. Maybe I would have let her go up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe 5 kilograms.
Nothing too crazy, but you need to get that attempt locked in. You know what I mean? Because, you can shoot for the moon, you know what I mean? But if you don't get any, it doesn't matter.
Now here's Catherine again. Hopefully she... really patient deadlift.
And I
really
think,
patient deadlift.
I think the patience is really key on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she has another at least 10 more kilograms, 7.5 at best on her next pull.
Sophia Clayton coming up with the 125 kg attempt.
She is wearing an A7 singlet. Strong pull.
That is a beautiful
That
looking
was
pull.
a real beautiful pull.
She didn't
Very
look too
stacked
happy with
position.
it, though.
She did not.
I'm not really sure. I mean,
I think she wanted to move a little more smoother.
that could be. I don't know. I mean, if I get 2 white lights, you know what I mean?
100%, I'm happy.
I am happy as can be. You know what I mean? Like, I think if you get over 2 white lights, it's like, man, I think maybe I tried too hard on that one. Especially when you get on squats. Man, if I get more than 2 white lights on a squat, I think I tried too hard.
Heavier.
All right, so we got Wendy again. Going for 127.5 kilos.
Masters 2B.
That's a 7.5 kilo jump.
Now, Justin, you see how she has the baby powder on her legs? It helped her actually ride the bar up to that lockout.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I'm a big believer, once you baby powder on the first attempt, and third attempt, re-baby powder.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Please
Because,
baby powder.
that stuff gets everywhere.
Yes, 100%. Please re-baby powder.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing baby powder fly all over that.
Yeah, well,
stage.
that's actually not baby powder. That's chalk.
That's chalk.
So there's chalk and baby powder.
So there's 2 different powders that they use. Is that they use chalk on their hands to get
And the
grip,
baby powder
and
on
the
the
baby
skin.
powder to reduce the grip.
Gotcha.
And so they brush that off to make sure every lifter has the best chance possible.
Right.
So all right. So we got Helenia again, who I believe has the fan clubs in the chat there.
She does.
Oh, she should be good.
That was nice.
That looked
was
great.
nice. Smooth.
Our coach Norm is super excited. I love Norm.
For those who know, they actually drove from Traverse City.
Yep. Yeah.
That is incredible.
Yeah, he drove down last night.
Yes, they drove down last night.
He drove down last night.
And
Helped me
also-
set up a little bit too.
And also shout out to our favorite handler, our favorite spotter and loader there, Gary, who also drove from
Traverse City. And for those that don't realize it, we are in Troy, Michigan.
Yes, so it's about
what
3.5, 4 hours.
So you got to remember, Traverse City is way up here on our Michigan map, and we are like way over here. So all right. So as Lauren,
pulled by Lauren.
145. I mean, that looks like a strong pull to me.
And she is still forecasted first.
As someone who refs, I haven't ref for USAPL, but I've ref in a couple other federations. I think deadlift is the hardest for me to rep to rep because and some could argue squat, but I always struggled, with the deadlift because one, I always want everyone to do well, and deadlift's and deadlift's my favorite lift. You know what I mean? But it's like, okay, well, was that supporting on the thighs? Were they fully locked out?
Strong finish at the top too.
I feel like she could have benefited from having baby powder on her thigh.
I think so too, because you could definitely see it slow down once you got above the knees. It looked like it slowed down a little bit there.
But very strong lift there.
For sure. And the key, I think, again, right, was patience.
Yes.
Having the patience, I'm not sure what the code is, was having the patience to finish.
Yes, exactly.
You know what I mean, Matt? And like I said, sometimes, in your mind, you've been up there for 5 minutes, you know what I mean, just pulling, and you just need to, I know, whenever I'm trying to, help, any of my friends right now, one of the things I always yell is just keep pulling,
yes,
you know what I mean?
Yes.
Or don't quit on me, or some other expletives that I really shouldn't, yell on,
yes, how
say
bad
on
do you
here.
want it? So we are in the third and final attempts for flight A.
So this is Emma. I know Emma has a fan club in here.
Oh, she had 100 kilograms, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, man.
She had 100 kilograms.
Incredible.
That was awesome.
She went 9 for 9.
Okay, yeah. So she did go 9 for 9. That is awesome.
That is awesome. Looks like she's being handled by Siler from DWC.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of DWC.
100%, yes.
And I don't know if you know this or not, but I mean, DWC seems to bring, a couple athletes at least.
Who brings energy when
he brings energy, and and he's someone that I can actually go to, right?
And for those who don't know,
and I go to him in the back and I'm like, hey, if there's any problems back here, I trust you to let me know.
And also, Siler is also a very strong lifter out there, ladies and gentlemen. I think he's close to a 800-pound squat, 800-pound pull. So all his lifters are some great hands. 3 white lights for Deborah.
3 white lights for there. Looks like the lights are goofing up a little bit on us, but
that's all right.
It's been a long day.
You can see the screen in the back, so that's what I've been looking at.
For sure.
Nicole West, she's been struggling a little bit with these.
But she made a very smart third attempt selection.
She did.
Yeah, she went up the minimum amount, which was 2.5 kilos.
And I think she should be fine. She wants it bad enough.
Yeah, that left leg. It makes me wonder if she has an injury,
yes,
or something. That would be my guess, is that she has that injury.
But if she does,
but like we talked before, you would ask me if I would let her full send, and I would say no. That 2.5 kilo jump is probably what I would have went with.
Yes, 100%.
Either that or just scratching. Yes. You know what I mean? But hey, you're here. You don't have any other lifts to do. You might as well, in my opinion, as long as you're not thinking about getting hurt.
Yeah. And for some people, this meet is it could be a warm-up meet for something bigger.
Absolutely.
Could. We do have the state meet coming up for a lot of these lifters. This could be their long off-season to get ready for states come November.
Absolutely. Oh, and that's just not there. I know, I feel like sometimes the closer the bar is to the ground, the heavier the bar is. And sometimes I swear, and even though I know they don't, maybe they just super glue the bars, the plates to the carpet on me sometimes.
Here's Zoe with her third attempt. Easy pull. Now she switched her grip and stance on that third attempt.
Did she?
Yeah, she was sumo. Now she took a modified wider grip.
She grabbed something off the platform. Yeah. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, she switched her grip there in her stance.
Interesting.
Hey, whatever works, it works.
Hey, and that's just what it is at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
Hey. And she went 3 for 3, so hey, that's all that matters.
That's right.
Abigail's coming up with 115 kg. She hits this, she'll be 3 or.
Now, Abigail has that real wide, conventional, almost strongman stance.
And she's double over. She's not a hook grip. She's double over.
Is that double over?
That's double over. She is double over, ladies and gentlemen. That was not a hook.
That is interesting.
That is very strong.
And realistically, for those that don't know, right, is that double over, the bar wants to literally roll out of your hand, right? If I can, try to do that. The bar tries to roll out of your hand. So when you do the hook grip, right, that prevents it from rolling. Or if you do the over under, right, to where you do 1 over, 1 under, is that it will just roll out of one hand into the other, and it kind of keeps it from you dropping the bar. So to be able to do, a max effort deadlift
on your
double overhand,
that's impressive.
That's really impressive.
That's really impressive. Rachel here with
This looks like a pretty big jump.
127.5. Yeah, it is a really big jump.
12.5.
Easy.
Wow.
I saw a little movement at the bottom.
I was thinking the same thing,
she
and
got it,
I'm pretty sure that's what Brent got her for.
Yeah,
Like I
100%.
can almost guarantee. What is on her little cheat sheet here? What does yellow say?
Yellow is everything else.
Yeah. Okay.
She had a little downward, kind of at the start.
That's what I look like. Maybe like a little up and down at the bottom.
Yes.
It's kind of like what I saw, but she got the lift.
Another big jump for Denise. I think she has it.
Let's take a look.
Yeah.
Nice.
There we go.
Very nice.
So for those, like we talked before, that snappiness.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Once it got heavier, you know what I mean. That snappiness kind of went away.
Now, for those who don't know,
Right.
the closer you grip, it's going to be harder to lock those shoulders in.
Right.
So for a smaller lifter, yes, you want to be a little closer, but also you got to get them those shoulders back.
So when you're up, the judges are looking to lock out that shoulder.
Yeah. So your hips, your shoulders, and your knees all need to be locked out.
Gotcha.
Which which is again, like what I'm saying before, is like when you're trying to judge that, I think that is one of the harder ones to judge to see if
Right.
you're like really locked out.
Especially if you're the front judge. It's hard to kind of tell.
Yeah.
Sophia here with 130 kilograms. Very stacked position for her sumo. Very stacked.
It's a very strong looking.
It is. And yes, easy.
Very nice.
130 was a great call.
Yeah.
I think she had a 135 at least.
But hey, and here's the thing that I always, if you asked like if I was, coaching a lifter or whatever, I think a lot of it comes down to like what have they done in the past?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What their goals are, right? And what is this meet for them?
Yes,
In my mind, if you can get a PR, you know what I mean?
Why not? Yeah.
Just go for the PR, and I'd be good with that.
We're getting a stare down right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I was getting stared down.
And Wendy with a very strong.
Yeah, and being real patient.
Yes. I think she did that for Chesty Polar, ladies and gentlemen. For those who know what Chesty Polar is, 5 Navy crosses for Purple Hearts Marine.
Say that one more time.
Yes, so Chesty Polar. So it's a famous Marine from World War II back in the day. 5 Navy crosses. Yes, 5 Navy crosses.
He is a Marine Corps legend, and I'm not even in the Marines.
Right. Because, I mean, maybe you guys don't know. I don't know if you mentioned or not. Justin did serve as well.
Yes, I didn't mention that, but yes.
Yeah, we did meet.
Yeah,
We
okay.
did
Well,
talk
I
about
wasn't sure if you guys had mentioned that or not because I haven't been here the whole time.
Yeah, so Justin did serve in the Army, ladies and gentlemen, and myself, I served in the Marines, if you haven't noticed.
Yes. And this is, sports, that's one way that I get together for the camaraderie. Once you leave the service, getting back together with everybody, you need to find that family, that support. Sports has definitely been one thing to do that.
Yes, 100%. And for a lot of people, powerlifting is also a way to build friends, family.
Yeah,
100%. Strong lift.
Very nice.
Ooh, that could be a little
that
quick
could-
on the way down.
Yes.
So yellow. What's yellow on our little cheat sheet there?
Everything
again?
else.
Everything else. So
Could
that
have been
would be
slamming.
slamming the
Could be
bar.
slamming the bar.
Would be considered everything else. Which
Right.
I'm not just saying she did necessarily, but I could see an argument for it.
But that goes back to what I said earlier, the excitement and the emotion.
Oh,
Right?
100%.
We drove from Traverse City.
I'm gonna get off here, guys. I'm gonna get Zach back in here.
All right.
All right.
Been great having you over here.
I'm gonna go use the restroom.
All right, we have Lauren Staley coming up for the 152 attempt. She hit 145, jumped up 7.5. That's nice. Very controlled on the way down. Let's see what the judges say. It's good.
Ending the flight.
With Audrey.
172.5. What a pull. He's almost 400 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, she's getting ready.
Gives it all she got. Go, go, go.
That is fight.
Misses it at the
Doesn't
lockout.
get it.
Well done.
That was
Good
an
attempt for
amazing
her.
attempt.
Those were some epic deadlifts for the first flight,
They
flight
were
A.
incredible.
We are about to see how heavy we can get up to for day one of Pursuit of Power.
Now we're moving on to flight B with Karen Wilson coming up for a 105 attempt. If you're watching this, I mean, these are incredible weights that they are pulling up.
Bar is loaded for Aaron. Here we go. Keep race. Drive hard off the floor.
105 attempt for Karen Wilson. She made that
Cleans
look
that one up
easy. Very nice. I could see her taking a bigger jump for her second. I mean, I wouldn't 10, 15 kg there. Next, we have Rachel Hallstrom with a 110 attempt in the Women's Raw Masters 2A. Oh, nope. She's in the Women's Raw Open.
Sits in it, easy up.
Very nice.
3 wet lights. Bar is loaded for Cody.
Next up, we have Melissa Cockrow. Oh man, I'm jumping all over the place.
All right,
we have
Cody.
Cody Amer.
Confident Cody, let's get it. Just like her other lifts, clean and easy. Very good lifter. With
She made
the
that look
purple.
so easy.
Oh, we had 2 yellow lights. She's got to clean that up for her second. She put on the purple star socks. Those are phenomenal to look at. That is someone who cares about how she looks on the platform.
Absolutely. And those yellow lights, that could be anything from dropping the bar
Or
to
jumping the command.
jumping the commands.
Bar is loaded for you.
Okay, Melissa, just like her other 2 lifts, Melissa smokes them like there's nothing on that bar. That was too impressive.
That was easy.
You wonder what's in store for her
I
when she
know.
goes for that 3rd attempt.
Janice Smith goes at 275.
The feeling we're going to see some more weight added to these bars in the next round. Janice come up for that 125. So at 125, we're looking at 275 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Janice.
And Janice is also a Masters 2 lifter. Strong opener.
The 125 kilogram opener. That's your body weight, isn't it? She deadlifted a whole Marlin Outley there.
No, I'm thinking about 300 right now in there, buddy. That's what the scale said this morning.
Old Marlin Outley, that's for sure.
We have Ashley up with that 125 number.
Strong opener.
Very nice.
Clean lifting, conventional too.
These deadlifts, they're going pretty quick, you know. It's up and down, but they're
And a
doing
lot
it controlled.
of them are loading the same weight as each other, which makes the flight go that much faster.
But that goes back to what I was saying too earlier, Justin. Deadlift is really about conditioning, because if you're moving so fast when you're on the platform,
Yeah, absolutely.
if you're not conditioning and moving quick while you're in training, deadlifts it can hurt you.
Kristen with 135 grinds it up.
Easy.
Look at those
opener.
tattoos. You gotta admire that, especially on the deadlift when you get to show your skin,
Those
show
are
some shoulders.
Amazing tattoos.
And yeah, we are gonna be excited to see what she loads for her second and third.
Laura here with 140 kilograms for her first.
Laura, a
Attempt.
textbook lifter. She is definitely a veteran in this sport. I don't know how many years she's been competing, but you can tell she's confident in herself and her ability when she steps on this platform.
And I love the shoe choices for this too. The flat Vans, that's exactly what I'm wearing. You want to be comfortable, and there's nothing more comfortable than Vans.
Yes, 100%. I feel like when you're pulling conventional, I mean, you definitely want a flat surface when you're pulling deadlift in general. But I feel like conventional, it really doesn't matter per se, the shoes, in my opinion. Now, if you're pulling sumo, you definitely want more of a flatter shoe to help you be more closer to the ground.
But there is something to say about lifters who care about how they look on that platform.
Oh, 100%.
And those who show out in their image, show out in their performance as well.
100%.
And that is something you can admire about these lifters.
You know what I haven't noticed is I haven't seen none of the women here with their nails done.
Never. No.
I haven't noticed that. I have Reagan here, 142.5. This is also her home gym.
She's competing in the open raw.
Very like the last warm-up. Now, some people do take last warm-up as openers.
Okay.
So if you may see some of the lifts moving pretty quick for an opener. It could have been their last warm-up, but they take a pretty big jump when it comes to the second.
Back to what you were saying, though, Marlon, about being in shape for these deadlifts. What is one piece of advice? Oh, he took his headphones off.
No worries. Brenda's coming up with the 147.5 attempt.
Brenda has been fun to watch all day, going
Absolutely.
6 for 6 into this deadlift. I spoke to her in the back room. I wished her luck for an easy deadlift opener. Let's go, 147. 3 white lights for Brenda. I talked to her about if she went for high bar or low bar, because I thought she was a high bar, and she said she hurt her shoulder. She's going low bar. And I said, my apology, Brenda. Autumn Coles with 150 kilogram. Gonna go smoke this weight.
Bars loaded. Let's get on it.
Taking the time, setting the sumo.
And remember, ladies and gentlemen, you have 1 minute to execute the movement, so there's no need to rush.
No, we're seeing them take their times, and I think as it goes through, they'll take more time as the weight gets heavy.
Yes, 100%. Easy lift.
Those are looking really nice.
Audrey Thompson coming up next. The V3.
152 attempt. That 152 is 336 pounds. Wow.
Bars loaded for you. Let's get ready.
Very impressive for openers. But back to what you were saying, Marlon, about being in shape and doing all this stuff. Remember, people, these lifters have gone through not only 1 lift, but 2 maximal lifts of the squat and bench to get here. This is impressive work. And to make it look that easy makes it that much more impressive.
It is.
100%. It's been a long day. Most of these lifters have been here since 7 o'clock, 6:30 this morning.
Yeah,
Like a job, like a full 8-hour day. This is some work.
And we still have 1 more flight left.
Spence, Angela coming back out for deadlifts. We had spoke to her earlier in an interview, and she has been telling us on how fun of a day it has been to get back into powerlifting as well as to coach people.
And for those who don't know, she just recently was married. So
Congratulations on that.
Spence.
Mrs. Spence. Angela's about to smoke this weight. Let's see it.
And I believe this is the first hook I've seen.
Hook grip 2.
Smooth.
That was incredible.
And she might hit her PR of what she discussed us about earlier.
She said she wanted to push it.
She said she hit 418 in training. She said she wanted a little bit more than that. We might honestly see that in her second attempt.
We'll see that.
Spencer Houston, it looks like he's closing out the flight.
Spencer is closing out
for the first attempt
at 185.
That is 407 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
That is incredible weights.
82.5 kg weight class. Strong,
Conventional, cleans
easy,
it up.
clean.
Very nice. He was in such control of that.
We're going to see a 9 for 9 day out of him.
100%, yes.
I see that in his future.
He looks motivated too, so I definitely see a 9 for 9 day as well.
With Cody coming back out here, she had missed her initial opener due to either not listening to command or the lockout. So she needs this second attempt lift.
Cody's competing in the Women's Raw Master 1A division. Again, attempting that 110 of 242.5. Loving the socks. The whole outfit, everything is rocking.
As I mentioned, she needs this good lift. Let's see.
Should be 3 whites.
Good.
Good love.
Way to get on that
She's on the board, ladies and gentlemen.
And she can go up. What is she going to load? If she loads at 265, she's going to fight it, but I believe she'll get it.
Absolutely. Next, we have Karen coming up for 112, a little over.
I love the socks too, by the way.
Keeps it
Very nice.
into her, yeah. But there is something to say with those lifters who care about their appearance. It not only shows that you treat yourself with respect, but you care about the sport and the others around you.
Let's also give another shout out to our spotters and loaders out there, ladies and gentlemen.
They've done an incredible job today.
Yes, they have. Also, another shout out to Relentless Pursuit, filling us use their gym, and also Mr. Ray and Chloe.
This has been an incredible event. Great atmosphere. Love the crowd. Love the support.
Nicely done.
Nice.
Very nice.
With a 17.5 kg jump, she makes that look
That was a very big
like
jump.
nothing. Here Melissa comes out. It looked like there was nothing on that bar last attempt.
She made another 10 kilogram, which is 22 pounds.
I would say
Easy.
that it's the same as her opener.
So Zach, where are you going after this? You know, that move like an opener.
With that, you might even
Are
want to load
we doing another 10?
even more in that go, hit that 300 range.
The 300 range?
Hit that
Okay.
300. And that's a huge pull for somebody.
We have Janice Smith here for a second attempt.
Who seems to be new in this sport. I don't know if this is Melissa's first meet or not, but she's having a phenomenal
She
day.
is having a
whatever she
beautiful
does.
day. Yes, she is.
Janice Smith up.
This should be a very easy second attempt for her as well. I know her son's here in the building.
Takes the time to get it off the ground
strong,
evenly, and it
easy.
pays
Very
the
nice.
bills. Taking her time confidently.
And she is protecting her total, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it's all about. She's also been handled by Skylar from DWC as well.
Ashley Hiles coming up. 135. 10 kg increase.
Easy.
Nice.
You know, these deadlift attempts are definitely way more thought out than the bench attempts are.
They know it's all coming down on the line, and they want to leave this gym happy. You want to get in here? You can get in the camera. No, come over here.
We do have the mother of the owner of the gym. She's standing next to us. We all need to give her a big round of applause as well, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, we do.
Kristen, nicely
That is
done. Locks
great.
out 142.5 kilogram. That is a great attempt, and it is going to be exciting to see what she loads for her third attempt.
So I see she's grabbing her hand there. I'm not sure if she pulled a callus or if something happened.
And it comes down to this third attempt. I doubt that will matter with whatever her coach loads on that bar. I'm sure her coach will amp her up
100%.
and give her the motivation to just go out there and
Now,
give
for
it
those who
her
don't
all.
know, once we get to the third attempts, it's going to get a little loud in here. So to give you guys the heads up for those watching on the live stream.
Laura, a textbook lifter, conventional, another 5 kg jump. Fights it up.
Strong opener, ladies and gentlemen.
She made that look so easy.
Yes.
And you could almost tell as she pulled it past her shins, she picked her head up and that bar just flew to the ceiling. The deadlift is the one where you can really see the difference in people's techniques, in the choice of their stance and footing, and the way they hinge into it and brace themselves to get that bar up. It all matters for deadlifts.
Reagan with 100. She took a pretty big jump, too, for her second.
With
Yeah,
a
she did.
12.5 kg jump, this keeps her placement into first.
For those who don't know, deadlifts, like I said again, it can make you or break you. So you will see some different jumps.
And she locks that out. Even though it was a fight,
smile
she
at the
locks it
top.
out. And she knows she can get a little bit more. We might see her load that 160 kilogram.
Yeah, I can see that one coming.
Brenda with another big jump as well, 10 kilograms.
Brenda, just a phenom lifter to watch. Another lifter today that can go 9 for 9. Let's see if they can put it all together. This is always the most exciting part to watch.
Smooth.
Very nice.
Easy sailing for her.
Yeah.
It's going to be up to her to decide what she can lift for that third attempt. To go 9
I'm thinking
for 9.
I'm thinking a 5 kilogram jump for her.
And
Nothing
her
more than
coach
that.
is helping her pick it. So an experienced lifter helping another lifter.
Also, we
That
need
is
to
what you
shout
like
out
to
there.
see.
Her coach is also in the same flight and competing.
We had
By the way.
interviewed her earlier. What a legend.
I'm seeing some of the amounts they're going to be lifting in the next attempts, and it's going to be an amazing
Nice.
couple of attempts coming up.
Have
We got-
Autumn here with 160 kilograms.
She hit her last at 150.
Taking the time, setting the wedge, and it pays off for Autumn. Locking out
Easy,
160.
nice.
Getting
Judges say
strong.
it's good.
That's 3 white lights, ladies and
the
gentlemen.
white lights for good lift.
And it looks like Kristen is doing regionals, is what someone said in the comments.
Audrey is doing the same weight, 160 kilogram.
Strong second attempt, ladies and gentlemen.
No question there. That's a good lift.
Strong.
Angela Spence.
185 kilogram deadlift.
She made a pretty big jump as well. Yeah, she's definitely going past the 418, which is 190 kg.
Let's get ready to see Angela Spence come out. Second attempt deadlift. This sets the tone for this third pull. Come on, Angela. You need this to finish the day strong. And sets the hook, gets the brace, and stands up with it. Let's go. Load that. What you spoke about earlier. Manifesting her reality. Put more weight on that bar. You heard her.
Wow.
You heard her.
I did give you a shout out, by the way. I did give you a shout out.
Spencer's jumping from 185 to 202.5.
A 12 kilogram jump for Spencer. I guess this is why he came out to this meet. He wanted to deadlift and deadlift is what he's about to get. Let's see it, Spencer. Get amped just like your other lifts.
He made a pretty big jump there too, by the way.
Yeah, he did.
And get this weight off the floor.
Strong.
That's good lifts from Spencer. He's gonna finish the day.
Yeah, I'm going to guess
loads.
210. We're going to be smart about it. It wasn't fast, but it also wasn't slow.
All right, now we're going on to the third and final attempt for the flight B. We're going to see them pushing the weights.
Now, do keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, the order does changes whenever the lifts are attempted. So you may see someone who may go after someone who went second, and etc. Let's go, Karen.
Last lift, best lift. That's what I always say. Let's go,
Finish
Karen.
strong.
Finish this strong.
And she finished strong. Easy. She got it.
Up 117.5 kilograms.
Yes. Good lift. And she is all smiles over there, ladies and gentlemen.
Cody Amer up next to finish off deadlifts.
A 7.5 increase.
Takes her time getting that brace, getting the setup, and
Wow.
locks
That was amazing.
it. She's just got better and better.
Yeah,
as
she
the day
did.
went
And
on. That
that's
is impressive.
And that is what happens to a lot of lifters. As the day gets on, they just get better, better. And the lights are shining bright over there, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely. For Cody, I could see that last lift being her first of the
Yes,
next
100%.
one.
Yes,
The next one
yes,
she does,
100%.
it better be.
That
if
was
she does another one this year.
impressive. I love it. I love seeing them push it.
And I spoke on this earlier, the motivating squats, just getting on the board and squat and hitting a second or third lift will carry you the rest of the meet, giving you that motivation to finish strong.
We got Janice with her third and final attempt, 137.5.
A 5 kg jump. You got this, Janice. You know you got
This
it.
is a strong lift.
Be patient, even off the floor.
Yes.
Just continue going up. And that's how you lift a good.
And that is great, ladies and gentlemen. Strong way to close out the day.
What a day for Janice. Oh, but the center referee and left referee called no lift.
I believe they're going to
okay.
challenge the call, maybe. Or can they challenge? No, I don't think they can challenge. That's unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen.
Is about to come out, attempt the same weight.
If Melissa gets this, she'll be
330
9.
pounds for lightning.
You know what,
That was
Justin? I
easy.
think that may be her last warm-up in her next comp.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Melissa went 9 for 9 for the day. That's incredible.
Great confidence booster when it comes to her next comp.
Got Rachel Hallstrom, 137. That's a 10 kg increase. I love seeing the big jumps. That's the confidence where they know
Yes,
they can
100%.
hit it.
Over 300 pounds. Sets her grip, gets it off the floor and stands up with it. Well done.
Oh!
And sometimes it just slips out of the palms of your hands.
That definitely was not a
That was-
strength issue, ladies and gentlemen.
No,
The
she
strength is
had
there
it
for
up.
sure. The strength is 100%
That
there.
happens. You never know. Someone could have baby powder on their hands.
Chalk.
Anything.
Yeah.
That's why I'm a big believer, when you're approaching that third deadlift, reach out your hands,
Be mindful
sit
of
in the
everything.
back, get locked in, as everyone would say.
Right. I mean, she cannot be upset with that lift.
No, she
because
cannot.
She did it. She had it. It just slipped. Ashley Hiles with a 145. She's jumped up consistently 10 kg each lift.
And that should move like an opener as well. And sure enough,
Well done, Ashley.
well done by Ashley.
That was very controlled. I loved watching that.
And she is all smiles, ladies and gentlemen.
And it almost seems as these lifters are feeding off one another. As one
yes,
comes out,
100%.
smokes the lift, the following lifters come out and smoke their lifts. This is just epic to watch.
And the crowd's feeding off them as well. I mean, this crowd has been incredible all day here at Relentless Pursuit. I mean, it is amazing. Fruit snacks are being tossed across the table. I'll take fruit snack.
Oh, he got
I
him.
got it.
Kristen here with her third attempt, ladies and gentlemen.
Poor last pull.
Looks like she has some type of hand injury, maybe?
You spoke about it. Let's see if it hinders her. I doubt it will. This woman is a beast, and she can do it if she believes in herself. Sets that grip. Big pull. Let's get it off the floor and above her knees. And
she locks it out strong.
With
Very
no
confident.
issue at all. Her grip was not affecting her.
Easy, ladies and gentlemen.
Amazing lifts finishing up the day.
We're actually seeing a lot of 3-for-3 deadlifts. This is very rare.
Very rare.
This is very rare.
Makes you think these female lifters are being more mindful of their top end
Yes,
strength and
100%.
are well programmed to execute, which is what you want to see at the powerlifting meet.
Laura with 150 kilograms.
Just
on the bar.
another lifter, like we spoke about, talking about executing.
And this would also move like an opener as well,
Without a
ladies and
doubt,
gentlemen.
Laura will get this bar off the floor.
So that's a nice fan base in the crowd, ladies and gentlemen.
And confidence in going up. She rose the bar and made it look easy.
And this crowd is all
This crowd is all behind her.
And a textbook lifter. Take notes, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you want to look.
And she is all smiles, ladies and gentlemen.
That was
Another DWC lifter as well. Reagan's on the bar of 160. Look like she took a smaller jump for that third attempt.
Yeah, maybe the 155 to 165K increase. Let's see how it goes up. If she hits this, she'll be 9 for 9 for the day. She's been a great athlete.
She has got this. Definitely is taking her time in the setup. And confidence in doing, and she loaded the right number. Let's see it, Regan. It's all you now, and big pull. Drive this bar up. Hold it.
Yes,
That's a
she
9
has
for
it.
9 day.
That is a beautiful lift, ladies and gentlemen.
With
There we go.
without a doubt.
Great
Nice.
lift. And she is running away with all smiles as well on the
An
platform.
amazing
Looks
performance.
like, and
for
Chloe's trying to
Regan.
track her down.
That was incredible. Now we have Autumn coming up, 165. So she took a jump. Or do I have?
She was gonna go for 180. She changed it.
Ah, gotcha.
So it might have been a mistake. And then
Okay.
now we have Autumn going for 165 kilograms.
Now, for those who don't know, you can change your third attempt on deadlifts, by the way.
Oh, okay.
So that benefits from the placing for your weight
Right.
class and potential placing for the best lifter of the meet.
Okay.
And if you're ahead, if someone's chasing you and you put in an attempt that you think you can do, but you know you don't have to do it, you can always change it and lower it just so you stay ahead.
So there's a lot of strategy in this competition
Yes.
beyond just lifting the weights.
100%.
Beyond the barbell, yeah.
And that's why I was saying earlier, deadlift is very emotional.
It is.
It's one of those lifts where it can make it can potentially
Make or
win,
break
make
the
or break you.
will.
Yeah.
And Autumn Coles, 165 kilogram on that bar, setting the hinge. Let's get it above your knees. She almost had it as well. She's just lost it in her brace.
But still, what a great day for Autumn.
Absolutely incredible.
The world deadlift record for powerlifting has been broken by Colt, of course, the limit breaker. Deadlifting 520 kilograms, 1,146 pounds raw.
And Brenna's also been another great lifter to watch today, too.
To finish the
Yes, she
day.
has.
She took another 10-kilogram
9
jump. Let's
for
see.
9. Brenda,
Oh.
get this past your knees and lock it.
Yes.
Let's go.
Knees look kind of soft on that. Let's see.
But a
Yes,
9 for
yes,
9
a
day,
9 for 9
because
days.
it don't matter.
Great
The
day.
side referees like you. And that's a 9 for 9 day. It don't matter.
And she is also walking away all smiles off the platform, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
For deadlifts,
Audrey Thompson coming up for a 170 attempt. It's a big jump from her 160, but I'm very confident she'll be able to hit this. She's made her last 2 attempts look so easy.
Yes. And right now, she is forecasted for 2nd place. If you know anyone that has to take a drug test, please point them in the direction of the.
And Audrey breaks it from the floor, locks it out. Let's go, Audrey Thompson. 170 kilogram
She is
deadlift.
all smiles,
That is
ladies and gentlemen.
massive. Almost a 400-pound deadlift from Audrey today.
That is incredible. Angela Spence coming up with a 200 kg deadlift.
With matching her squat from earlier.
That is impressive.
Angela Spence is about to pull this off.
440.75 pounds.
And her goal
Kilogram
PR was 418.
for her total. Yes. So this is 20 pounds above what she wanted. And it's all going to come down on the line right now, Angela. How bad do you want it? Take the time it takes to get set and get this bar off the floor. Ride it to the moon. Let's go,
And
Angela.
everyone's on their feet, ladies and gentlemen.
And anyone can do it. It's you.
Easy. Wow.
She made that
Well
look
done,
so
Angela.
nice.
So nice. Easy
If I was
answer.
Angela, I'd go in the back room and load up about 210, 250.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And go for a YOLO
9
bowl.
for 9 on the day. That was incredible.
And not to mention there, Justin, she also dropped the weight class.
Yeah.
Went down a weight class.
Went down a weight class.
Amazing.
Spencer Houston coming up next for another 12.5 kg.
And he is
additional
closing out the 2nd flight, ladies and
to
gentlemen.
go 9 for 9 as well. Spencer Houston, replicate what Angela had just done. and lift this
473
bar.
pounds.
Rise up tall, keep
You got
going,
it,
keep
Spencer.
going.
Strong
keep going.
There you go.
And a 9 for 9 day he has.
Beautiful.
Yes, this next meet, he's going for 500 plus for
Yeah.
sure.
Which is very, very, impressive.
The one thing I liked about Spencer is all of his lifts have been very controlled.
Yes, 100%.
He's a very controlled lifter.
But a lifter you almost want to watch every time because of how good he is on that
Absolutely.
platform.
All right, now we're going down to Flight C.
Back to Luke Patton mat. 150 kilogram as an opener.
And I've been asked, do I hook grip or do mix? And ladies and gentlemen, I pull hook.
All right, Luke is in the men's raw teen 3.
Stands up with it.
Easy.
Wow. That looked easy for him.
Yes.
But 2 red lights.
So the call here must have been his shoulder and not locking out that bar enough.
Yes, 100%. His left knee looked like it was not fully locked as well.
Next we have Jaden Van Acker coming up. He's attempting 170.
Do you think we're going to see any 600-pound deadlifts today?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Scroll down. We'll see one.
Okay. $170 kilograms by Jaden.
Takes the time, gets it up, smooth and
Easy,
steady.
Very nice.
Very nice conventional deadlift from Jaden. Sean Brown coming up next, opening higher than what he had missed initially on his squat. This is a fun lifter to watch as well. Sean Brown was a star all day.
Sean's going for that 185, so we're looking at 407 pounds.
Makes you think what his top end will be if he's opening over what he squatted for his top end. Might be a deadlift specialist here. And oh yeah, nice and bent over conventional. Hinges it up. Let's see it. Yeah.
Yes.
It's going to be exciting to see what he loads for this third attempt.
Nice.
We may be seeing close to 500 pounds out of him today.
Strong opener, too.
In this fourth flight, or excuse me, in flight C, we have one competitor that could go 9 for 9, and that's Swoosh. So we'll see if he can hit it.
Who is also in his home gym, by the way.
Absolutely.
Easy opener for Luke.
Very nice.
I believe that's 413 pounds.
That 187. 413.
413.
190 for Dylan.
These are some amazing opening weights.
Dylan here with 130 kilograms. It's 418 pounds on the bar for his opener. And he is taking a very wide sumo grip there. Oh. Ooh.
Moves it smoothly, just messes up the lockout. He'll come back out and reattempt that easily.
I was surprised at
honestly, he might need to go up in weight just so that lockout isn't as fast. I have seen it before where that bar comes off the floor so fast that lockout, you just want to go back down because it feels like nothing in his hands. Nicholas with 190, clean, conventional deadlift.
That was nice and quick.
And that is stuff that happens. Opening too low can hinder you and be a blunder in a sense where what we had just saw with Luke, where he had, or Dylan rather, sorry, where he had locked it out too fast and dropped it.
Yeah, now with Dylan, I was surprised. His toes were almost touching the plate. They were that close. I thought he was going to drop it on his toes.
But let's see how he comes back and recover for the second attempt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Easy opener.
Very nice for Balaj.
Just to repeat, guys, most of these lifters have been here since 6:30, 7 o'clock. It's now 2 o'clock. So a lot of these lifters are tired, dehydrated. So we definitely need these lifters to wake up and the audience to wake up to get these guys going.
It has been a long day.
Yes, it has.
But so exciting here at Relentless Pursuit. Thanks to USA Powerlifting, Power Belly Barbell. We are having an amazing meet. About to close it out with some heavy, exciting lifts.
And here's Swoosh here with 210 kilograms, which is 463 pounds on the bar.
The chosen one for Flight C. Let's see it.
Easy opener.
And you wonder what that third attempt is going to look
We're
like
seeing
for
500
him.
for sure. That's what I will hope.
More than he squat. He told me in the back he wants to pull more than he squatted, and he squatted 501 pounds today.
Well, he's definitely pulling more than 501. I'll tell you that. With the USA socks too.
Yes, well respected.
Philip Schaefer coming in the men's raw junior division, 20 to 23, going for a 215 kg lift.
With his 473 pounds on the bar. But he looks confident, ladies and gentlemen.
He looks very confident.
He looks very confident. Strong.
And he has every right to be. It's a good lift.
It's a very good lift. Ethan, another home gym favorite here, ladies and gentlemen. So for those who don't know, there are numerous lifters that use chalk on the bar. So right now our spotters and loaders are actually cleaning the bar.
And he actually took time out of his minute on that platform for that spotter back spotting him to wipe off the chalk off that bar. That is taking time out of his lift. He doesn't care though. He is going to set his sumo and still set his wedge and lock this out. Gets the down command. We'll see what the judges say.
Got one red light in the middle. Still a good lift for 215.
Unfortunately, though, his next 2 lifts are going to be a fight if he's getting 1 red light on his opener.
Yeah, now what, did you see anything on that could have been from that red light?
For his lockout, his shoulders need to be extended.
All right, next we have Jacob O'Hara coming up. Attempting at 235.
$235 for Jacob O'Hara. Such a hype lifter to watch. Setting his sumo. Hinges it up, gets the down command and good lift.
1 red light, but he is a good lift.
William coming out next for 240. Now I want to ask you, Justin, which lift of these do you think is a more challenging one, the sumo or the conventional stance? From your opinion,
For my opinion,
on what we've seen.
I think the conventional is probably the toughest, but I mean, it depends what you train. If you're doing the sumo, it's more of your legs. Conventional, you're getting your whole body in.
As we watch William pick this and see the bar speed on him, let's see his lockout, see how smooth it is, see what he can have on the day. With what you had just spoke about, yes, the training is going to be the underlying thing to tell which of these lifters is easier, pulling sumo or conventional. But it really does come down to what lift or what the lifter is more confident in doing.
Right. See, as myself, if I was doing it, I think I'd train, conventional first. Then as I got into it more, then I'd try sumo.
Of course, yes, and you would want to experiment.
Exactly.
Make training fresh. Well, I just asked him or spoke about Ray as we watch this 267.5 kilogram sumo deadlift pull from Matisse Elston.
He's that really wide stance. I mean,
really wide stance and a
toes,
textbook lift. Let's be real here.
And his toes facing forward instead of pointed out. To where you see a lot of the lifters that go that wide, their toes kind of point out. His
very
are more
well
forward.
executed sumo. And back to the question, sumo or conventional, which one do you think is harder?
I mean, I think that just depends a lot on how you're built as a person. I think sumo is a harder technical lift.
Technique-wise, I agree with that 100%.
And so it's just a matter of how you're built. It's all a matter because if your hips aren't built to kind of have that big sprawled out stance, it just doesn't seem to work out as well. Some people, like I said, are just built. I think you should train both.
Right.
And
personally,
I believe that 100% you should train both as well. But not only that, sumo is more of a technical lift than conventional. For the qualities you need to have, good lift for Luke.
Yeah, it's really hard to just muscle through a bad sumo pull.
In which the quality you have to have for sumo is patience and technique.
Yeah.
Rather, in conventional, you need to have pure determination and grit.
Yeah. When I was here earlier and I was talking to Marlon, that was one thing that I repeated quite a bit was that I think that the key to a really good deadlift is having the patience to just finish the lift. And one cue that I like to give people is to just keep pulling or don't quit on me kind of thing.
And it's getting that bar just started off the floor, even if it is slow, and then grinding that lockout.
Well, and it can feel like the bar's not moving to you, but it really is moving in actuality. It's almost like when you deadlift, you get into a little bit of a time warp. To where you get in your own little pocket dimension to where time isn't moving for you, but it's moving for everybody else.
Right.
And you go into a slow motion and your almost reality is as you lock that lift out, you feel like you are in slow motion. 185 for Jaden.
That looked like a beautiful deadlift.
That was great.
Yeah. The only thing like I think is kind of weird is you'll see some lifters like when they finish their deadlift they kind of like roll their shoulders a little bit. I like to kind of like have my shoulders packed down and back as much as I can and just try to keep it that way.
And just make it a hinge movement. Yeah.
Yeah. But you do see a lot of lifters that for whatever reason. But if it works for them, it works for them. Who am I to really
do you think
judge?
that's something that maybe they think the judges are looking at to maybe lock their shoulders out?
They just has to be locked out. The judges don't necessarily really care. What you do with your
bar
shoulders.
Just has to move from point A to point B. That's all the judges are watching for this deadlift. And yeah, once them shoulders are through, he's going to get the down command. It's going to be a good lift. We want to see Sean Brown pull over 205 kg.
Yeah, that's a great lift.
That was incredible.
Dylan up next. We need Dylan to get this deadlift. He jumped even heavier than his opener, even though the referees or judges did not give it to him.
I wasn't paying close attention. Do you remember what happened on his opener?
I don't recall.
He locked it out too fast is what I spoke about, and I said Dylan is going to need to increase that weight so he can hold that weight in his hands. Honestly, Ray, the weight was too light for him.
He had just too snappy.
He dropped it after he locked it out. It was so light for him.
Sure.
And
Let's take a look and see what that 10-kilo jump does.
In doing the weight a little bit slower off the floor, like you spoke about patience, and then getting them white and light.
Good. But honestly, like, if I was his coach, just saying personally, I would be a little nervous with how slow that was moving. Given that he had missed his opener. Now, and I say I didn't take a look at his opener, but I mean he got it, and that's the main thing. But it looked like a great
Nicholas
lift.
Adhoff with 200 kilogram locked out easily. But you are correct, that bar speed did slow down, but that does not mean that he did not get a good lift.
Nicholas is
and back to what you mentioned about patience and having that determination for your final deadlift. Marlon spoke about it earlier, being in shape to be able to handle this weight. Even though these lifters have been up for 8 hours already, like a full day's of work, they are still putting in maximal effort and finishing the day strong.
And I don't think that I've heard it brought up at all, is that, some people are meet day lifters, and some people, they don't necessarily perform as well, like on meet day. To where they do much better in the gym than they do, like.
And that can come to nerves or, just performance anxiety.
Yeah, for sure. Some people, they thrive off it, and not everyone does.
Lou for 202.5 kg raises his head up and locks that out, gets it up.
Very nice.
And yes, that is part of the puzzle pieces. What do you prefer? Do you like lifting in the gym and going all out and then conserving the day? Or do you like waiting to the special event and doing all your personal bests on the platform? It really is up to the lifters to decide, and that is what makes powerlifting such a beautiful sport. It is on the lifter to decide what they want to do.
Absolutely. That is like probably my favorite thing. The thing that actually drew me to powerlifting to begin with is that the lifter gets to choose the weight. The weight isn't chosen for them, like, say, and I'm not trying to talk, crap about, like, say, strongman, but, like, for strongman, like, and me as a bigger guy, I'm a heavyweight, I would be a heavyweight strongman guy, and...
You can't pick the weight, it's already picked.
It's already picked for you, and I'm sorry, if you can't, log press 300 pounds...
Then you can't.
You get zeros.
Right.
Balaj with 217.5 kg. Let's see him break this off the floor. Another big jump for him, but he grinds it up. We're going to see his third attempt probably over 500 pounds.
That right there was 479.
That was a beautiful looking deadlift too.
That was.
He's got very good conventional technique.
Absolutely.
Ethan with 222.5 kg for his second attempt. Back to what we were mentioning about, let's talk about the pressure we put on each other as lifters. Some of this stuff, you do not need to put your stress, you need to put nothing on yourself. We are out here having fun, ladies and gentlemen. And this is what it's about, is creating these memories and epic events like we have today. A 7.5 kg jump for Ethan. This should not be much. Let's see how that lockout looked compared to the first one, because that was his only issue. Gets it to lock out, gets the down command.
From the front, that looks okay.
I agree.
And it is three white lights.
But I could see how he could maybe be slunched forward, maybe on his first attempt, potentially.
Right.
But now, what do you think of the necklace in the mouth?
For me, it's totally personal preference. I would like nothing in my mouth. I really do take a lot of my breath and my inhale through my mouth, so that for me would mess not only my bracing up, but my focus.
Yeah, it would be a no for me as well. But I mean, it does seem to be kind of a popular trend.
Swoosh. Let's see if he can maintain.
He's getting those arms nice and loose.
And it is almost as if he doesn't even grip the bar, but he is just holding on to the bar. That's how loose his arms
That didn't look like a second attempt.
It looked easy.
So it's always interesting to see the different like song and dance and everything that everyone does for their deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
To where, like one of the things, the cues that some people will give is that you want to make your arms as long as possible.
Right.
And that's where he was kind of doing like that, almost like that 8 hanging thing to try to lengthen his arms. Because like we had mentioned before with like the 8 index, the longer your arms are, the better, chances that you'll have to get a great deadlift.
Absolutely. Philip here going for 235, a 20 kg increase.
235 for Philip. Gets it off the floor. Let's grind this up, and he locks it out. Good lift for Philip.
Yeah, that looked like a solid lockout too.
That was nice.
These next 3 deadlifts are over 540 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. This is impressive work. Almost triple body weight and more than triple body weight for these final 3 deadlifts for our deadlift too.
If I was deadlifting triple body weight, I'd deadlift more than Marlon. Who we had earlier.
Yeah.
So
Marlon is
just throwing that out there.
800-pound puller. Yeah.
That is incredible.
Right. Yeah.
That is how hard a 3 times body weight deadlift. But let's see how easy Jacob makes it. Sets the grip and the wedge and hinges it up like it's nothing.
That is just a beautiful, like that guy could almost like write a book on like deadlift technique realistically.
Yes.
I'll be interested to see, how much he goes up for that third.
It is. That is the most interesting part about today, is these third attempts are about to be a blast to watch.
Yeah, and I think I had mentioned before just, how stacked this 82.5 kilo, class is.
Right.
Just because we have so many 82.5 kilos today.
William, let's go. 252.5 pounds, 555. Locks it out with ease.
Incredible.
We may.
Did you have quads like that, Justin, when you were 18, 19?
No.
A 500.
No, absolutely not.
I don't think I did either. I'm not even going to lie.
I don't even think I have them now.
Mattis Elston with a 622-pound lift. We are going to see this today.
So I'm willing to bet, because, I'm the one that made the roster, that he didn't quite make weight at 82.5 and he got bumped up to 90 because it shows him at 90 kilos.
Yep.
Can you look what he weighed in at?
Yeah, what did he weigh in at?
He weighed in 84.4, which is roughly 188 pounds.
Yeah, so he didn't quite make weight, which we allow him, at this kind of meet to just go up a weight class. We'll see what he does for this pull.
He ain't letting that stop him. He's breaking it off the floor and locking 622 pounds out, and it just slips.
Yeah.
Sometimes with sumo, you rub your hand up against your leg, and it opens up your hand.
Yeah, and the big struggle with sumo is trying to get the lockout.
That is it. It is easy off the ground. If it's easy off the ground, it might be hard at lockout, and the opposite of that aspect is true. If it is hard to break it off the floor and you are slow and controlled, it may be easy for lockout. And it looks like he did tear his hand on that 622. So we will see him reattempt it for the third attempt if he can find the confidence it takes to go out on that platform and attempt it.
I think you just need to just pack it with some chalk. You know what I mean?
And really
just swing for the fences at that point.
Luke Patton Matt with the third and final lift for deadlift.
I'd be curious on the lockout. Okay, it looks good.
A 353-pound lift. Well done. Way to end the day, Luke.
Yeah, and I did check earlier. We do have our refs directly like 90 degrees. You know what I mean, to the lifter.
Yep.
Because sometimes when they ref the deadlift, they'll have the 3 judges almost like in a line.
Okay.
You know what I mean, in front. But today the judges have chosen to be at like 90 degrees almost to the lifter, so they can get the great view of the side.
Right.
To get the shoulders, hips, and the knees lockout position.
Yeah, I think that's a great decision.
Yeah. I have seen, I don't think for necessarily for USAPL, but I know some other meets that I've repped, they wanted us to be in like a line in the front almost.
Okay.
To where it's harder to get that like side profile
Right.
to make sure that you get everything like fully locked out with the shoulders and everything.
So we have Jaden coming up for 192.5 attempts.
It's just trying to make sure that he gets those feet like really just screwed in and just screwed into the floor.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if he tries to elongate his arms before he goes down.
Jaden Van Acker with a textbook lift at 185. He should clear this off the ground. He is a very patient lifter. I remember watching him take almost 30 seconds to get set up for squat. I can imagine it will pay off for deadlift. Gets it off the floor. Let's see if he can grind that above his knees. And just not yet there for today.
You know, not for nothing. You know, he was definitely patient.
Yes.
You know, he definitely didn't quit on himself. You know, and he definitely did try his all to get that.
And for deadlifts,
100%.
sometimes it's over in a blink of an eye. Sometimes you take a little bit too long out there and overthink it.
You know, I would be curious, like with his breath work, because if you notice, like on his last attempt, he kind of opens his mouth a little bit in the middle of the lift. I am personally not a fan of that. I think you need to get your breath and brace at the top, like this gentleman right here, Nicholas, did.
And then him pulled it off the ground unevenly.
Yeah.
Gotta be more patient.
So I think you need to take, you know, and everything's different. It's not saying that this is the perfect way. I prefer to take like my breath in at the top when I can take the biggest breath possible.
Right.
And then get my very hard brace. And it's almost, even if I don't have a suit or anything on and I'm raw, it's hard for me to get into position and get to the bar because I try to be that tight and like that braced to start.
I think we'll see that quite a bit as this last
Sean Brown
session goes
for
on.
215 is a 17-kilogram jump, a grind and a fight, but he gets it. And does he lock it out, hold it tight? Let's see what the judges say.
It's good.
Good lift. Well done, Sean Brown. Way to finish the day strong with 215 kilograms.
great.
Same for Dylan, attempting the same
They're just rolling
weight.
through with the same weight. It's just crazy how quick sometimes the changes go if they don't have to do anything at all.
And this was Dylan, who initially dropped his deadlift, his first one, because
Looks
it
like
was
he's
so
going
fast.
with the hook grip.
And then this third lift, gets it to lock out, pulls it up. What an amazing lift, Dylan. Let's see what they say. Good lift. Well done, Dylan. As another 215. 217.5 kilograms. Up next, we have Luke.
We got Gary just cleaning off the bar, trying to get all that excess chalk and baby powder and everything off the bar, making sure that the lifters have the best opportunity to grab onto the bar as best as possible.
Absolutely. They've been doing a great job throughout the day.
And he's got the little spray bottle there, which is like a disinfectant. So we might have had somebody might have skinned something a little bit.
Okay.
So there might have been a little bit of bodily fluid, if you will,
Yeah, we want to make sure that's cleaned up.
that got on the bar.
And Luke lining in for 217.5 kilogram. Let's see it, Luke. Big final pull here for today. Finish strong. Sets his grip and the wedge. Gets it off the ground. Head up, locks it out. What a textbook lift for Luke.
Incredible.
Phenomenal calls for his coaching. Well done and well executed.
How many lifters do we have left in this flight?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7 lifters left in the flight.
7 lifters left in the flight. Oh my goodness. You had to ask it.
Yeah, given this is a drug tested meet, I think that given that we're towards the end of the men for the day, I think I need to go take a look and just see who I need to grab.
Okay.
You know, who I need to grab for that test. I think that's what I was getting yelled at about. That's what I was getting yelled at about.
Right. I'm sorry you can't stick around for these third attempt deadlifts.
It'll be all right.
We appreciate you, Ray, every time you can stop in.
Thank you so much for hosting this meet, Ray.
Sure.
Thank you.
And let's see, does he get this 227.5 kilogram off the floor? Gets it up, locks it out, and that's a good lift.
That is incredible.
Balaj
Very controlled.
gets the white
And
lights.
got it.
Goes 3 for 3 on deadlift.
what was that, 227? That's a 501.
Ethan setting his footing, taking the time it takes to reach down for that bar and set his wedge in. 227.5 or 5 kg more than his second. He should be able to clear this and lock it out. And it barely
just slipped.
Missed it at lockout. Well done, Ethan. Good attempt either way. 5 kilograms off the total is not much.
Next we have swoosh.
This is for a 9 for 9 day. Our only 9 for 9 day in Flight C.
Attempting 235, 518 pounds. He has been strong all day. Loving the socks. I love that he takes his time. This is going to be incredible.
Swoosh for a 9 for 9 day. Let's go. And he gets it up. Good lift.
And
well done, Swoosh. 9 for 9 day. That is executed. Andy Selly's true power lifter.
That was incredible.
Sit like right here if you want to talk. Stand like right here if you want to talk. So you can say shout out F3.
Shout out F3 Fitness in Taylor, Michigan. Best gym in
Shout out
Michigan.
Garen running APF.
Next up, we have Philip Schaefer coming in at 250 kg. That's a big jump from the 235. I think he is going to be solid at this weight.
Sets his grip. Let's see it, Philip. 250 kg off the floor. And he gets it to his knees. Barely misses it, though.
Nice
A
attempt.
very good attempt for Philip. That was pull for first place. Unfortunately, he does not get into that first place seat
So close,
today
so close.
for the men's raw junior. Leaves was second.
Closer.
Yeah, you had to sit closer to talk. Our final 3 deadlifters
Jacob
for the day.
O'Hara at 260, and then William will follow at 260.
Jacob O'Hara coming out for 573 pounds or 260 kilogram. Wedges in, gets it off the floor, and just misses it
Nice
at his
attempt.
knees. Maintains his composure. Well done, Jacob.
He's had a
Very
great day.
respected. Let's see if either of these 2 lifters can finish out the day with a huge deadlift pull. If anyone can do it, William can.
William has been incredible
Same
to watch
weight,
all day.
260 kilogram or 573 pounds. Gets it off the floor and holds it. Can he get it?
Nice
Yes, he
lockout.
can.
What a pull.
That is 3 for 3
What did the
on
judges
deadlifts.
say? He
2 white
has
lights.
gotten it. That is incredible.
With
3 for 3.
Opening of his hand last time he attempted
That
this
was-
weight of 622 pounds. We have Martis Elston about to reattempt his second attempt of 622 pounds, 282.5 kg for a 675 total. 675 kg total.
The crowd is on their feet for this one.
This is going to get loud.
Is electric to watch.
Everybody is on their feet here
Not
in the
only
gym.
for the lifter, but for the community of people watching this. This is hype.
This is going
Let's
to be
go.
incredible.
This is why we do what we do for moments like these.
All right,
yeah.
he is going. Remember, he dropped his last one.
Fired up, setting the grip. Mattis Elston. Can he get it off the floor? Let's go, Mattis. Up, up, up.
There he goes.
And he barely misses it. at lockout.
Great attempt.
Well done, Mattis. An excellent attempt. Almost 300 kilogram deadlift for our final pull on day 1 of the Pursuit of Power.
An amazing day today. We had such incredible lifts. The athletes pushed themselves to the limit here at Relentless Pursuits in the USAPL Pursuit of Power, presented by Power Belly Barbell. We'll be back again tomorrow for day 2, where we'll see more incredible athletes in this gym pushing themselves to the limits. It has been a pleasure.
Yeah, that was a lot to recap and a lot of amazing lifting to watch, Justin. I had a blast and am honestly so impressed by all of these lifters who showed up and showed out today. It takes so much out of you to give it your all, and honestly, they deserve all the praise they get for this day.
They do. And Zach, I appreciate you. It's first time doing it.
Great working together. Yes, Justin, we'll be back tomorrow.
Let us know if you guys have any suggestions on what we can improve on. Hey, Aunt Julie, see you in the chat. We appreciate you watching. Tell Grandma I said hi. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for everybody.